Chapter 24. The Reunion. Cole gave him the address of the pension and the instructions to approach from the Rue du Paquier, not from the lakefront. The lakefront was exposed. The Rue du Paquier was narrow, pedestrianized, and at midnight on a Monday in January, empty. Cole stood at the window of his room above the chocolaterie and watched the street below and waited for a tall, thin man in a dark overcoat to appear from the direction of the old town, walking with the unhurried precision of someone who had spent 26 years learning how to enter places without appearing to arrive. Aldridge appeared at 12 minutes past midnight. He came alone. He carried a leather overnight bag in his left hand and held his phone in his right, the screen dark. He did not look up at the window. He did not scan the street or check doorways or do any of the things that a trained intelligence officer would do upon entering unfamiliar terrain at night. And this told Cole two things. Either Aldridge trusted him completely, or Aldridge was too tired to care. Cole suspected both. He buzzed him in. The pension's staircase was narrow, wooden, and creaked in 3 places that Cole had memorized on his first night. Aldridge's footsteps were careful and heavy, the footsteps of a man carrying more than an overnight bag. Cole opened the door before the knock. They looked at each other. 6 days since the abort call. 6 days since Aldridge had ordered Cole home and Cole had stayed, had gone dark, had disobeyed the only man in the DIA whose orders he had ever respected. In the yellow light of the pension hallway, with its sloped ceiling and its faint smell of chocolate from the shop below, Aldridge looked older than Cole remembered. The silver hair was the same, the blue eyes behind the same tortoiseshell frames, the posture still patrician, still erect, but the skin beneath his eyes had the translucent quality of a man who had not slept well in days, and the lines around his mouth had deepened in a way that suggested the sleeplessness was not physical but moral. "You look terrible," Cole said. "You look alive," Aldridge said, "which is more than I expected." Cole stepped back and let him in. The room was small and spare, a single bed with a white duvet, a wooden desk under the sloped ceiling, a chair, a lamp, and the books Cole had accumulated over 6 days of investigation. The Hodler volume from Margot's shop, the history of the Maquis, his moleskin sketchbook, closed, beside the laptop. Through the window, the Château d'Annecy was visible on its hillside, lit from below, the medieval walls glowing amber against the black sky. Aldridge set his bag by the door and removed his overcoat and hung it on the back of the chair with the meticulous care of a man who had been hanging coats on chairs in foreign rooms for a quarter-century. He sat on the edge of the bed. Cole leaned against the desk. The lamp between them cast a warm, contained circle of light that stopped at the walls. "How did you find me?" Cole asked. "I called the Imperial Palace. They said David Keller checked out 4 days ago. Business emergency." Aldridge's voice carried a faint note of reproach. "I called your cover phone. No answer. I called your secure phone. No answer. I called the only other number I had for you in Annecy, the one you used for the abort report, and it rang to voicemail, and I left a message, and you called back from a number I didn't recognize, which tells me you've acquired a burner phone, abandoned your hotel, relocated to an undisclosed address in the Old Town, and gone fully off-grid, all of which are things I specifically told you not to do." "You told me to come home," Cole said. "That was the part I specifically didn't do." "Yes, I noticed." The silence between them was not hostile. It was the silence of 2 men who had worked together for 8 years and who understood that the next 30 minutes would determine whether they remained on the same side of a line that neither of them had expected to encounter. Cole had rehearsed this conversation during the walk back from the Tepes. He had considered leading with the evidence, building the case the way he would build an authentication report. Provenance first, then materials analysis, then the conclusion. But standing in the small room with Aldridge sitting on his bed, he decided on a different approach. He decided on the truth. Cardinal was fabricated, Cole said. The source never existed. The legend was built on a dead man named Niels Brandt, a hydraulic engineer who died in Lyon in 2019. The intelligence product was assembled from real but non-actionable data, formatted using DGSE operational templates that could only have come from inside the counter-proliferation section at Boulevard Mortier. The corporate infrastructure behind the legend traces through a Luxembourg shell company called Meridian Advisory to a network of Geneva entities that connect to the procurement network Cardinal's own intelligence described. The snake eating its own tail. The network built Cardinal to run a collection operation against us. Aldridge did not interrupt. His hands were folded in his lap. His expression, which Cole had learned to read over 8 years the way he read the surface of a painting, looking not for what was shown but for what was underneath, held something Cole had not expected. Not surprise, recognition. "You knew," Cole said. "I suspected, since Thursday." Aldridge looked at his hands. "I couldn't reach you. I couldn't reach Castaigne. And the anomalies in the Cardinal file, the ones you flagged in your abort report, the room that was accessed and never occupied, those anomalies wouldn't resolve. They kept pointing to the same conclusion, which is the conclusion you just stated, and which I spent 4 days trying to find an alternative to, because the conclusion requires accepting that I approved an operation designed by the people we were supposed to be investigating." "How did they get to you?" Aldridge's jaw tightened. The patrician composure, which had carried him through 26 years of interagency meetings and Senate briefings, and the particular indignities of American intelligence work in Europe, held, but only just. "Henri Castaigne," Aldridge said. Cole waited. "I pulled his financials on Monday morning. New apartment in Excels? Mercedes. Consulting fees from a Geneva firm. The fees started 3 years ago, roughly coinciding with the first Cardinal correspondence. The firm is called Vector Consulting AG. The director is a man named Stefan Kessler." The room was quiet. The chateau glowed through the window. The chocolate smell from the shop below had faded to nothing, replaced by the close, warm air of 2 men in a small space, breathing the same stale warmth, arriving at the same understanding. "Vector Consulting AG," Cole said. "Geneva. Rue de Rhône, between a watch boutique and a private bank. The website describes business intelligence, compliance advisory, strategic risk assessment. In practice, Kessler built the financial infrastructure for the French Iranian procurement network, compliance architecture, shell companies, banking relationships. He designed the system so that no single compliance officer in any jurisdiction could see the whole picture. And Castaigne was his route into us. Castaigne was his route into me, Aldridge said. The correction was quiet and precise. 15 years. NATO receptions, shared dinners, Christmas cards. I sent flowers when his mother died. I wrote a recommendation when he applied for consulting work. 3 years ago, Kessler turned him, and everything Castaigne did after that, every introduction, every recommendation, every casual mention of a promising new source in the French counter-proliferation section, was designed to bring Cardinal to my desk, and Cardinal was designed to bring you to Annecy. He paused. I approved the operation. Cole, I read the file. I assessed the intelligence. I assigned you because the operational profile matched your cover, your expertise, your location in Geneva. What I did not understand, and what I should have understood, is that the operational profile matched your cover because it was built to match your cover. Someone studied us. Someone studied me. They knew I would assign you, because they had constructed a box that only you would fit. Aldridge stood and walked to the window. The chateau was the only source of light on the hillside, the medieval walls glowing against the mountain, and below it the rooftops of the old town descended in irregular tiers toward the canals, which were invisible in the dark but audible, faintly, through the glass, the Thew flowing under its bridges with the patient, ceaseless sound of water that had been running through this town for 800 years. He had not come to Annecy to save his career. His career, he understood with the quiet clarity of a man who had spent the TGV journey from Brussels staring at his own reflection in the window, was already finished. He had approved Cardinal. He had trusted Castaigne. His professional judgment, the instrument he had spent 26 years calibrating, had been the vector through which the attack was delivered. The fact that he had been manipulated rather than corrupted would matter to the Internal Review Board. It would not matter to Collins, who measured officers by outcomes, or to the European desk, which would measure the damage in liaison relationships and congressional briefings and the particular currency of institutional embarrassment that circulated through Washington with the velocity and permanence of rumor. He had come because Cole was right. The Cardinal file was wrong. The operation was a fabrication. And somewhere in Geneva, the man who had built it was still building, still constructing compliance architectures and shell companies and the invisible financial scaffolding that allowed dual-use technology to move from French factories to destinations that no one in the chain of paperwork would ever name. Aldridge had spent 26 years believing that institutions, for all their slowness and cowardice and capacity for self-deception, were the mechanism through which truth eventually surfaced. He still believed this. But the institution had failed here, and the failure was his, and the only correction available was the one standing across the room, leaning against a desk in a pension above a chocolate shop, waiting for him to say what he had come to say. "What do you need?" Aldridge asked. They worked until 3 in the morning. Cole laid out everything: the dead man's legend, the Luxembourg shells, the DGSE templates, the watchers, Rashid and his Geneva paymaster, the room search conducted by a second operational layer, the Fondation Bellerive, and its connection to the painting provenance that had started everything, and Margot, the bookseller on Rue Sainte-Claire, who was not simply a bookseller. The former DGSE analyst who had left Boulevard Mortier 7 years ago after discovering that her section had killed a French citizen named Karim Belkacem and called it a car accident. The woman who had recognized Cole's tradecraft before he recognized hers, who had her own contacts in the retired intelligence network, who had independently connected the procurement rumors to the same DGSE counter-proliferation section that had provided the templates for Cardinal's legend, who had a name, Commandant Lucien Farge, and evidence, 3 manila folders in a safety deposit box in Chambéry, and the particular moral authority of a person who had been telling the truth for 7 years in a world that had preferred not to listen. "She's ex-DGSE, Aldridge said. Not a question. Counter-proliferation section. She worked under Farge. And she has physical evidence connecting Farge to the network. 7 years in a bank vault in Chambéry. Surveillance logs. Operational authorizations. Financial traces through a Geneva law firm called Haussmann. Perrin and Associates, the same firm that manages Fondation Bellerive. Aldridge was quiet for a moment. The institutional calculus was visible on his face. The value of documentary evidence from inside the DGSE weighed against the complications of a former officer who had resigned in protest and who might be dismissed by the very institutions whose cooperation Aldridge needed as a disgruntled former employee with a personal vendetta. "She's credible," Cole said. "I'm not questioning her credibility. I'm questioning how the DGSI will receive her. She has a contact there, Marie-Hélène Tissot, former colleague, and I have a contact here." He looked at Aldridge. "You." Aldridge sat back down on the bed. He rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands, a gesture Cole had never seen from him, a gesture so human and unguarded that it was more alarming than anything Aldridge had said. "All right," Aldridge said. "Here's what I can do. I have a back channel at the DGSI. Commandant Bertrand. We worked a counterterrorism case together 4 years ago. He's careful, competent, and he would enjoy nothing more than exposing a DGSE officer on the take. Inter-service rivalry has its uses. I call Bertrand. I lay out the case. He'll want documentation, authorization, bureaucratic cover. That means 36 to 48 hours before anyone moves. We don't have 48 hours. I know. I also need to call Washington, Collins, Deputy Director for Operations. She'll want to know why I approved an operation built on fabricated intelligence funneled through a compromised liaison officer. And the answer to that question is going to end my career. But the call needs to happen because without DIA headquarters in the loop, anything we do here is 2 rogue officers in a French ski town playing spy." "And the Belgians?" "I call the SGRS directly, not through Castaigne, a senior officer I know from NATO coordination. I lay out Castaigne's compromise. They'll bring him in." Cole nodded. The plan was forming. Not a plan exactly, but the architecture of a plan, the institutional machinery that would, if Aldridge could activate it in time, bring the weight of 3 intelligence services to bear on a single consulting firm in Geneva. The DGSI for Farge, the Belgian SGRS for Castaigne, DIA headquarters for the damage assessment, and Margot, who would drive to Chambéry in the morning and retrieve the files that would give the entire construction its documentary foundation. "Margot goes to Chambéry tomorrow," Cole said. "She retrieves the Belkacem files and contacts her DGSI source directly. Independent channel. If your Bertrand is slow, her Tissot may be faster." "And you?" "I hold position. I'm the only one who knows the ground. I know the watchers. I know the streets. I know the pension and the bookshop and the routes between them. If Kessler sends someone, I'll see them first." "He will send someone," Aldridge said. "He knows you're here. He knows you're investigating. And now he'll know I'm here, because a man like Kessler does not lose track of the moving pieces. Then we move faster than he does." Aldridge looked at him for a long moment. The blue eyes behind the tortoiseshell frames held something that Cole recognized from the first time they had met, 8 years ago, in a secure room at the farm, the expression of a man assessing whether the officer in front of him was worth the risk. The first time, the answer had been yes. Cole needed it to be yes again. "Why did you stay?" Aldridge asked. The question was simple. The answer was not. Cole had stayed because the empty room bothered him, and because the dead man's identity bothered him, and because the too perfect intelligence bothered him, and because somewhere in the space between the professional obligation to follow orders and the personal compulsion to understand what he was looking at, The compulsion had won. He had stayed because he could see the pentimento, because the surface of the operation, which had been painted with considerable skill and care, did not match the structure underneath, because he had spent his entire adult life learning to read surfaces, in paintings and in people, and this surface was wrong. "I authenticate things for a living, James," Cole said. "I can't let a forgery stand." Aldridge held his gaze for a moment longer. Then he nodded, once, and stood, and picked up his overcoat from the back of the chair. "Hotel Splendid," he said. "Rue Sommeil. I'll start the calls from there. Something about making calls to Washington and Brussels from a room above a chocolate shop feels insufficiently serious for the end of a career." "It's good chocolate," Cole said. Aldridge almost smiled. He put on his coat and buttoned it with the same meticulous care with which he had removed it, and he picked up his overnight bag, and he walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the handle. "Cole." "Yes." "Don't get killed. I've already lost one officer this week. If I lose two, the paperwork will be unconscionable." He opened the door and descended the creaking staircase, 3 familiar creaks in the dark, and then the street door opened and closed and the pension was quiet. Cole stood at the window and watched Aldridge walk up the Rue de Paquier toward the old town, tall and thin in his dark overcoat, his overnight bag in his left hand, moving with the unhurried precision of a man who had made a decision and was no longer uncertain about it. He did not look back. Through the glass, the chateau glowed on its hillside. The canals murmured beneath their bridges. Somewhere in Geneva, 35 minutes away, by motorway, a man named Stefan Kessler was sitting in an apartment that was too large for one person, reading a file that was too thick for an operational target, and looking at a painting that had been hung by someone who was no longer there. Cole did not know this yet, but he would. Chapter 25. The Machinery. The Hotel Splendid was neither splendid nor particularly a hotel. It was a 3-star establishment on the Rue Sommeil, 4 stories of gray stucco and green shutters, with a lobby the size of a generous closet and a night clerk who had looked at Aldridge's passport, looked at the hour, and produced a key without conversation. The room was on the 2nd floor, single bed, laminate desk, a television bolted to the wall, and a window that overlooked an interior courtyard containing 2 recycling bins and a drain pipe. The radiator ticked. The walls were thin enough to hear the plumbing in the adjacent room. It was, Aldridge reflected, a significant step down from the patrician's office on Boulevard du Régent, but it had 2 qualities that the patrician's office lacked: a door he could lock and no one who knew he was behind it. He sat at the desk and opened his secure phone and began to dismantle his career. The first call was to Commandant Bertrand at the DGSI. Bertrand answered on the 4th ring with the guarded courtesy of a man who has been woken at 1:30 in the morning. Aldridge apologized for the hour and laid out the case, a fabricated source, codenamed Cardinal, built on the stolen identity of a dead French citizen using DGSE operational templates from the counter-proliferation section. The templates traceable to Commandant Lucien Farge, Direction du Renseignement. Farge on the payroll of a Geneva consulting firm called Vector Consulting AG for at least 9 years. The firm's director, Stefan Kessler, had constructed the financial infrastructure for a French-Iranian procurement network moving dual-use technology through shell companies in Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, and the Cayman Islands. A Belgian liaison officer, Henri Castan, had been compromised as Kessler's route into the DIA's European operations. Documentary evidence existed. 3 folders of DGSE operational documents held by a former counter-proliferation analyst named Margot Vidal, retrievable from a bank vault in Chambéry within 24 hours. Bertrand listened without interruption. This was one of his virtues. Another was his capacity for institutional calculation, which Aldridge was counting on. A DGSI officer who exposed a DGSE mole would be delivering a bureaucratic humiliation to the rival service that would echo through French intelligence for a decade. Truth, in the world of intelligence cooperation, was rarely pursued for its own sake. It was pursued when its pursuit aligned with institutional interest. "You have documentary evidence," Bertrand said. Not a question. Physical documents, operational authorizations, surveillance logs, financial traces, all from inside the DGSE counter-proliferation section. A former analyst who resigned 7 years ago. Bertrand's tone carried the faintest note of professional skepticism, the kind that was not doubt but due diligence. The defense will call her disgruntled. The documents are signed by Farge. The financial traces run through a Geneva law firm that also manages the corporate infrastructure behind Cardinal. The paper connects. A silence. Then Bertrand asked the question Aldridge had been waiting for. "What do you need from me?" "Authorization to move on Farge, and the bureaucratic cover to make it stick." "Formal request through the bilateral liaison protocol. 36 hours, minimum, possibly 48. "I understand." "And the Belgian?" "I'm handling that separately." "Good. Keep me out of the Belgian channel." Another pause. "Aldridge, this is a DGSE commandant. If the evidence is thin, this ends badly for everyone involved." "The evidence is not thin." 36 hours. The call ended. Aldridge set the phone on the desk and stood. His back ached from 6 hours in a rental car and the particular tension of a man who had been holding his posture rigid since the conversation with Cole above the chocolate shop. He crossed the small room, 3 steps, and looked through the window. Beyond the courtyard, above the roofline of the building opposite, the Château d'Annecy was lit on its hillside, amber and medieval, the only point of light against the black mountain behind it. The town was asleep. Somewhere below, the Thiou moved through its channels, carrying snowmelt and nothing else. He pressed his forehead to the cold glass and held it there until the ache behind his eyes settled into something manageable. Then he picked up the phone again. Collins answered on the second ring. It was 9 in the evening in Washington, and Collins, who was the DIA's deputy director for operations, had the manner of someone who had been expecting this call or one very much resembling it. She was not a woman who was surprised by calls from her European station chiefs at unusual hours. She was a woman who filed such calls under confirmation of suspicions she'd already formed. "James," she said. Her voice was flat, measured, the voice of a woman who had risen through the DIA's operational directorate by never saying more than was necessary and never promising more than she intended to deliver. "I need to make a preliminary report," Aldridge said. "Cardinal is compromised. The source was fabricated. The intelligence was designed and delivered through a compromised Belgian liaison officer, Henri Castan, who has been receiving consulting fees from a Geneva firm called Vector Consulting AG for approximately 3 years. The firm's director, Stefan Kessler, is the architect of the procurement network that Cardinal's intelligence purported to describe. I have an officer on the ground in Annecy who has developed the case independently. I have engaged DGSI through a back channel, and I am calling to inform you that I approved the Cardinal operation based on intelligence that was, from its inception, a counterintelligence probe designed to assess and neutralize DIA's interest in the network. The silence that followed was not the silence of shock. It was the silence of a bureaucrat absorbing information and sorting it into categories: damage, exposure, containment, liability. Aldridge had heard this silence before. He had produced it in others. He had never been on the receiving end. "You're telling me," Collins said, "that you approved an operation based on intelligence funneled through a compromised liaison officer?" "Yes." "And you're telling me this from Annecy, France, where you have apparently traveled on personal leave to assist an officer who is operating outside his brief, in a country where DIA has no operational authority, in coordination with a foreign domestic intelligence service that has not been formally notified through proper channels?" "That is also correct." Another silence. Aldridge could hear Collins recalculating. Not the moral calculus, but the institutional calculus. What could be contained? What could be explained? What would survive a congressional briefing? What would not? "I'm sending a team," Collins said. "Damage assessment. They'll be in Brussels by Thursday. I need 24 hours. "You need 24 hours to do what, exactly?" "To let the DGSI process move forward, to let my officer complete his work, and to ensure that the documentary evidence connecting Farge to the network is in the hands of people who will use it before it disappears into the machinery of interagency negotiation." Collins was quiet. The trust, if it came, would not be personal. It would be institutional. Collins would give him 24 hours because 24 hours of Aldridge operating in France was preferable to the alternative, which was recalling him immediately and explaining to the European desk why the DIA's Brussels station chief had gone rogue in the French Alps. 24 hours, Collins said, "after which you are on a plane to Washington, and the team handles everything else. Am I clear?" "Yes." "And James." A pause. "When you're on that plane, bring everything, every file, every contact, every communication with this officer and this former DGSE analyst and this DGSI back channel. Everything. Because the review board is going to want to understand how a 26-year veteran of the clandestine service approved an operation that was designed, from its first email, to compromise his own station." The call ended. Aldridge set the phone down and looked at his hands. They were steady. This surprised him. He had expected the faint vibration of adrenaline that accompanied professional crisis, but his hands were still, and the stillness felt earned. The stillness of a man who had been carrying a weight for 6 days and had finally set it down. The weight was not gone. It had merely been transferred from his shoulders to the institutional machinery that would now process it, slowly, thoroughly, with the grinding patience of bureaucracies that destroy careers not with violence, but with the accumulated pressure of time and procedure and paper. The third call was to a Belgian SGRS officer named Verhagen, who answered from what sounded to be a restaurant. Aldridge was brief. He laid out Castaigne's compromise in 4 sentences: Vector Consulting, 3 years of payments, the Cardinal conduit, the evidence trail. Verhagen absorbed it with the bureaucratic alertness of a man who understood that an allied service was handing him a problem wrapped in an opportunity. They agreed on Thursday morning, aligned with the DGSI timeline. "Henri Castaing," Verhagen said before hanging up. "I've met him. NATO receptions. Warm man? Good handshake." Aldridge said yes. "He is." 4 in the morning. 3 agencies. 3 countries, 3 institutional clocks, grinding toward the same point at different speeds. DGSI, 36 hours, perhaps 48, before Bertrand could move on Farge. DIA, 24 hours before Collins's team arrived and Aldridge's operational authority evaporated. Belgian, SGRS, Thursday morning for Castaigne. The timelines did not align perfectly. They never did. Intelligence cooperation was not a mechanism, but a negotiation, conducted between organizations that shared the same general objective while pursuing different institutional interests at different speeds. The DGSI wanted to humiliate the DGSE. The DIA wanted to contain its own embarrassment. The Belgians wanted deniability. And somewhere in Geneva, Stefan Kessler had his own clock. Kessler, who had built Cardinal and the shell companies and the compliance architecture that moved technology across borders and money across jurisdictions. Kessler, who had managed Farge and turned Castaigne and sent watchers to Annecy and searched Cole's hotel room and who was, at this moment, either sleeping with the composure of a man who believed his arrangements were intact or awake with the alertness of a man who had concluded that containment was failing. Kessler's clock was faster. Aldridge was certain of this. Institutional clocks ran on authorization and paperwork and the accumulated friction of bureaucratic protocol. Kessler's clock ran on calculation and money and the particular velocity of a man who answered to no one. 24 hours from Collins, 36 from Bertrand, Thursday from Verhagen. Aldridge sat on the bed. He set the alarm on his phone for 7. He removed his shoes, placed them side by side beneath the desk, and lay down without undressing. The ceiling was low and white and unremarkable. The radiator ticked. The plumbing in the adjacent room ran briefly and stopped. He closed his eyes and did not sleep. Chapter 26. The Warning. Margot walked home through the old town at midnight with her coat buttoned to the throat and her hands in her pockets and the weight of what she had committed to settling into her bones. The Rue du Paquier was empty. The arcades on Rue Sainte-Claire were dark. The shop fronts shuttered. The cobblestones glazed with damp. Her breath was visible in the cold. The Tew murmured beneath its bridges, persistent and indifferent, and the chateau was lit amber on its hillside above the rooflines, the only point of warmth in a town that had gone to sleep hours ago. She had said yes. She had sat in the American's pension, in a room that smelled of coffee and old chocolate from the shop below, and she had listened to the plan, and she had said yes. Chambéry tomorrow. The files. 7 years of careful, deliberate distance, collapsed in a single word spoken in a room above a chocolaterie to a man she had known for 4 days, and a man she had never met before tonight. Aldridge had been what she expected, patrician, measured, the institutional language of a man who had spent decades translating human events into the passive constructions of intelligence briefings. He had not asked her to go to Chambéry. He had presented the operational logic, and the operational logic required evidence, and the evidence was in a safety deposit box on the Rue de Boigne, and the safety deposit box was hers. The request was structural, not personal. She appreciated this. It was the way she would have made the request herself. Cole had said nothing during that part of the conversation. He had watched her with the quiet attention of a man who understood that the decision belonged to her and that influence, in this instance, would be counterproductive. She appreciated this too, and was aware that the appreciation itself was a form of trust she had not extended to anyone in a professional context in 7 years. She unlocked the door beside the bookshop and climbed the narrow staircase to her apartment. Menu was on the kitchen table, eyes catching the light from the street. Margot hung her coat, filled the kettle, and sat at her desk while the water heated. The apartment was cold. She did not turn on the radiator. The cold felt appropriate, the temperature of alertness, of a mind that had no intention of sleeping. The kettle clicked off. She poured a tisane, verbena, from a shop on Rue Filaterie that sold nothing but dried herbs and local honey, and opened her laptop. The screen's blue light filled the small room. Minou jumped from the table to the desk and settled beside the keyboard, purring with the mechanical contentment of a cat who has identified the warmest object in the apartment. Margot opened the file she had been building since the Marie-Helene call. Notes from 5 days of quiet, methodical work. The procurement network rumors Anne-Sophie had passed along. The DGSI semi-confirmation. The corporate traces Cole had shared during the raking light session. Gerard's information about Rashid's BMW. She had organized it the way she had been trained to organize intelligence product at the DGSE, which was to say chronologically, with cross-references, in a structure that made connections visible even when the connections had not yet been identified. She was not looking for connections. She was looking for a name. Cole had shared the corporate traces during their analysis session. Fondation Bellerive, the Geneva shell entity whose provenance claim on the Kalami painting had triggered everything. Fondation Bellerive was managed by a law firm. Cole had driven past the registered address in Geneva and confirmed it. Etude Haussmann, Perrin and Assessis, Rue de Marche. A Geneva law firm handling corporate administration for shell entities. Unremarkable. Geneva had hundreds of such firms. They were the connective tissue of the financial system, the quiet professionals who filed paperwork and maintained registered offices and asked no questions that might produce uncomfortable answers. Minou stepped onto the keyboard and added a line of meaningless characters to the document. Margot moved her gently, deleted the contribution, and returned to the screen. Haussmann, Perrin, and Assessis. Margot stared at the name on her screen and felt something shift in the architecture of her understanding, the slow, structural displacement of a load-bearing wall being removed and the entire building settling into a new configuration. She knew this name, not from Cole's files, not from the Marie-Helene call, not from anything that had happened in the past 5 days. She knew it from 7 years ago. She closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a moment, breathing, the tisane warm between her hands, the sound of the tew faint through the walls. Then she opened the laptop again and navigated to a folder she had created on the first night, after Anne-Sophie's call. The folder contained her own notes, handwritten and then transcribed, from the Belkacem files. Not the files themselves, those were in Chambéry, in the vault, untouched for 7 years. But the details she carried in her memory, the specifics that had lodged in her mind because they were the specifics that had driven her out of the service and into a bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire. She had typed them from memory on the night of Anne-Sophie's call, a private act of reconstruction that she had not mentioned to Cole or anyone else. The financial trace. Page 4 of the third folder, the one she had photocopied last, standing at the machine in Farge's outer office at 10:30 on a Thursday night while the cleaning crew vacuumed the corridor. The trace showed payments from a Geneva trust to accounts linked to Farge and 2 other officers in the counter-proliferation section. Quarterly payments, EUR 20,000 each, routed through a Liechtenstein intermediary. The Geneva trust was administered by a law firm. Margot had noted the name because noting names was what analysts did, and because the name had appeared nowhere else in the DGSE files, and because a name that appears only once in a financial trace is either irrelevant or the single thread that connects everything. Etude Houseman, Perrin and Assesses. The same firm, the same name, 9 years ago, paying Farge through a Geneva trust. Today, managing Fondation Bellerive, the shell entity whose provenance claim on a small Calumet landscape had started the chain of events that brought Cole to Annecy and brought Aldridge to a pension on the Rue de Paquier and brought Margot to this desk at 1 in the morning with a cat on her keyboard and a name on her screen that she had carried, unknowing, for 7 years. She sat with it. The tisane cooled. Minou purred. Outside, the Thieu continued its murmur beneath the bridges, and the old town slept in the particular silence of a medieval quarter where the stones remember more than the people who walk on them. The connection meant that the corruption did not begin with Castaigne 3 years ago, or with Cardinal 6 months ago, or with the Calam painting that arrived at Galerie Rhone. It began at least 9 years ago, with Farge and the counter-proliferation section and a Geneva trust and a law firm that administered the payments. The same law firm that now administered the shell entity at the center of everything Cole and Aldridge were trying to dismantle. The architecture was not new. It was old, layered, load-bearing. Houseman, Perrin was not a service provider that Kessler had engaged for Cardinal. Houseman, Perrin was the foundation on which the entire structure had been built. And a structure this old, this carefully maintained, had not been designed merely to move technology. It had been designed by someone with a longer memory than 3 years, someone who had chosen this particular American for reasons that the current operation alone could not explain. Cole did not know this. Aldridge did not know this. They saw the network as 3 years old, Castaigne's compromise, or 6 months old, Cardinal's creation, or perhaps 9 months old, the Calumet provenance anomaly that had first drawn Kessler's attention to Cole. They were examining the surface. The pentimento was older, deeper, and the only person who could see it was a woman who had stood at a photocopier in a DGSE office 7 years ago and copied a name she did not yet understand. Margot opened a drawer and found a pen and a piece of paper. She wrote the name in block letters, Houseman, Perrin and Assesses. Below it she wrote, Farge Payments, 9 wires. Fondation Bellerive. Cardinal Infrastructure. Same firm. Then she folded the paper twice and placed it in the pocket of her coat, which hung on the hook beside the door. Tomorrow she would call Cole and tell him. Tomorrow she would drive to Chambéry and retrieve the files that would confirm what her memory already told her. The files were evidence. Evidence converted knowledge into something that could survive a courtroom, a review board, the institutional machinery that ground slowly and demanded documentation at every turn. Bertrand at the DGSI would need paper. Collins at the DIA would need paper. The review board that would end Aldridge's career would need paper. Memory was not enough. Memory was the province of analysts and booksellers and women who lay awake at 1 in the morning with a cat and a cold tisane and the certain knowledge that they had been carrying the answer for 7 years without knowing the question. She closed the laptop. The room went dark. Minou shifted, resettled, resumed purring. Margot sat in the chair and did not move. She was not tired. She was not triumphant. She felt the particular clarity of a mind that has seen a pattern resolve, the moment when scattered points align and the shape becomes visible, and the shape is not comforting, but it is true, and truth, even the cold and architectural kind, was better than the careful blindness she had maintained for 7 years. She had walked away from the DGSE because she could not bear what she had seen. She had built a life in the old town, small and precise and bounded by the covers of books and the walls of a shop and the routine of coffee and menu and Roussette de Savoie in the evenings. The life had been genuine. It had also been a form of hiding, and she had known this, and the knowing had been its own quiet punishment, administered daily, in the space between opening the shop at 9 and closing it at 7, in the silence of the apartment above, in the particular quality of an evening spent alone with a novel and a glass of wine, and the awareness that somewhere, in a vault in Chambéry, 3 folders waited for someone to come and claim them. She was going to claim them. Tomorrow. The distance she had maintained was geographic. The knowledge had never left. Margot stood, carried the cold tisane to the sink, and rinsed the cup. She checked the lock on the door. She pulled the curtain across the window that overlooked Rue Sainte-Claire. In the bedroom, she undressed and lay in the dark with Minou at her feet. The chateau's amber glow filtered through the curtain's edge. The Tew murmured. The old town held its breath. She did not feel triumphant. She felt tired and angry and awake in a way she had not been awake in 7 years. The anger was not new. It had been there since the night she stood at the photocopier, since the morning she walked into Farge's office and said she was resigning, since the afternoon she drove to Chambéry and placed 3 folders in a metal box and turned the key and told herself she was done. The anger had been patient. It had waited. It had outlasted the wine and the novels and the careful construction of a bookseller's life. Now it was here, clean and specific and directed, and it pointed south, toward Chambéry, toward a vault, toward the evidence that would connect Karim Belkacem's death on the A6 to a fabricated source in a casino in Annecy, to a law firm on the Rue de Marche in Geneva, to a man in a Brioni suit who had built a network and a trap and a legend from the same materials. The name was in her coat pocket. Tomorrow, it would be in the files. The files would become evidence. The evidence would become justice. Slow and institutional and imperfect, but justice. She closed her eyes. She slept. Chapter 27. The Withdrawal. Kessler prepared the Sole Meunière with the attention of a man who understood that precision in small things was the only reliable defense against disorder in large ones. He clarified the butter in a copper pan, watched it foam and settle, laid the fillets skin side down, and listened for the sound that meant the temperature was correct, a quiet, sustained hiss, not a spit, not a whisper. He had learned this from a woman who believed that cooking was a form of honesty, that the ingredients told you what they needed if you were willing to listen. He had been willing. He had listened. The woman was gone, and the habit remained, and the habit was enough, most nights, to fill the silence of the apartment on the Quai de Mont Blanc. He plated the fish with haricots verts and a quarter lemon and carried it to the dining table. The table seated 6. He sat in his usual chair, second from the end, and ate with his back to the window and the jet d'eau's white plume rising in the dark beyond the glass. The chair at the head of the table had not been moved in years. Its placemat was faded where the others were not. The linen bleached by light from the window in a slow, daily erasure that Kessler observed without comment each time he sat down. He did not look at the chair tonight. He looked at his plate. The Sole was correct. The butter had browned evenly. The beans were tender, with resistance. He poured a glass of Désolé from the Laveau Terraces, a 2021 that had opened while he cooked, and reviewed the day's reports in his mind. The reports had arrived in 3 separate communications across 3 separate channels, and each one had carried the particular quality of information that, taken individually, was manageable, and taken together described a situation that was no longer contained. The American had confronted the fixer. Rashid had reported the encounter within the hour, frightened and voluble, the specifics tumbling out in the disorganized manner of a man whose operational ceiling had been a car detailing business and some light surveillance work. The American had known Rashid's name, his business, his car, his employees. He had appeared in a parking lot in the Tepes and spoken with the calm authority of a professional who understood exactly how much pressure to apply and where. Rashid had given up everything he knew, which was not much: a phone call from Geneva, a Western Union payment, a voice that was French, maybe Swiss, but was enough to confirm what Kessler had suspected since the man failed to leave the hotel on day one. Cole Brannick was not going to stop. The second report was worse. Watchers near the train station had identified James Aldridge arriving on the evening TGV from Paris. Aldridge, who should have been in Brussels, managing the institutional aftermath of a failed source meeting. Aldridge, who had spent 26 years building a career on the principle that institutional loyalty was the highest professional virtue. Aldridge was in Annecy. The institutional man had abandoned his institution. This meant Cole had reached him, or Aldridge had reached a conclusion on his own, and either possibility indicated that the containment strategy, which had been designed for a single rogue officer operating without support in a provincial French town, was now inadequate. The third report was the one that settled into Kessler's chest and stayed there. The bookshop woman, Margot Vidal, had been seen entering and leaving the pension on the Rue du Paquier where Cole had relocated after checking out of the Imperial Palace. Vidal, whom Farge had mentioned at the Carouge dinner with the dismissive confidence of a man who believed that a woman who had resigned from the service 7 years ago was no longer a factor. Farge was a fool about people. He always had been. He understood documents and procedures and the bureaucratic mechanics of the DGSE, and he understood nothing about the qualities that made a person dangerous, which were not rank or access, but memory and patience and the willingness to act on both. 3 people, 3 angles: an intelligence officer, a station chief, and a former DGSE analyst with 7 years of unresolved institutional grievance. Kessler washed his plate and glass and the copper pan, dried them, and returned each to its place. He folded the dish towel and hung it on the rail. The kitchen was immaculate. The apartment was silent. The jet d'eau hissed in the dark outside. He went to the study. The room was small, lined with shelves, law, finance, the complete man in German, a section of Swiss art monographs arranged by period, and lit by a single brass lamp on the desk. Kessler unlocked the bottom drawer with a key he kept on his person, not on the ring with his apartment keys, and removed a file. The file was thicker than an operational dossier on a mid-level DIA source handler should have been. Some of the pages were yellowed, the paper stock of a different era, and the earliest document bore a date that preceded Cardinal by 14 years, preceded Cole's recruitment into the DIA, preceded Vector Consulting and the procurement network and the financial architecture that Kessler had spent 2 decades constructing. The file had been started when Cole Brannick was a student, an art history student at the College of William and Mary, class of 2008, who stood in front of paintings and tried to see what was underneath. Kessler opened the file and turned past the operational pages, the DIA personnel summary, the Gallery Rhone cover documentation, the personality profile that noted Cole's preference for cultured, intellectually engaged handler relationships, the profile that Kessler had used, through Castaigne, to ensure Aldridge assigned Cole to Cardinal. These were the working pages. the architecture. They served their function, and their function was complete. He turned to the older pages. He read one. What the page contained was not visible from the doorway, and Frau Egger had long since gone home. But Kessler's face, had anyone been watching, would have told them everything. The mask dissolved. Not into anger. Not into the cold calculation that was his professional default. What appeared on Stefan Kessler's face, alone in his study at 10:30 on a Monday night in Geneva, was recognition. The expression of a man looking at a photograph of someone he once knew. The expression of a man revisiting a fact that he had carried for 14 years and that had not, in all that time, become easier to carry. He turned to the inside cover. A photograph was clipped there, older than the operational materials, taken in a context that had nothing to do with intelligence services or procurement networks or fabricated sources in provincial casinos. It was not Cole's DIA personnel photograph. It was not a surveillance image. It was a photograph from a different time, a different purpose, and the young man in it was recognizable as Cole Brannick only if you knew what to look for, which Kessler did. He studied the photograph for a long time. The brass lamp hummed. The apartment settled around him with the particular silence of a large space occupied by one person, the silence that is not absence of sound but presence of emptiness, structural, architectural, the silence of rooms that were designed for more life than they contain. Kessler closed the file. He did not return it to the drawer. He placed it on the desk, beside the lamp, and went to the living room. The hodler hung where it had always hung, on the wall opposite the reading chair, in the position where someone else had placed it. Ferdinand Hodler, Lake Geneva from Czechspris, 1905. Oil on canvas, 82 by 105 centimeters. The flat horizontal bands of color, wildflowers in the foreground, the blue-green sweep of the lake, the Savoy Alps beyond, the vast and indifferent sky. The painting had been hung so that the afternoon light, arriving through the west-facing window at approximately 4 o'clock, would fall across the canvas and illuminate the wildflowers, which were rendered in short, confident strokes of cadmium yellow and viridian green. The person who had chosen this position understood how light worked on pigment. Kessler had never moved the painting. To move it would be to alter the last arrangement of a hand that was no longer here to make arrangements. He stood before it. The file on Cole Brannick sat on the desk in the study behind him. The chair at the dining table sat empty in the room beyond. And the painting hung on the wall, connecting the three, the file, the chair, the canvas, 3 points of a geometry that Kessler had been navigating for 14 years, a geometry that no one else could see, because no one else possessed all 3 coordinates. He thought about Annecy, not the Annecy of the operation, of Cardinal and the casino and the watchers and the American who would not leave. A different Annecy. 14 years ago. A different season. He had walked the lakeshore promenade in summer, when the water was turquoise and the plane trees were full and the town was crowded with families and tourists and the particular noise of a French resort in July. He had not been alone. The person beside him had stopped at the Pont des Amours and looked at the lake and said something that Kessler remembered with the precision of a man who has replayed a sentence 10,000 times and still hears the voice. He turned from the painting. The calls were necessary. The calls were the architecture of what came next. He made the first from the secure phone in his study, standing, the file on Cole visible at the edge of his vision. The American has assembled a team, Kessler said. Aldridge is in Annecy. The Vidal woman is involved. It is no longer a containment problem. Brenner's voice was flat, professional, the voice of a man accustomed to receiving instructions at inconvenient hours. Instructions. Find him. Find what he has assembled, who he has spoken to, what documentation exists. Then stop him. No bodies on French soil. That is not a suggestion. Timeline. You have 48 hours before the institutional machinery reaches Geneva. I would prefer you needed fewer. The second call was to Singapore. The banker's name was Yeo, and she answered on the second ring despite the 7-hour time difference, which meant she had been expecting the call, or expecting a call of this nature, which was the same thing. Begin the restructuring, Kessler said. Full protocol. 72-hour window. All 4 jurisdictions? All 4. A pause. The sound of fingers on a keyboard. I'll have confirmation by morning your time. Kessler ended the call. Exit protocol activated. The funds would begin moving within hours. Singapore to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein to Cayman. Cayman to Dubai. Dubai to accounts that existed only in the architecture of financial systems designed to make accountability invisible. By the time the DGSI or the Swiss AG or Collins team from Washington reached the accounts, they would find the residue of transactions, the footprints of money that had already walked away. He returned to the study and placed the file back in the locked drawer. Not yet. He would carry it with him when he left, but not yet. The departure was not tonight. Tonight was the preparation, the clearing of the operational space, the conversion of a 20-year enterprise into something portable, something that could survive the collapse of the architecture around it. He changed into the Italian leather house slippers, turned off the study lamp, and walked through the dark apartment to the bedroom. He passed the closed door in the hallway without looking at it. He had not opened that door in years. What was behind it was preserved, maintained by the cleaning service that came on Tuesdays and Fridays, dusted and aired and kept in the condition of a room that someone might return to, though no one would. He lay in the dark. The jet d'eau had been turned off for the night. The apartment was silent. The hodler hung on the wall in the living room, the wildflowers invisible in the darkness, the lake in the painting as dark as the lake outside. For the first time in years, the training failed. Kessler's mind, which had been disciplined to process operational problems and then release them, to partition professional concerns from the hours reserved for sleep, could not partition what the file had surfaced. The file was not an operational problem. The file was something older. He thought about the man in the photograph and the painting on the wall and the distance between Geneva and Annecy, which was 35 minutes by car and 14 years by memory. He thought about the chair at the dining table and the room behind the closed door and the voice on the Pont des Amours in a summer that belonged to a different life. In the morning, his expression was composed. The mask was in place, but it was not the expression of a man who had the situation arranged to his satisfaction. It was the expression of a man who had his own problems, and whose problems were older than the operation and would outlast it. Chapter 28. The Forger's Hand. Cole left Annecy before dawn, driving Margot's Citroën C3 north on the A41 with the headlights cutting through fog that hung in the valley between mountains. The car smelled of old paper and something floral, a hand cream or a soap, and the fuel gauge read 3/4 full. Margot had left the keys on her kitchen counter without comment, beside a coffee cup and a map of Geneva that she had marked in pencil with 2 locations and a small, precise X at each. She had not asked where he was going. She had not needed to. The motorway climbed through the foothills above Annemasse, past shuttered gas stations and freight depots and the scattered lights of small towns that had not yet woken. The border was invisible. One moment the signs were French, blue and white, measured in kilometers. The next, they were Swiss, green, with the quiet confidence of a country that understood the value of discretion. Cole crossed into Geneva Canton at 0847 and followed the Route de Malagnou toward the lake. He had studied Vector Consulting AG from hotel rooms and borrowed laptops for 3 days. The corporate registry, the Orbis database, the shell architecture that Aldridge had traced from Castaigne's consulting fees to a third-floor office on the Rue de Rhône. He knew the corporate structure. He knew the nominee directors and the subsidiary relationships and the compliance advisory mandates that provided cover for the real business, which was the movement of money through jurisdictions faster than any single regulator could follow. What he did not know was the man, the architect, the painter behind the painting. He parked on the Rue de la Confédération, fed the meter for 3 hours, and walked south toward the Rue du Rhône. Geneva's banking district in winter was a study in controlled authority. Limestone facades, wrought iron balconies, brass nameplates that listed private banks and family offices and fiduciaries whose client lists would have made a Senate subcommittee weep with investigative ambition. The pedestrians were dressed in dark wool and moved with purpose. No one loitered. In Geneva, even the act of walking conveyed professional intent. Cole found the cafe at 0945. It sat across the Rue de Rhône from a limestone building with a watch boutique at street level and, on the 3rd floor, a row of floor-to-ceiling windows that reflected the morning sky. The building's lobby had a doorman in a dark suit and a security camera mounted above the entrance at a 15-degree downward angle, covering the sidewalk to a range of approximately 12 meters. Cole chose a table near the window, ordered a café crème, and opened the copy of Le Temps he had purchased from the kiosk on the corner. He could see the building's entrance, the lobby beyond the glass, and the upper windows of the 3rd floor. The jet d'eau was visible in the distance, its white plume rising against the gray surface of the lake. At this hour, the cafe was half full, a woman in a camel coat reading her phone, 2 men in banking suits discussing something in low German, a young man with a laptop who was either writing a novel or pretending to. Cole drank his coffee and watched the building and thought about provenance. In authentication, provenance was the chain of ownership that connected a painting to its origin. Every transaction recorded, every hand it passed through documented, every gap in the record a potential site of forgery. A painting with impeccable provenance could still be a forgery, but a forgery with impeccable provenance was almost impossible to detect because the chain of documentation was itself a form of authentication. The network that had built Cardinal understood this. The intelligence product had been accurate. The corporate shells had been real. The DGSE templates had been genuine. Every link in the chain was authentic. The forgery was in the assembly, in the hand that had arranged genuine materials into a false composition. Cole needed to see that hand. At 0952, a black Mercedes S-Class pulled to the curb in front of the building. A driver in a dark suit stepped out and opened the rear door. No one emerged. The driver waited, checked his watch, and returned to the car. The Mercedes idled at the curb for 11 minutes, then pulled away. A false alarm, or a meeting that was rescheduled, or the particular rhythm of Geneva business in which even waiting was conducted with automotive precision. Cole ordered a second coffee. The waiter, a thin man in his 50s with the indifference of someone who had served bankers for decades, set it down without interest. Cole turned the page of Le Temps and read nothing. At 10:23, a woman entered the building carrying a leather portfolio. At 10:31, a man in a barber jacket left through the lobby and walked east toward the Rue de l'Equateur. At 10:39, the doorman stepped inside to answer a phone. The sidewalk was empty for 40 seconds. At 10:47, the door opened and a man emerged. Cole recognized him from the Vector Consulting website, but the photograph had not prepared him for the reality. Stefan Kessler was lean, silver-haired, and moved with the economy of a man who had never in his life been uncertain about where he was going. He wore a dark suit that fit with the quiet perfection of bespoke tailoring, rimless glasses, and no overcoat, despite the January cold. He paused on the sidewalk, adjusted his glasses with one hand, and turned east. Cole lifted the David Keller phone from the table and photographed Kessler in 3 quick frames as the man walked past the watch boutique. The phone's camera was adequate for the distance. The light was gray, flat, the diffused winter light of Geneva that rendered everything in equal, unforgiving clarity. Kessler's face was sharp in the frame, the angular jaw, the rimless glasses, the silver hair combed back with the precision of a man who understood that appearance was architecture. Something registered, not in Cole's conscious mind, which was occupied with the technical concerns of distance and angle and exposure. Something underneath, the instinct that had made him an authenticator, the instinct that could look at a painting and know, before analysis, before pigment chemistry, before raking light, that something was wrong, a provenance that did not add up, a signature with the wrong pressure, the particular quality of a surface that was almost right. He studied the photograph on the phone's screen, Kessler's face, the angle of the jaw, the way the light caught the rimless glasses, the expression, caught in mid-stride, that was neither warm nor cold but controlled, held in place by an effort that was visible only if you knew to look for effort. A restorer would have recognized the quality, the faint difference in varnish sheen that marked a retouched area. Cole knew this face, not from the website, not from the operational file. He knew this face from somewhere older, somewhere that had nothing to do with Cardinal or Vector or procurement networks or fabricated sources in lakeside casinos. The recognition was imprecise, formless, the kind of intuition that Cole had learned to trust in front of paintings and had not yet learned to trust in front of people. It was the same sensation he had felt in Gallery Rhone examining the Kalami, the sensation that preceded understanding by hours or days, the gap between seeing and knowing. He could not place it. He set the phone down and drank his coffee and watched Kessler walk east along the Rue de Rhone until the silver hair disappeared into the banking district's gray procession of suits and limestone. I found the painter, Cole thought. Now I need to find the painting. He left the cafe at 11:52, paid in cash, and walked back to the Citroën. He drove south through the city toward the Rue de Marche, following the second X on Margot's map. The offices of Etude Haussmann, Perrin and Associés occupied the ground floor of a narrow building between a patisserie and a notary. The brass nameplate was small, the font conservative, the door solid oak with a security intercom. The building itself was 4 stories of Geneva limestone, unremarkable among its neighbors, the kind of address that existed to be functional rather than impressive. Cole drove past at normal speed, noted the nameplate, the single security camera above the door, the narrow alley on the eastern side, and continued to the end of the block. He circled back on the Rue de Rive and drove past once more. Fondation Bellerive, the shell entity whose provenance records had started everything, The Kalam landscape brought to Gallery Rhone for authentication 6 months ago, with documentation that traced through this law firm to accounts and trusts and holding structures that connected, through corporate registries in 3 jurisdictions, to the network that had built Cardinal. The same firm that Margot had identified in the Belkacem files, managing the Geneva trust that paid Farge. The thread ran through this building, through this unremarkable oak door, for at least 9 years. Cole turned onto the Route de Florissant and headed for the A41. The drive back to Annecy took 37 minutes. The mountains appeared first as shadows through the overcast, then as solid forms, snow-covered and close, pressing in on the motorway as the road descended into the valley. The fog had burned off. The lake was visible from the autoroute exit, gunmetal and still, reflecting the gray sky with the flat, silver quality of a surface that concealed everything beneath it. He parked the Citroën on the Rue Royale and walked through the old town to the pension. The cobblestones were damp. The covered arcades of the Rue Sainte-Claire were quiet. The bookshop closed. Margot had driven to the prefecture, she had said, to speak with Girard about a parking complaint. A woman emerged from the crêperie on the Rue Filaterie carrying a paper bag and did not look at him. The old man who fed pigeons by the Palais de Lille was at his bench, scattering crumbs into the cold air. In his room above the chocolaterie, Cole sat on the narrow bed and opened the photographs on his phone. He enlarged Kessler's face, the rimless glasses, the angular jaw, the silver hair, the expression of controlled precision that was, Cole understood now, not composure, but construction. The careful assembly of a surface designed to project authority and conceal whatever lay beneath it. He had spent his professional life reading surfaces, varnish layers and craquelure patterns, and the chemical signatures of pigments that revealed age and origin and authenticity. He had spent 12 years reading the surfaces of people, their voices, their gestures, the micro-expressions that betrayed fear or deception, or the particular blankness of a person who was performing calm. He knew what a constructed surface looked like. He could see the forger's hand. But the instinct about Kessler's face was not professional. It was personal. And Cole, who trusted his eyes more than any instrument in the authenticator's toolkit, could not explain what his eyes were telling him. He saved the photographs to the encrypted partition on his laptop, then erased them from the phone. He placed the phone on the desk beside the Hodler volume from Margot's shop and the history of the Marquis de Gliera and the notes he had assembled over 6 days of reading surfaces in a provincial French town. Tomorrow, Margot would drive to Chambéry. Tomorrow, Aldridge would make the call to Commandant Bertrand. Tomorrow, Cole would walk into the old town and allow himself to be seen. The plan was operational, the roles assigned, the timeline accelerating toward a conclusion that would arrive whether they were ready or not. What Cole did not know, sitting in his room above the chocolaterie with the photographs of Stefan Kessler saved to his laptop and the instinct about the man's face unresolved, was that at the same moment he had been sitting in the café on the Rue de Rhone, watching the third-floor windows, and lifting his phone to photograph a man in rimless glasses and a Brioni suit. The security camera mounted above the building's entrance had been recording him. His face, his table, his newspaper, his phone. 14 minutes of continuous footage, time-stamped and date-coded, already transmitting to a monitoring service in Zurich that would forward the images to Vector Consulting AG within the hour. Cole had found the painter, and the painter had found him. Part 3. Chapter 29. Larger Solutions. The footage was 27 seconds long. Kessler watched it for the fourth time on the monitor in his private office at Vector Consulting. The door closed, the Calumet landscape on the opposite wall catching the last of the afternoon light from the Rue de Rhône. The security camera covered the building's entrance at an angle that showed the pavement, the brass plate beside the door, and approximately 4 meters of sidewalk in either direction. At 10:47 that morning, a man had walked into the frame from the east, slowed, and stopped. He stood facing the entrance for 11 seconds. He did not enter. He did not ring the bell. He raised a phone and took 2 photographs, the movement quick and practiced, and then he walked out of the frame to the west. The resolution was adequate. Not exceptional, but adequate. The man wore a navy sport coat and dark trousers. Brown hair, the beginning of gray at the temples. Medium height, medium build. An unremarkable face, the kind that disappeared in a crowd, which was of course the point. Cole Brannick. Kessler closed the video player and sat very still. Outside the window, the jet d'eau rose against the darkening sky, its plume illuminated by spotlights, a column of white against the black water of the lake. He had watched that fountain from this office for 20 years. He had watched it through crises and corrections and 2 global recessions, through client emergencies and regulatory inquiries and the slow, patient work of building an architecture that served 3 of Geneva's oldest private banks and a procurement network that spanned 4 countries. He had watched it rise and fall and rise again, and in all that time, the fountain had never once surprised him. Cole Brannick at his door was a surprise. Not a shock. Kessler did not experience shock. He experienced recalibration, the rapid, disciplined process of adjusting assumptions to accommodate new information. The American had traced the watchers to Rashid to Geneva, Geneva to Vector. The American had driven to Geneva, photographed the office, and driven back. He had Kessler's address. He had, almost certainly, Kessler's face. Kessler replayed the footage one final time. The man's posture was unhurried, the body language of someone conducting a routine assessment rather than a surveillance operation under pressure. 11 seconds at the entrance. 2 photographs. Then gone. No hesitation, no looking over the shoulder, no amateur's nervous energy. The American had walked past the office of a man who had tried to destroy his career with the unhurried precision of a gallery visit, noting the position, assessing the frame, filing the provenance for future reference. This was not panic. This was preparation. Kessler opened his phone and dialed Brenner. The Austrian answered on the second ring. His voice was flat and professional, the voice of a man who kept his operational readiness at the same temperature regardless of the hour. The American was at the office today, Kessler said. He photographed the entrance. He has my location. A pause. 2 seconds. Brenner processing. When? This morning, 10:44. He was driving a Citroen C3, French plates. He came alone? The footage shows one person, but he has allies in Annecy. The bookshop woman, Vidal, and an American from Brussels arrived 2 days ago. DIA, almost certainly. His station chief. 3 of them. At minimum. Kessler looked at the jet d'eau. The plume wavered in a gust of wind, bent slightly, and recovered. I need you in Annecy tomorrow. Find the American. Determine what he knows and who he has told. No bodies on French soil. Do you understand? An American intelligence officer dead in Haute-Savoie would bring every service in Europe to my door within 48 hours. Understood, Brenner said. Petrovich and I can be there by morning. Drive. Don't fly. Swiss plates. rented under a clean name. Of course. Kessler ended the call. He sat for a moment, then dialed a second number. This one rang 4 times before a nervous voice answered. Oui? Commandant, Kessler said. The Cardinal file. The one your section maintains. Farge's breathing was audible on the line. The breathing of a man who had spent 3 weeks hoping the phone would not ring and knowing that it would. What about it? Remove it. Tonight. Every copy, every reference, every log entry that connects the file to your section. The correspondence, the source assessment, the operational authorization. All of it. That's not simple. There are archive protocols, access logs. Then work around them. You've done this before. A silence. Kessler could hear Farge thinking, which was never a reassuring sound. Farge was a man who thought in circles. The problem led to the risk. The risk led to the excuse. The excuse led back to the problem. He was useful as long as the circles were small. When they widened, he became dangerous. I can suppress the file, Farge said. But the access logs will show the deletion. Then, make the deletion look routine. A records review. An archive consolidation. You are a commandant in a directorate that classifies and reclassifies files every quarter. Use the system. And if someone asks questions? No one will ask questions about a file that no longer exists. That is the nature of files. Kessler hung up. He looked at the Kalame on the wall, a small 19th century landscape, technically accomplished, commercially valuable, the kind of painting that a man in Kessler's position displayed in his office to signal taste and prosperity. It was a business asset. He would leave it. He stood, walked to the window, and looked at Geneva in the early evening. The Rue de Rhône was emptying, the bankers and compliance officers retreating to their apartments in Champel and Eau Vive, to their dinners and their families and their careful, regulated lives. Kessler had built the compliance architecture that enabled those lives to continue undisturbed. He had built it so well that no single compliance officer in any jurisdiction could see the whole picture. The picture was visible only from where Kessler stood, and Kessler was about to leave the room. He locked his office and drove home. The apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc was quiet. It was always quiet, but tonight the quiet had a different quality, the quality of a space that sensed it was about to be vacated. Kessler hung his coat in the hall closet and changed his shoes for the leather house slippers he kept by the door. An Italian pair, soft, the soles worn thin on the left heel from years of the same path. Hallway to kitchen, kitchen to dining room to the reading chair that faced the hodler. The ritual was automatic. He had performed it 10,000 times, and each repetition had laid down another layer of something that looked like comfort and felt, tonight, like sediment. He cooked. Risotto, stirring the arborio in slow circles, adding the broth one ladle at a time with a precision that was habitual and, tonight, deliberately so. The precision was the point. If the rice released its starch at the correct rate, if the final texture held its shape on the spoon without running, if the épaisses from the laveau was poured and set on the counter at the correct moment to breathe, then the evening was under control. The evening was architecture, and architecture could be trusted even when the architect could not trust himself. He plated the meal with care, carried it to the dining table, and sat in his usual place, second chair from the end. The chair at the head of the table had not been moved. Its placemat was slightly faded, the fabric lightened by years of afternoon sun from the west-facing window. The chair was pushed in at a precise distance from the table's edge, aligned with the placemat, aligned with the setting that no one had used since the day Kessler stopped setting it. He didn't look at the chair. He didn't need to. It was structural, permanent, part of the architecture of the room and of the life he had built around its absence. He ate. The fish was good. He did not taste it. He washed the dishes by hand, as he always did, the warm water running over his fingers, the sponge moving in the same circular pattern across the same white plate. The kitchen was immaculate when he finished. It was always immaculate. Kessler kept a clean kitchen the way other men kept a clean conscience, through repetition, through discipline, through the careful erasure of evidence that anything had happened there at all. He poured a second glass of the espionage, which he almost never did, and carried it to the reading chair. The Hodler hung on the wall opposite. Ferdinand Hodler, Lake Geneva from Shakespeare's, 1905. Oil on canvas, 82 by 105 centimeters. The flat horizontal bands of color that Hodler used to render landscape as emotional architecture, wild flowers in the foreground, the blue-green sweep of Lake Geneva, the Savoy Alps in gray and white, and above it all, the vast Swiss sky. The painting had been positioned by someone who understood both the light in this room and the angle from this chair. Kessler had never moved it. To move it would be to admit that the person who hung it was not coming back to check the placement. He sat with his wine and looked at the painting and considered taking it. The consideration was brief and thorough, the way all of Kessler's considerations were brief and thorough. The painting was worth perhaps 200,000 euros at auction, more in a private sale to someone who understood what they were buying. It was also irreplaceable, but not for the reasons that would appear on an insurance form. Art cannot be moved invisibly. A painting of this quality, by this artist, crossing a border in the luggage of a man under investigation, would be noticed, catalogued, seized. The painting would become evidence. Evidence had a way of being displayed in courtrooms and reproduced in newspapers, and the Hodler was not a painting that belonged in a courtroom. It belonged here, in this apartment, in the light that fell through the window at 4 p.m, when the angle was nearly identical to the light in the painting itself, the light over Chexpress, over the lake, over the Alps. It belonged in the position where it was hung by hands that were not his, at a height that was not quite the height he would have chosen, because the person who hung it was shorter than Kessler and had stood on a chair and measured the distance from the floor with a carpenter's tape, and said, in a voice he could still hear if he was not careful, that the center of a painting should be at the eye level of the person who would look at it most. To move it would be to break a promise he had made in this room, in front of this painting, to someone who was no longer here to release him from it. He set down the wine glass. He went to the bedroom and opened the closet. From the top shelf, he took a leather overnight bag, small, the kind that a man might carry for a single night away from home. He packed it with the same efficiency he applied to everything: 2 shirts, toiletries, a passport, in a name that was not Kessler but was backed by 20 years of institutional paperwork in 3 jurisdictions. The bag held perhaps 30 hours of self-sufficiency. Everything else, the clothes and the money and the documents and the apartment in Istanbul that he maintained for precisely this contingency, waited elsewhere. The architecture of departure had been designed long before it was needed. He closed the bag. He set it by the front door. The leather made a soft sound against the parquet, and the sound was final. He returned to the reading chair. The Hodler was the same. The apartment was the same. The empty chair at the dining table was the same. But The bag by the door changed the meaning of all of it. The apartment was no longer a home. It was a stage set in its final hours, and Kessler was the last actor, sitting in his costume, waiting for the lights to go down. He finished the wine. He turned off the lamp beside the reading chair. In the dark, the hodler was a faint rectangle on the wall, the colors invisible, the landscape reduced to a shape. He sat with it for a long moment, the way a man might sit with someone who was sleeping, not wanting to wake them, not wanting to leave. Then he went to bed. In the morning, he would take a train to Zurich. But that was the morning. Tonight he slept in the apartment where the painting hung and the chair stood empty and the closed door in the hallway remained closed. And the quiet was the quiet of a man who had arranged the world to his satisfaction and understood, with the precision of an architect reading his own blueprints, that the arrangement was coming apart. The Audi A4 crossed the border at Annecy at 3:47 in the morning. Brenner drove. Petrovich slept in the passenger seat with the disciplined economy of a man who had learned to sleep in vehicles on 3 continents and woke without transition, alert and operational, when the engine note changed or the road surface shifted. The border was invisible, a sign, a change in the road markings, the French tricolor replaced by nothing in particular. Switzerland to France. And the only evidence of the crossing was the GPS coordinates on Brenner's phone and a brief notification from the toll system that neither man would ever pay. They descended from the border plateau toward the Arve Valley. The motorway was empty at this hour, the asphalt black and wet from an earlier rain, the headlights catching guardrails and reflectors and the dark mass of the mountains on either side. The peaks were invisible against the overcast sky. Their presence felt as absence, the place where the stars should have been and were not. Brenner drove at exactly the speed limit. He always drove at exactly the speed limit. Speeding was an amateur's error, the kind of trivial violation that gave police a reason to look at a car and its occupants, and the bag in the trunk that contained items not discussed in polite company. The A41 turned south toward Annecy. The mountains closed in, and the valley narrowed, and the road descended through a series of tunnels cut into the rock. The orange sodium lights strobed across the windshield in a steady rhythm, and Brenner counted them the way he counted everything, automatically, unconsciously, a habit from the years in the Jagd Commando when counting was how you stayed alive. 7 lights. Then darkness, then 7 more, then open air, and the valley widened, and the first lights of Annecy appeared below, scattered, orange, a small city sleeping at the foot of the Alps. Brenner reached across and touched Petrovich's shoulder. "We're here." Petrovich opened his eyes. He looked at the lights below and nodded once. The Audi descended into the valley. The lights of Annecy grew brighter, scattered, and orange, a small city sleeping at the foot of the Alps. The lake was invisible in the darkness, a black absence between the city and the mountains, its surface betrayed only by a single orange reflection on the far shore. Somewhere down there, an American intelligence officer was not sleeping. Chapter 30. David Keller. Margot's apartment smelled of coffee and old paper, the books from the shop below seeping upward through the floorboards and mixing with the Bialetti that she had set on the stove before anyone arrived. The apartment was 2 rooms, a kitchen and sitting room that shared a single space, and a bedroom beyond a door that stood half open. The furniture was mismatched and comfortable. A reading lamp beside an armchair. Shelves along one wall, filled not with stock, but with books she kept for herself. A framed photograph of a mountain Cole did not recognize. Minou, the gray cat, curled on the armchair with the proprietary stillness of an animal that had long since decided the apartment belonged to her and the human was a tolerated guest. Cole arrived first, at 9:15. Aldridge arrived 12 minutes later, having walked from the Hotel Splendid by a route that took him along the Thieu Canal and through two of the narrow passages Cole had shown him that afternoon. It was the first time Aldridge had entered the old town on foot at night, and the first time he had climbed the stairs to a bookshop apartment to plan an operation without the institutional architecture of a secure conference room, a signals officer, and a coffee machine that cost more than most of the furniture in this building. He removed his overcoat and hung it on the hook by the door, with the careful formality of a man entering someone else's home for the first time, which he was. Margot poured 3 cups of coffee and set the Bialetti on a folded cloth in the center of the table. Then, she opened a bottle of Roussette de Savoie, Cru Maristel, and placed it beside the coffee. "For after," she said, "or during, depending on how the planning goes." Aldridge studied her for a moment. Cole had described Margot in operational terms. Former DGSE analyst, counter-proliferation section, left the service 7 years ago, runs a bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire, extensive local contacts, independent investigation running parallel to Cole's own. The description was accurate but incomplete. It did not capture the way she moved through her own kitchen with an economy that was domestic and professional at once, or the quiet authority with which she had opened the wine, or the directness of her gaze when she looked at Aldridge and assessed, in approximately 3 seconds, his competence, his trustworthiness, and his willingness to follow through on whatever plan emerged from this table. "Madame Vidal," Aldridge said. "Margot, sit down." He sat. Cole sat across from him. Margot took the chair at the end, nearest the stove. She did not offer sugar for the coffee. The road map of the Haute Savoie that Aldridge had purchased at the Annecy train station was already spread on the table, weighed at the corners by a coffee cup, a salt cellar, a small ceramic bowl, and Margot's phone. Aldridge had unfolded it that afternoon with the deliberate precision of a man who had spent 3 decades unfolding maps in rooms where the consequences of the next hour's decisions would outlast the furniture. The map showed Annecy, the lake, the surrounding mountains, the A41 north to Geneva and south to Chambéry, the D roads winding through the cols above the eastern shore. Cole presented the Geneva reconnaissance. The photograph of Kessler on his phone, taken that morning from the café on Rue de Rhône, a lean, silver-haired man in a dark suit, crossing the pavement with the unhurried stride of someone who had spent 20 years owning the ground beneath his feet. Rimless glasses, the face of a senior partner at a private bank, which was nearly what he was. "Stefan Kessler," Cole said. "Founding Director, Vector Consulting AG. Corner office, 3rd floor, Rue de Rhône. View of the Jet d'Eau." Aldridge took the phone and studied the image. His expression did not change, but something in the set of his jaw tightened. The same almost recognition Cole had seen in Brussels when Aldridge first pulled up the Vector website. A puzzle piece that almost fit, then didn't, then nagged. Aldridge handed the phone back without comment. "The Fondation Bellerive," Cole continued. "Registered address 2 blocks from Vector. Etude, Haussmann, Perrin and Associates. Same firm that managed the Geneva Trust paying Farge." He looked at Margot. "Which Margot found independently." Margot nodded once. "The network is at least 9 years old. Older than Cardinal. Older than Castaigne's involvement. Farge was the original institutional asset." Aldridge set down his coffee. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. The gesture of a man who had slept 3 hours in the last 48 and was operating on institutional discipline and the particular stubbornness of someone who had booked a TGV on his personal credit card and understood that this was no longer a recoverable career decision. "All right," he said. "Bertrand at DGSI needs 24 to 36 hours before he can move on Farge. Documentation, authorization, a judge. The French system does not accelerate when the target holds a DGSE credential." "And the Belgians?" Cole asked. "SGRS will bring Castaigne in Thursday morning. Early." Aldridge looked at Cole, then at Margot, then back at Cole. "Which means Kessler has a window. If he's already running, we're behind. If he's preparing to run, we have until tomorrow night. Maybe less." "He's preparing," Cole said. "He was at his office this morning when I photographed him. Routine day. By tonight he'll have the security footage and he'll know I was there. That changes his timeline from deliberate to urgent." The refrigerator hummed. Through the drawn curtains, the faint sound of water reached them, the Thieu Canal running beneath the arcade, the sound that accompanied everything in the old town, constant and indifferent, the city's circulation continuing regardless of what was planned in the rooms above it. Margot refilled Aldridge's coffee without being asked. He accepted it with a nod that contained, briefly, something warmer than professional courtesy. "The plan," Margot said. Cole laid it out. 3 movements, simultaneous. Aldridge would remain at the Hotel Splendid, working the institutional channels, Bertrand at DGSI, Collins at DIA headquarters in Washington, the back channel to Belgian SGRS. His job was to compress the 36-hour timeline into something shorter. Margot would leave at first light for Chambéry, 45 minutes south on the A41, to retrieve the Belkacem files from her safety deposit box at the Crédit Agricole on Rue de Boigne. The files were the physical evidence connecting Farge to the procurement network, to the killing of Karim Belkacem, to a decade of institutional corruption that the DGSI would need to make the arrest hold. And Cole would stay in the old town. "Visible," Cole said. Aldridge's expression sharpened. He understood the word's operational weight before Cole finished the sentence. "David Keller, art appraiser, having coffee on the Place Sainte-Claire, reading a newspaper, looking exactly like a man between appointments who has nowhere particular to be on a Wednesday morning in January." Cole tapped the map. "If Kessler sends professionals, and he will, I want them to find me. I want them focused on the visible target while Margot is in Chambéry and you're on the phone to Paris." "That's bait," Aldridge said. His voice was flat, not objecting, naming the thing. "That's allocation of risk. The professionals follow the target they can see. Margot moves unseen. You work uninterrupted." Aldridge looked at Margot. She returned the look with the steady, unblinking regard of a woman who had spent 7 years running a bookshop and the 7 years before that reading operational plans that sometimes got people killed. She did not object. She did not approve. She waited. "I know the streets," Cole said. 6 days of walking them. Every passage, every arcade, every alley between buildings. The professionals won't know any of it." 6 days of terrain knowledge, Aldridge said, against men who do this for a living. Men who do this for a living in terrain they've never seen. The old town was built in the 14th century to make pursuit difficult. I've spent a week memorizing why. Aldridge picked up his coffee, found it had gone cold again, and set it down. He had the expression of a man performing a calculation he did not enjoy. The probability of Cole evading trained operators weighed against the probability that the alternative, pulling Cole off the street and letting the professionals search for a target who wasn't there, would alert Kessler that the operation had shifted to institutional channels, accelerating his departure beyond anyone's ability to intercept. "All right," he said. "Margot at first light. You at 7. I work the phones." He paused. "If Rashid's warning comes, you move. Immediately. Don't finish the coffee. Don't fold the newspaper. Don't maintain the cover for 1 extra second. You move." "Understood." "And if it goes wrong, you call me. Not the pension. My mobile. I will come." "I know." Aldridge looked at him. "Don't get killed over an authentication." The dry humor was Aldridge at his most sincere. Cole accepted it with a nod. Margot opened the rusette. She poured 3 glasses without asking and set the bottle on the table. The wine was cold, pale gold, the mineral edge of Savoyard terroir. They drank in silence for a moment, 3 people around a kitchen table in a bookshop apartment in a medieval French town, making a plan that would either dismantle a decade-old procurement network or get one of them killed. And the strangeness of it, the domestic intimacy of wine glasses and a cat and a reading lamp against the operational stakes of what they had just agreed to, was not lost on any of them. Margot walked them downstairs at 10:15. At the door to the arcade, she touched Cole's arm. Brief pressure, her fingers on the sleeve of his jacket, and then the hand withdrawn. "Be careful." "I will." "You won't." "But I said it." Cole walked back to the pension through the dark streets. The cobblestones were damp beneath his shoes. The arcades along Rue Sainte-Claire were empty. The shops shuttered, the only light from the street lamps that turned the wet stone the color of old bronze. He walked slowly, not because he was tired, but because the streets had become terrain and he wanted to see them one more time in the quiet before the morning changed everything. He turned onto Rue de Paquier. The chocolaterie below his pension was dark. He climbed the stairs, locked the door, and lay on the bed without undressing. He did not sleep well. He had not expected to. Wednesday morning, 7:12. Cole sat at the terrace of the Café des Arts on the Place Sainte-Claire, under the covered arcade, with a café crème and a pain au chocolat, and the International Herald Tribune folded beside his cup. The square was coming to life in the unhurried rhythm of a winter Wednesday in a provincial French town. A delivery van idled at the far end, its driver carrying crates of vegetables into a fromagerie. The cheese seller was arranging his display in the window, stacking rounds of reblochon and tome de Savoie with the deliberate pride of a man who considered his merchandise worthy of presentation. 2 women walked past with shopping bags, speaking in low voices, their breath visible in the cold air. A pigeon landed on the rim of the fountain and considered the water. The sky above the rooftops was a thin, pale gray, the kind of January light that never quite committed to morning, and the mountains beyond the old town were visible only as darker shapes against the cloud, snow on the peaks, shadow in the valleys, the geometry of the Alps reduced to a suggestion. Cole was David Keller. He had assembled the identity that morning the way he assembled it every morning. The navy sport coat, the good but unremarkable shoes, the posture of a man with no particular agenda and no particular urgency. He read the paper. He sipped the coffee. He watched the pigeon, and the cheese seller, and the delivery driver, and the 2 women, with the mild, unfocused attention of a man enjoying the quiet of a town he was visiting for professional reasons that were not especially interesting. Underneath the performance, a different set of calculations ran. The arcade provided cover from observation along the Quai de Lille, but the square itself was exposed from three directions: the Rue Saint-Clair to the east, the Passage de l'Evêche to the south, and the Rue Filaterie to the north. The covered passage behind the café connected to a narrow lane that led to Rue du Collège Chapuisien, and from there uphill toward the château, where the medieval streets grew narrower and the passages between buildings multiplied. He had walked the route 4 times in the last 6 days. He knew the distance to each turn, the width of each passage, the places where the cobblestones were uneven and a man moving quickly would need to shorten his stride. He turned a page of the Herald Tribune. He read an article about European central bank interest rates and retained none of it. The burner phone sat on the table beside the coffee cup. Rashid's phone. The line connected to the network of neighborhood contacts and small-time associates that Rashid maintained across Annecy, a network that had been built to watch Cole and was now, through the application of pressure in a parking lot in the Tepes 5 days ago, watching for him instead. Rashid had 2 men on the approaches to the Imperial Palace and 1 near the Pont des Amours. Not professionals. Shopkeepers, cousins, men who owed Rashid favors and understood that when he asked them to sit at a cafe and watch the street, they sat at a cafe and watched the street. Cole finished the pastry. He ordered a second coffee. He watched the pigeon drink from the fountain with the patience of an animal that had no meetings to attend and no operational timeline to manage. At 9:45, Margot would be approaching Chambéry on the A41, the mountains closing in around the autoroute, the exit for the city center approaching. At 10, she would park on a side street near the Rue de Boigne, walk to the Crédit Agricole, present her identification, and open a safety deposit box she had sealed 7 years ago. 3 manila folders. The evidence that would end Commandant Lucien Farge's career and, if the French judicial system performed as designed, send him to prison. Aldridge, at the Hotel Splendid, would be on his second call of the morning. Bertrand at DGSI, then Collins in Washington, then the Belgian SGRS contact. The institutional machinery grinding toward a result that might arrive in time or might not. Aldridge understood this. He had spent 26 years understanding it. And Cole sat in the cold morning air of a provincial French square and drank coffee and waited to be found. At 10:32, the burner phone buzzed. Cole picked it up. He did not change his posture. He did not look around. David Keller, answering his phone at a cafe. Rashid's voice was tight. The words came fast, compressed by something that was not quite fear but was close to it. 2 men. European. Not French. 1 blonde. 1 dark-haired. They went to the Imperial Palace this morning. Asked for David Keller at the front desk. Cole set down the newspaper. When? 10:15. 20 minutes ago. The desk told them you checked out days ago. They left on foot, heading south along the Quai de Lille. Rashid paused. Toward St. Clair. Toward this square. Toward this cafe. Toward this table. How far? 5 minutes. Maybe less. The blonde one walks fast. Cole ended the call. He folded the Herald Tribune and placed it beside the coffee cup. He took a €20 note from his wallet and set it on the table, weighted it with the saucer. The coffee was €7.40. The pastry was €3.20. The note would cover both. With change, the waiter would keep. He stood. He did not hurry. David Keller, finishing his morning, settling his bill, stepping away from the table with the unhurried movement of a man whose next appointment was not for another hour. He tucked the newspaper under his arm. He pocketed the burner phone. The blonde one was Brenner, the Austrian, ex-Jagdkommando, 6 years with Corvus Security, contracts in theaters that did not appear on corporate brochures. The dark-haired one was Petrovich, Serbian, ex-military intelligence, the kind of man who could sit in a car for 12 hours and then break down a door without changing expression. Cole had never seen either of them, but he knew them from the architecture of the operation. Kessler would not send amateurs twice. 5 minutes, maybe less. He walked to the edge of the arcade, turned left onto the covered passage that ran behind the Place Sainte-Claire, and entered the narrow stone corridor that connected to Rue Filaterie. The passage was 3 feet wide, the walls rough limestone, the light from the far end a pale rectangle against the shadow. His footsteps echoed once off the stone and then were absorbed by the cold air. Behind him, the terrace of the Café des Arts sat empty, the coffee still warm, the exact change on the table, the pigeons still drinking from the fountain, undisturbed. 30 minutes to disappear into the medieval streets he had spent 6 days learning. He walked toward the covered arcades. He did not look back. Chapter 31. Chambéry. The A41 ran south through the valley between mountains, and Margot drove it the way she had driven it 100 times before. Fast, steady, the Citroen's engine working against the grade as the autoroute climbed toward the Bauge Massif and the land narrowed between limestone walls. The morning was gray and cold. Frost clung to the guardrails and to the bare branches of the trees lining the verges, and the mountains on either side were visible only as darker masses against the overcast, their peaks lost in cloud, their lower slopes dark with spruce that held the last of the autumn's color in shades of green so deep they approached black. She had left Annecy at 8:15. The old town had been quiet. The arcades along Rue Sainte-Claire still shuttered, the Tue running dark beneath the bridges. Minou had watched her from the windowsill with the steady, unblinking regard of an animal that understood departures and did not approve of them. Margot had filled the cat's bowl, locked the apartment, and walked to the car without looking back at the bookshop. She had not opened the shop this morning. She had turned the sign to Fermé and left it. 45 minutes to Chambéry. She had made the drive often enough in the years before. Weekend markets, a concert at the Espace Malraux, lunch with a colleague from the prefecture who had retired to a house in the Chartreuse foothills. Ordinary drives for ordinary reasons. She had not made this particular drive in 7 years. 7 years since she had walked into the Crédit Agricole on Rue de Boigne, rented a safety deposit box under her own name, placed 3 manila folders inside, locked it, and walked back into the January cold with the key in her pocket and the understanding that she was sealing something away that she might never open again. She could have destroyed the files. She had considered it, more than once, in the months after her resignation. The photocopies she had made in the final week of her service, working late in the counter-proliferation section on Boulevard Mortier while the corridors emptied and the cleaning staff pushed their carts through the fluorescent silence. She had used the photocopier on the 2nd floor, the one nearest the fire stairs, feeding documents through the machine with the methodical care of someone who understood that what she was doing would end her career if discovered and might end something else if it was not done. Surveillance logs. Target assessments. The operational authorization for the intervention against Karim Belkacem, bearing the signature of Commandant Lucien Farge. The post-incident report that classified Belkacem's death as a traffic accident on the A6 near Lyon. Rain, poor visibility, a truck that changed lanes at the wrong moment, and the financial trace she had assembled herself, working backward from the Geneva accounts, through the trust managed by Haussmann. Perrine, and Associates, to payments deposited in accounts linked to Farge and 2 other officers in the counter-proliferation section. She could have taken the files to a journalist. She could have sent them anonymously to the Inspection Générale des Armées, the internal oversight body that was supposed to prevent exactly this kind of operation. She could have walked into the office of the minister and placed the folders on the polished oak and said, "Your service killed a French citizen," and called it rain. She had not done any of these things. She had resigned instead, citing personal reasons, and the directorate had accepted the resignation with the smoothness of an institution that understood when an officer had seen too much and preferred a quiet departure to a noisy one. She had been offered a promotion before the paperwork was processed. A desk in the analysis division, away from operational files, away from the counter-proliferation section, away from the documents she had already copied. The promotion was not a reward. It was a transaction. Silence in exchange for advancement. She had declined it with 3 sentences and a handshake, and the handshake had come from a man whose face she could no longer remember, a deputy director or a section chief, someone whose institutional function was to make problems disappear, and Margot had been the problem, and she had disappeared. To Annecy, to the bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire, to 7 years of mornings with the Bialetti and Minou and the covered arcades and the customers who wanted Alpine histories and French literature and the occasional Taschenart volume. 7 years of ordinary life built on the foundation of something extraordinary that she had sealed in a box in a bank in a city 45 minutes south and had refused, for 7 years, to open. The Citroën passed the exit for Aix-les-Bains. The lake, Lac du Bourget, was visible for a moment through a gap in the terrain, flat and gray and larger than Annecy's lake, less beautiful, more industrial, the surrounding hills lower and gentler. Then the terrain closed in again, and the autoroute descended through a series of curves toward the Chambéry Basin. She had not destroyed the files because destroying them would have meant accepting that Karim Belkacem's death was settled, that the truck on the A6 was the final word, that the rain and the lane change and the impact and the cleanup were sufficient, complete, archived. She could not accept this. She had read the man's personnel file. Belkacem, Karim, born 1972, Tunis, naturalized French citizen, 1998. Degree in mechanical engineering, INSA Lyon. Employed at Établissement Merlin, a Lion Aerospace subcontractor. Married to Nadia Belkacem, née Bouazizi. 2 children, ages 9 and 6 at the time of his death. Suspected, on the basis of signals intelligence that Margot had reviewed and found inconclusive, of facilitating technology transfers to Iranian intermediaries. Not proven, not charged, not tried, not convicted, killed on a highway in the rain by an operation that his own government authorized and his own government classified as an accident and his own government paid for through a Geneva trust whose financial architecture, Margot now understood, was built by the same man who had built Cardinal. The autoroute exit for Chambéry Center appeared. She took it, dropping off the elevated roadway into the city's peripheral streets. Chambéry was smaller than Annecy, less picturesque, more administrative. A prefecture town. The old center was pleasant enough, arcaded streets, a chateau that had once housed the Dukes of Savoy, a cathedral with decent Baroque frescoes. But the city's character was institutional, not touristic. Government offices and university buildings and the regional administrative functions that sustained a population of 60,000 without requiring beauty. She parked on a side street off the Rue de Boigne, feeding the meter with coins from the cup holder. The Rue de Boigne was Chambéry's central axis, a long, colonnaded street that ran from the Place Saint-Léger to the Fontaine des Éléphants, the four-elephant fountain that was the city's most recognizable landmark. The Crédit Agricole branch occupied a ground-floor space halfway along the street, its facade set between the stone columns of the colonnade, the green logo discreet against the pale stonework. Margot locked the car. She checked the street in both directions, a habit she had never fully abandoned, the residual discipline of a woman who had spent 7 years in a service that taught its officers to notice the car parked at the wrong angle, the pedestrian walking at the wrong pace, the reflection in the window that did not match the movement on the pavement. The street was quiet. A woman pushed a stroller past the fountain. An elderly man in a wool coat stood reading the posted menu outside a brasserie. 2 students crossed the Place Saint-Léger with backpacks and the unhurried stride of people who were late for nothing. She walked to the bank. Halfway across the Place Saint-Léger, she registered the gray Peugeot. It was parked on the north side of the square, facing the Rue de Boigne, engine off, a man in the driver's seat reading a newspaper. The car was unremarkable. The man was unremarkable. What was not unremarkable was that the newspaper was Le Dauphiné Libéré, the regional daily, and the man was holding it at chest height rather than steering wheel height, which meant he was not reading it, but looking over it. And what he was looking over it at was the entrance to the Crédit Agricole. Margot did not slow her pace. She did not alter her route. She filed the observation and walked into the bank. Inside, the lobby was clean, modern, decorated in the institutional green and white that French banking chains had adopted sometime in the previous decade. A counter with 2 tellers. A waiting area with 4 chairs, 3 of them empty. A door marked a quail that led to the offices where accounts were opened and mortgages were discussed, and in a basement vault accessible through a corridor behind the offices, safety deposit boxes were held for clients who preferred their documents in steel rather than in cloud storage. Margot approached the counter. "I would like to access my safety deposit box," she said. "The name is Vidal. Margot Vidal." The teller, a young woman with careful eyes and a name badge that read Iranian, consulted her screen. "Do you have your key, Madame Vidal?" Margot produced it from her coat pocket. She'd kept the key for 7 years, first in a kitchen drawer in the apartment above the bookshop, then, after the first year, in a small envelope taped to the underside of the desk where she did the shop's accounts. Not hidden, exactly. Stored. Put away in a place that required a deliberate act to retrieve, so that its retrieval would always be a choice and never an accident. Aurélie verified the identification, compared the key number to the account record, and led Margot through the door, marked AQIL, down a corridor lit with fluorescent panels, to a second door that required Aurélie's badge and a 4-digit code. The vault room was small, cool, lined on 3 sides with numbered steel drawers. A single table stood in the center, with 2 chairs. The overhead light was the kind of flat, even illumination that banks and hospitals favored, the light of institutions that preferred clarity to atmosphere. "Take as long as you need," Aurélie said, and withdrew. Margot stood alone in the vault room. She inserted the key, turned it, and pulled the drawer open. 3 manila folders, stacked neatly, their edges aligned. She'd placed them this way 7 years ago, with the precision of a woman who understood that documents were not just paper, but evidence, and that evidence required care. The folders were not labeled. She had not labeled them because labels could be read by anyone who opened the drawer, and the contents of these folders were not for anyone. They were for the moment when Margot Vidal decided that the knowledge she carried needed to become something else. She placed the folders on the table and sat down. The first folder contained the surveillance logs, 37 pages of typed reports documenting the movements of Karim Belkacem over a period of 4 months. His commute from his apartment in Villeurbanne to the Merlin facility in the 7th arrondissement. His Tuesday evening visits to a mosque in Braun. His Saturday morning drives to a wholesale electronics market in the Zone Industrielle de Mi-Plaine, where he purchased components that the surveillance team characterized as consistent with technology transfer activity and that an independent engineer might characterize as consistent with hobby electronics or home repair. The surveillance was thorough, professional, and inconclusive. It documented a man living an ordinary life under extraordinary scrutiny. The second folder contained the operational authorization, 2 pages, formatted in the institutional template of the DGSE's Direction du Renseignement, a recommendation for intervention based on the assessed threat posed by Belkacem's alleged facilitation activities. The recommendation cited signals intelligence, the surveillance logs, and a risk assessment that described Belkacem as a confirmed vector for sensitive technology transfer to Iranian state actors. Confirmed the word sat on the page with the bureaucratic weight of an institution that had confused suspicion with certainty and had proceeded accordingly. At the bottom of the second page, above the institutional seal, the signature of Commandant Lucien Farge, Section Contra-Proliferation. And the post-incident report, 3 pages describing the death of Karim Belkacem on March 14, 2019, at approximately 2140, on the A6 autoroute near the Dardilly interchange, 17 kilometers north of Lyon. The report described wet road conditions, reduced visibility, a lane change by a heavy goods vehicle that forced Belkacem's Renault Scenic into the concrete median barrier at approximately 110 kilometers per hour. Death was instantaneous. The report was filed by the Direction du Renseignement and classified as a closed operational matter. It bore Farge's signature again, and the countersignature of a deputy director whose name Margot did not recognize, someone who had arrived after her departure. The third folder contained the financial trace. Margot had assembled it herself in the final 3 days of her service, pulling threads that led from the Geneva Trust, through Haussmann, Perrin and Associates, to 3 numbered accounts at a Zurich bank. The deposits were regular, quarterly transfers, each between 12 and 22,000 euros. The recipients were identified, in the trust's documentation, as consultants. Margot had matched 2 of the account numbers to officers in the counter-proliferation section, men she had worked alongside for years, men who had attended Belkacem's death with administrative signatures and had been paid for it. The third account was Farge's. She sat in the vault room and read through the files. The fluorescent light was steady and without warmth. The air was cool and carried the faint mineral smell of steel and old paper and the particular stillness of a room designed to hold things that people did not want found. Karim Belkacem, 41 years old, married, father of 2 children who would have been 9 and 6 when their father left for work on a Tuesday evening in March and did not come home. An engineer who built things. A man whose name appeared in intelligence files because his government suspected him of something it could not prove and killed him for something it would not admit. Margot closed the folders. She placed them in her bag, a dark leather satchel she had carried to the bookshop that morning and emptied of its usual contents, the Nemirovsky novel, a pair of reading glasses, a small notebook where she tracked inventory and customer orders. The bag now held 3 folders and 7 years of silence. She locked the empty drawer, returned the key to her pocket, and walked through the corridor and the lobby and into the colonnaded street. The Fontaine des Elephants was visible at the far end of the Rue de Boigne, the 4 stone elephants supporting their central column with the patient endurance of animals that had been carrying the weight since 1838 and showed no sign of stopping. In the car, she sat for a moment with the engine off and the folders in her bag on the passenger seat. The gray Peugeot was gone. The space where it had been parked was empty. The man with the newspaper was nowhere on the square. This was either good news or the worst kind of news, the kind that arrived not as presence but as absence. And Margot, who had spent 7 years training herself not to think in these categories, started the engine. She called Cole. The phone rang 4 times and went to voicemail. He was running, or hiding, or doing whatever an American intelligence officer did when professional operators were searching for him in medieval streets he had been walking for 6 days. She left a message, her voice steady, clipped, the voice of a woman delivering operational information. "I have the files. Returning from Chambéry. 2 hours." Then she called Marie-Hélène Tissot. Marie-Hélène answered on the second ring. Her voice carried the compressed alertness of a DGSI officer who was already in motion, already managing a timeline that had compressed overnight, already aware that the machinery was accelerating toward a result she'd been anticipating since Margot's first call days ago. "It's Margot." "I know. I have physical documentation connecting Commandant Lucien Farge to the procurement network. Operational files, financial traces, the Belkacem authorization with his signature." Marie-Hélène was quiet for 3 seconds. The silence was not hesitation. It was the silence of a woman performing a rapid institutional calculation. What these files meant, who needed to see them, how quickly the chain of custody could be established, what the files changed in the case she was already building. "Bring them to Paris," Marie-Hélène said. "Not Paris," Margot said. "Annecy. Send someone to Annecy." Margot: "I am not going to Boulevard Mortier. I am not walking into that building. You want the files? You send someone south." Another silence. Shorter this time. Marie-Hélène understood. She had worked alongside Margot for 3 years at the DGSE before Margot resigned, and she had watched the resignation with an anger that was partly professional betrayal and partly the fury of a woman who suspected her departing colleague was right and did not want to examine the suspicion too closely. 7 years later, the suspicion had hardened into certainty, and the anger had turned in a different direction. "I'll send 2 officers," Marie-Hélène said. "They'll be in Annecy by early afternoon." "Where?" "The bookshop. Librairie Vidal, Rue Sainte-Claire." "Margot." Marie-Hélène's voice dropped, not in volume, but in register, the shift from institutional to personal. "Are you all right?" "I am doing what I should have done 7 years ago." "You did what you could 7 years ago." "I raised concerns through channels. The channels absorbed the concerns and produced a promotion. I should have done this." Marie-Hélène did not argue. She had spent enough years in the intelligence services to understand that the distinction between doing what you could and doing what you should was the space where careers ended and consciences began. "Early afternoon," Marie-Hélène said. "Keep the files secure." Margot ended the call. She started the engine. She pulled into the street and followed the signs to the auto route, north, toward the mountains, toward Annecy, toward the old town and the bookshop and the narrow apartment where Minou sat on the windowsill, and the evidence of 7 years of institutional violence sat in a leather bag on the passenger seat of a Citroën C3 that smelled of old paper and coffee and the particular mineral cold of a bank vault in Chambéry. The A41 climbed out of the Chambéry Basin and into the valley. The mountains closed in on both sides. Spruce and limestone. Margot drove fast. She checked the mirrors twice. No gray Peugeot. No one maintaining distance. The autoroute behind her was empty except for a produce truck and a German sedan that passed her near Aix-les-Bains and did not slow down. She checked a third time anyway. The exit for Annecy appeared. She took it. The road descended through the outskirts of the city, past the commercial zones and the apartment blocks, the infrastructure of ordinary life that continued regardless of what was carried in the bags of the people driving through it. Margot drove into Annecy. The old town appeared through the windshield, the rooftops, the spire of the Cathedral Saint-Pierre, the gray mass of the chateau on its hill. The lake was invisible from this approach, hidden behind the buildings, but its presence was there in the quality of the air, the faint mineral dampness, the cold that came off water in January and settled into stone and clothing and skin. She parked behind the bookshop. She took the bag from the passenger seat and held it against her side and walked through the narrow passage to Rue Sainte-Claire. The arcade was quiet. The shops were open now, the morning trade beginning, the cheese seller arranging his display, the woman at the creperie wiping down tables. Ordinary commerce. The ordinary Wednesday of a town that did not know what had been carried into it. Margot unlocked the bookshop door. Minou was on the windowsill, exactly where she had been 2 hours ago, unmoved, unchanged, a fixed point in a morning that had altered everything else. Margot set the bag on the counter beside the register. She turned the sign from Fermi to Ouvert. She put water on for coffee. Then she sat behind the counter, with the files beside her, and waited for the DGSI to arrive. Chapter 32. The Pursuit. Cole moved through the covered passage from Place Sainte-Claire to Rue Filaterie in 12 seconds. The passage was 2 meters wide, the stone walls rough and damp, the cobblestones uneven beneath his shoes. His breathing echoed off the limestone. Light at the far end. A narrow street, a shuttered window, the corner of a building. He emerged onto Rue Filaterie and turned right, heading north, uphill, toward the chateau. Rue Filaterie was empty. A Wednesday morning, off-season, the tourist shops closed, the residential shutters drawn. His footsteps were the only sound. The street climbed steeply between medieval buildings, the facades leaning inward, the sky a narrow strip of gray above the rooflines. He passed a creperie he recognized. The owner, a woman Margot knew by name, would not open until 11. The metal shutter was down. The cold pressed against his face and his lungs. His breath came in short, visible plumes. At the intersection with Rue du Collège Chapuisien, he stopped, listened. Nothing. The canal somewhere below. A bird. The old town was a labyrinth, streets that dead-ended at walls, passages that opened onto staircases, courtyards accessible only through archways that looked residential but weren't. He had walked every meter of it in 6 days. He knew which alleys connected and which didn't. He knew the tribune passages, the covered walkways that cut through buildings from one street to another, remnants of a medieval urban design built for commerce and defense. He knew the staircases that climbed the hillside to the chateau, and the gardens behind the ramparts, and the footpath that descended the far side toward the Parc du Paquier and the lake. The professionals did not know any of this. He turned left onto Rue du Collège Chapuisien and climbed. The street narrowed. Stone walls on both sides, iron railings, potted plants on window sills frozen brown by January. A cat watched him from a doorstep. He passed the entrance to a trabouille, a covered passage cutting through a building to the parallel street, and noted it. Emergency exit. He continued uphill. His calves burned. The gradient was steep, the cobblestones slick with frost. 6 days ago, the first time he had walked the street, he had been winded at the top. Now he knew to shorten his stride on the uneven stones, to breathe through his nose, to use the iron railing on the left side where the grade was steepest. At the top of the street, a staircase led to the esplanade below the Château d'Annecy. He took the stairs 2 at a time. The chateau sat above the old town on a rocky promontory, its medieval walls and round towers overlooking the canals and rooftops below. He read the streets below for movement, pattern, the detail that did not belong, the same eye he brought to a painting's surface. From the esplanade, Cole could see the Thieu Canal threading through the old town, the Palais de Lille sitting in its middle, the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire, and at the far end, the Quai de Lille, where it met the shore of the lake. He steadied his breathing. The cold air burned his throat. 2 men walked along the Quai de Lille. One blonde, one dark. The blonde man moved with economy, his stride measured, his head turning at intervals to scan doorways and side streets. Professional movement. Military training visible in the economy of motion. The dark-haired man was heavier, broader through the shoulders, walking 3 meters behind, covering the opposite side of the street. A 2-man search pattern. They were 400 meters away and moving toward the Place Sainte-Claire. Cole watched them for 10 seconds. The blond man stopped at the entrance to the place and studied the cafe terrace where Cole had been sitting 14 minutes ago. He scanned the arcade, spoke 2 sentences into a phone, and continued walking. The dark-haired man adjusted his position to cover the Rue Perrier. They were good, disciplined, coordinated, professional. But they were searching a town they did not know, and Cole had spent 6 days memorizing it. The blonde one turned onto Rue Sainte-Claire, moving east through the arcade, toward Rue Filaterie. Toward the passage Cole had used 12 minutes ago. He moved. Not back down Rue du Collège Chapuisien. The blonde one was climbing Rue Filaterie and would reach that intersection in under 2 minutes. Cole took the rampart path instead, the footpath that ran along the chateau's northern wall, through the gardens that tourists visited in July and no one visited in January, down the far side of the chateau hill, away from the old town's tight streets, through the rampart gardens. Wet grass soaked through his shoes. Bare trees, stone walls, the path winding between hedgerows. The cold was sharper here, exposed to the wind off the lake, and his fingers were stiff. He tucked his hands into his jacket pockets and lengthened his stride. The path descended steeply. Gravel gave way to packed earth, then stone steps worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. He could see rooftops below, chimney pots, the green ribbon of the canal. A church bell struck the half-hour somewhere in the old town. 10:30. He came out on the Rue de Lille, behind the Palais de Lille. The canal flowed past, green and cold, the medieval prison building straddling the water. An elderly man crossed the Pont Perrier ahead of him, walking a small white dog. Cole fell in behind at a distance of 20 meters, matching the old man's pace, 2 residents going about a Wednesday morning. At the end of Rue de Lille, He turned south along the Quai des Vieilles Prisons. The canal ran to his left. The buildings on his right were residential, tall, narrow, their facades washed in pale yellows and blues that looked cheerful in summer and cold in January. A window opened above him, and a woman shook out a tablecloth, the fabric snapping in the air. She did not look down. Speed, not stealth. The professionals were searching the old town systematically, moving west to east. Cole needed to move east to south, through the old town's lower streets to the Pont d'Amour, through the park to Margot's Citron. He crossed the Rue du Paquier. His pension was 40 meters to the right, above the chocolaterie. He did not look at it. He did not slow down. At the junction with the Quai Napoleon III, a figure appeared at the far end of the street, dark-haired, broad through the shoulders. Petrovich. The Serbian was 200 meters south, walking north along the quay, scanning the buildings on both sides. He had not yet seen Cole. The street was straight, the sight lines long. In 3 seconds, Petrovich would reach the point where the quay widened and the canal curved, and he would have an unobstructed view of the entire block. Cole turned left, through an archway between 2 buildings, into a courtyard he had discovered on day 4. A tribune, stone walls, a dry fountain, laundry hanging from a second-floor window, 2 exits. The western exit led back toward the Quai des Vieilles Prisons, toward Petrovich. The eastern exit was a passage barely wide enough for his shoulders, running through the ground floor of a residential building, the plaster walls close enough to touch on both sides. He took it. His jacket scraped the wall. The passage smelled of damp stone and cooking oil. 8 steps, a turn, 4 more steps. He emerged on the Rue Grenette. Right turn. South. 30 meters to the Canal du Vas. Behind him, through the building he had just passed through, he heard footsteps on cobblestones. Heavy, unhurried. Petrovich on the Quai Napoleon III, still walking north, still scanning. The Serbian had not seen him enter the courtyard. The archway was recessed, shadowed, the kind of detail visible only to someone who had walked the street 4 times and noted every opening. His heart was loud in his ears. His shoes were wet. The cold had reached his feet and his hands and the back of his neck, and the adrenaline burned against it, heat and ice, the body's competing signals colliding in his chest. He reached the Canal du Vas and turned east along its bank. The canal was narrow here, its stone walls green with winter moss. Ahead, the canal widened where it met the lake, and the iron arch of the Pont des Amours crossed the water. The bridge was empty. The Pont des Amours was a choke point, a clear view of anyone approaching from either end. No cover, no exits. In summer, tourists photographed the view. In January, it was a vulnerability and an asset. He checked behind him. The Rue Grenette was empty. No Petrovich. No Brenner. The footsteps on the quay had faded. The only sound was the canal and his own breathing and the distant mechanical hum of the delivery van still idling somewhere in the Place Sainte-Claire. He crossed the bridge in 8 seconds. On the far side, the path split, left toward the Jardin de l'Europe, right toward the Parc Charles-Bosson and the Imperial Palace. He went right. The Parc Charles-Bosson was quiet. Frosted lawns, bare plane trees, the white facade of the hotel visible through the branches. He walked the paved path through the park at a pace that was brisk but not conspicuous. A jogger passed in the opposite direction, a woman with a stroller. He checked behind him at the park's eastern gate. No blonde man, no dark-haired man, No one moving with professional intent. He exited the park on the Rue Royale. A bakery was open, its window fogged with steam. A woman emerged with a paper bag. An old man sat on a bench with a newspaper. Normal Wednesday morning. No Austrian. No Serbian. The citron was where he had left it, tucked between a delivery van and a green dumpster behind the florist's shop, the French plates facing the wall. He unlocked it, started the engine, pulled out onto the Rue Royale. He drove south, through the roundabout, past the banlieue center, onto the Avenue de Cron. The old town receded. He picked up the D909 heading south along the eastern shore of the lake. The lake was gunmetal under the overcast sky, flat and still, the mountains on the far side half hidden in cloud. The road followed the shoreline through Verrières-du-Lac and Menthon-Saint-Bernard, the villages strung along the water, each with its church and its stone quay and its shuttered summer restaurants. He drove at the speed limit. He checked the mirrors every 15 seconds. No Audi. A postal van heading north. A farmer's truck turning toward vineyards above Menthon. Nothing else. At Talouars, the road curved inland, climbing away from the lake through chestnut forest. Cole did not stop. He continued south on the D42, the road narrowing, the lake disappearing behind the ridge. He was heading for the mountains. His hands were steady on the wheel. His breathing was normal. The wet shoes were cold against the pedals. The adrenaline that had carried him through the old town was metabolizing into something colder and more focused, the professional calculation that replaced the animal response. What had they seen? What had they learned? Where would they look next? They would look for the citron. They would ask questions. They would find traces of David Keller everywhere and Cole Brannick nowhere, and they would report to Kessler, and Kessler would calculate, and the calculation would lead them south, toward the mountains. Which was exactly where Cole wanted them. The road climbed through chestnut forest. The trees closed in on both sides, bare branches interlocking overhead. The lake was gone. The old town was gone. The professionals were behind him, in a medieval labyrinth, searching for a man who had already left. In the rearview mirror, the white facade of the Imperial Palace, growing smaller. No Audi behind him. He was clear. For now. Chapter 33. The professional Brenner stood on the Quai de Lille and watched the Thieu Canal flow past. The water was green and cold and moved with the unhurried confidence of something that had been flowing through this town for centuries and would continue regardless of what happened on its banks. The Palais de Lille sat in the middle of the canal, its stone walls rising from the water, the pointed prow facing upstream. A medieval prison converted into a museum that charged €8 for admission and was closed on Wednesdays. Brenner noted the closure. He noted the bridge approaches, the sight lines from the quay, the narrow streets feeding into the canal on both sides. He noted these things the way he noted everything, automatically, without decision. The residual habit of a man who had spent 20 years assessing terrain for threats that were sometimes present and sometimes imagined and occasionally both. The American had evaded them. Not through luck, not through panic, through professional competence and terrain knowledge that suggested at least a week of preparation. The American had been sitting at a cafe on the Place Sainte-Claire at 10:32, drinking coffee and reading a newspaper with the unhurried manner of a man enjoying a Wednesday morning in a French alpine town. At 10:44, he was gone. 12 minutes. In those 12 minutes, he had moved through the old town's covered arcades and narrow passages, reached a vehicle Brenner had not known about, and driven south along the lake. Brenner had not seen him leave. Petrovich, covering the Rue Royale approach from a bench near the canal bridge, had not seen him leave. They had searched the arcades, the side streets, the Traboul passages, the canal bridges. They had found nothing except the table where the American had been sitting, the coffee cold, a 20-euro note weighted with a saucer. Exact change. The American had tipped precisely and departed without haste. This was not a frightened man. An art appraiser, according to the brief. Brenner had met forgers who moved with less composure. This was a professional who had prepared his exit route before sitting down to breakfast and who had received early warning from a source Brenner had not identified. Someone in the old town was working for the American. That was a problem for later. Brenner leaned against the stone railing of the quay, the cold of the granite seeping through his jacket sleeves, and considered the morning. A woman pushed a stroller along the opposite bank. 2 pigeons fought over bread near the bridge. The old town was quiet in the midday cold, the tourists absent, the shops along the Rue Sainte-Claire showing only their covered arcades and the occasional light in an upper window. It was a beautiful place. Brenner could acknowledge this without sentiment. He had been to beautiful places before. Aleppo had been beautiful, in certain lights, before the things that happened there. He called Kessler. "We lost him," Brenner said. He stated this without apology or explanation. In Brenner's profession, facts were reported. Explanations came later, if they were needed, and usually they were not. He knows the terrain. He's been here at least a week, maybe longer. He had counter-surveillance in place. Someone in the old town warned him. Kessler's voice was controlled. The control was itself informative. A man who was truly calm did not need to sound this controlled. "Find him." "The old town is a defensive position," Brenner said. "Narrow streets, covered passages, multiple exits from every block, medieval geometry. The streets were designed to slow invaders, and they still work. If we search it again, he'll use the same technique. He'll use the same source. We need to draw him into open ground." "Open ground," Kessler repeated. "The mountains." He was seen driving south. The Citroen was heading toward Talawiers. A pause. Kessler processing. Brenner heard nothing on the line except the faint hum of an office with good insulation and expensive air conditioning. He had been to the Geneva office once, 3 years ago, when Corvus Security first took the Vector contract. He had sat in a conference room with a view of the jet d'eau and listened to a man in a Brioni suit explain, precisely and without ambiguity, exactly what Corvus was being retained to do and exactly what the boundaries of that retention were. Brenner had respected the precision. He had not respected the assumption that boundaries would hold in the field. They never did. The distance between a Geneva conference room and a canal-side quay in Annecy was not measured in kilometers. "The mountains favor pursuit," Kessler said. "They favor pursuit if you control the approaches, but they also favor defense if the target reaches high ground first. Elevation and concealment. I'll need to move quickly." "Then move quickly." "And Brenner." "Yes." "No bodies. I was clear about this." "You were clear." Brenner ended the call and put the phone in his jacket pocket. He looked at the canal. The woman with the stroller had stopped on the bridge and was pointing at the water for her child. A normal Wednesday. Normal people doing normal things in a town where the worst thing that usually happened was a parking violation or an argument about cheese. He considered the tactical problem. The American was driving south. away from the old town, away from the institutional protection of the city. In the mountains, there were no covered arcades, no trabule passages, no crowds to disappear into. There were roads and trails, and elevation and distance. And these were things Brenner understood. He studied the snow line on the peaks above the lake. He read the cloud formations moving east across the ridges, estimated wind speed from the way they sheared apart at altitude. The Jagdkommando had taught him to read mountains the way other men read newspapers. 2 years of winter patrols above the tree line in the Tyrolean Alps. The lesson that mattered was the simplest. The mountain did not care about your plan. You adapted or you did not. After the Jagdkommando, 6 years with Corvus Security, Iraq, Libya, a 3-week assignment in the Donbass he had terminated early for reasons his employers understood without asking. He was 40 years old. He had a flat in Innsbruck. He visited 8 weeks a year, and a professional reputation built on 2 qualities: competence and restraint. The restraint was why Brenner was standing on this quay instead of someone cheaper and less careful. Kessler had been explicit. The American was to be located, confronted, and persuaded to leave. Not harmed, not killed, persuaded. The distinction mattered to Kessler, and therefore it mattered to Brenner, and this was the code by which he operated, which was not a moral code, in any sense a philosopher would recognize, but which was a code nonetheless, and it had kept him alive and employable for 20 years. The American, Brenner suspected, operated by a similar code. The evasion this morning had been disciplined and controlled. No weapon drawn. No confrontation sought. A clean departure through terrain the American had spent days learning, executed with the economy of a man who understood that the best outcome was the one where nobody got hurt. Brenner respected this. In his experience, the dangerous men were not the ones who fought. The dangerous men were the ones who thought. His phone buzzed. A message, relayed through the network that Kessler maintained for local communications. The American's Citroën, a gray C3 with French plates, had been seen on the D909 heading south past Menthon-Saint-Bernard, heading toward Talloires, heading toward the Col de la Forclaz and the mountains above the lake. The mountains it was. Brenner walked to the Audi, which was parked on the Rue Royale, 2 blocks from the canal. Petrovich was in the passenger seat. He had been sleeping, which was a skill Brenner valued in an operator. The ability to rest when rest was available and wake when it was not. Petrovich opened his eyes without transition, alert and operational, reading the situation from Brenner's expression before Brenner spoke. "We're going to the mountains," Brenner said. Petrovich nodded. He reached between the seats and unzipped the bag in the footwell, the bag that contained items not discussed in polite company. He checked the contents with the practiced economy of a man who had checked the same bag 1,000 times and would check it 1,000 more. Then he zipped it closed and put on his seatbelt. Brenner started the engine. He pulled out of the parking space and turned south, following the Rue Royale to the Avenue de Cron, the Avenue de Cron to the D909. The lake appeared on the right, gray and flat under the midday overcast, the mountains rising above it with snow on their upper slopes. The road followed the eastern shore, curving through Verrier-du-Lac, the same road the American had taken 30 minutes earlier. Brenner drove at the speed limit. He always drove at the speed limit. Attention was the enemy of his profession, and speed cameras were the simplest form of attention to avoid. Beside him, Petrovich watched the road and said nothing. They followed the American into the Alps. Chapter 34. The Bait Talloires was quiet. The village sat on the eastern shore of Lake Annecy, south of the main town, tucked into a fold of the mountains where the road curved away from the water and began its long climb toward the Col de la Forclaz. In summer it was a destination. The Auberge du Père Bise, the Abbey, the beaches, the paragliders drifting down from the Tournet Massif on thermals rising off the lake. In January, it was a place people drove through on the way to somewhere else, if they drove through at all. Cole parked the Citroën behind the Auberge du Père Bise, at the far end of a gravel lot bordered by chestnut trees whose branches were bare and gray against the overcast sky. The auberge was closed for the season. A chain hung across the entrance. A handwritten sign in the window read, Fermeture Annuelle, and the terrace where guests ate trout and drank rousette through long summer evenings was stacked with inverted chairs, their legs pointing at the sky. The parking lot was empty. Cole turned off the engine and cracked the window. Cold air entered the car, thinner and sharper than at lake level, carrying the mineral smell of altitude and frozen earth and the faint resinous scent of pine from the slopes above. He made 2 phone calls. The first was to Rashid. "The 2 men," Cole said. "The ones who were at the hotel? Are they still in the old town?" Rashid's voice was low and tight. "No, they left. 15 minutes ago. They were in a dark Audi, Swiss plates. They drove south." "South?" "The D909. Toward you." Cole absorbed this. 20 minutes behind him, perhaps less. The professionals were not searching anymore. They were following. Someone in Rashid's network, or someone adjacent to it, had reported the direction of the gray Citroën. It would have been easy. A call from a cafe owner. A text from a delivery driver. The old town was small, and cars with French plates driving south on a Wednesday morning in January were noticed, because in January there was nothing else to notice. "I need you to do something," Cole said. "I've done enough. One more thing, then we're finished." A silence. Cole heard breathing and the ambient noise of Rashid's detailing shop, a compressor, the hiss of a spray nozzle, the tinny sound of a radio playing Algerian pop. The silence was the silence of a man calculating. Rashid understood leverage. Cole held leverage. The calculation was brief. "What?" Rashid said. "The word in the old town. The word among your people. The cafes. Anyone who talks to anyone. David Keller is heading to the Col de la Forclaz. He was seen on the D42, heading for the summit. Make sure the word reaches anyone who might pass it along. You want them to follow you. I want them to know where I am." "That's the same thing." "Not exactly." Cole ended the call. He sat for a moment with the phone in his lap. The village was still. A cat crossed the road in front of the car, orange and unhurried, and disappeared beneath a stone wall. On the hillside above Talwars, the forest began, chestnut and beech, dark against the pale sky, climbing toward the ridge where the road switched back and forth on its way to the Col. Above the forest, the upper slopes were open meadow, brown and frozen, with patches of old snow in the hollows. Above the meadow, rock. Above the rock, cloud. He made the second call. "I'm at Talwars," Cole said. "The professionals are 20 minutes behind me. I'm going to the Col de la Forclaz." Aldridge's voice was careful, measured. The voice of a man who had sent officers into the field for 26 years and understood that carefulness on the phone could not protect them from what waited on the other end. "Cole, the mountain gives me the advantage. Elevation, terrain, visibility. The old town nearly got me killed this morning. Up there, I choose the ground. If they come up, I can see them from a kilometer. If they don't come up, they've wasted the day. And if they come up armed? Brenner is a professional. Professionals calculate consequences. I'm going to give him consequences worth calculating. Meaning? Meaning I know Kessler's name. I know Vector. I know the network. If something happens to me on that mountain, the DGSI gets everything, and Kessler's exit window closes in hours instead of days. Brenner will understand that. Killing me doesn't contain anything. It accelerates everything. A pause. Cole heard the background sounds of Aldridge's hotel room at the Splendid, the radiator ticking, the muffled sound of traffic on the Rue Royale. Then Aldridge spoke. DGSI is moving. Bertrand called back. They're preparing the warrant for Farge. 24 hours, maybe less. Then I need to keep the professionals occupied for 24 hours. You need to stay alive for 24 hours. Same thing. Aldridge exhaled. The sound carried the weight of institutional experience, of risk calculations performed too many times. Call me when it's over. I will. Cole put the phone in his jacket pocket and got out of the car. The air hit him. Cold, clean, thin. The temperature had dropped 3 degrees since the lakeshore. He could see his breath. The village below was a cluster of stone buildings and slate roofs, the Abbey's tower visible above the trees. And beyond the village, the lake stretched north toward Annecy, gray and flat and still under the January sky. No movement on the road behind him. No dark Audi climbing the switchbacks from Menthon-Saint-Bernard. He drove the D42 up from Taloirs. The road left the village in a series of steep switchbacks through forest. Each hairpin turn was numbered on a small green sign bolted to a metal post, the paint faded by sun and snow, the numbers climbing as the road climbed: Virage 3, Virage 4, Virage 5. The forest closed in on both sides. Chestnut and beech gave way to pine as the road climbed, the canopy thicker, the light beneath filtered and blue. The car's thermometer dropped, 4 degrees at Taloirs, 0 at Virage 12. The lake disappeared below, visible in flashes through gaps in the trees, then gone. At Virage 16, the forest opened. The road crossed a stretch of alpine meadow, the grass brown and stiff with frost, the ground frozen solid. Views opened to the south, the Bauges Mountains, their ridgelines white with snow, the valleys between them blue with shadow. To the north, below and behind him, the lake was a gray sliver framed by dark ridges. The air was clear and cold and carried no sound. The Col de la Forclaz summit appeared at 157 meters. A broad, flat area. A gravel pull-off large enough for a dozen cars. Empty now. A wooden orientation table showing the surrounding peaks in carved relief. The Tournette to the west. The Danse de l'Enfant to the north. The Montagne de Soulon to the east. A shuttered restaurant called the Chalet de la Forclaz, its wooden facade dark with creosote, its terrace furniture stacked and chained for winter. A wooden signpost at the trailhead, Montagne de Soulon, 2R30 in one direction, Montagne d'Entreverne, 1R45 in the other. A metal trash bin chained to a post. Nothing else. Cole parked the Citroën in the pull-off, near the orientation table, where it would be visible from the road below. He wanted them to see it. The whole point was for them to see it. He transferred the secure phone from the glove box to his jacket. Burner phone in his trouser pocket. He locked the car and crossed the gravel to the trailhead. The trail entered the forest immediately. climbing through pine and beech. The undergrowth was sparse at this elevation, the ground frozen and covered in a thin layer of dead needles that crunched beneath his shoes. He climbed for 5 minutes, following the trail as it switchbacked up the hillside above the road. At the first switchback, he left the trail, stepping carefully over a fallen trunk, and moved through the trees along the slope. The ground was uneven, the frozen earth concealing roots and stones. He moved slowly, placing each foot, testing the surface before committing his weight. No twisted ankles. Not today. He found his position 20 meters above the pull-off, behind a cluster of boulders and low scrub pine. The boulders were limestone, pale gray, spotted with yellow lichen, cold through his trousers when he settled against them. From here, he could see the gravel pull-off, the orientation table, the shuttered restaurant, the citron with its French plates, and 100 meters of road descending toward the first switchback below. Anyone approaching from Talloires would be visible for 30 seconds before reaching the summit. He settled in. The cold was immediate and thorough. It came through his jacket, through his trousers, through the soles of his shoes, and into the bones of his feet. He controlled it the way he had learned at the farm, years ago, in a winter field exercise in the Blue Ridge Mountains that the instructors had called acclimation training and the trainees had called something else. Acknowledge the cold. Catalog it. File it under conditions rather than problems. His body would function. His hands would function. The cold was information, not an obstacle. A bird called somewhere above him. Sharp, repetitive, then silent. Wind moved through the pines. The branches shifted and settled. The silence returned, deeper than before. He thought of Lily. Not a sustained thought, not a memory he chose to examine. Just her face, briefly, the way she had looked the last time he saw her in Arlington, standing in Claire's doorway, waving with both hands. He had authenticated hundreds of paintings. He had never learned to read his own daughter's expression when she watched him leave. He waited. In Geneva, Kessler received Brenner's update at 1340. The call lasted under a minute. Brenner's reports were always brief, delivered in clipped German, each sentence a fact stripped of interpretation. The American had evaded the old town. A Citroën C3 with French plates had been seen heading south past Menthon-Saint-Bernard. The American appeared to be ascending the D42 toward the Col de la Forclaz. Brenner was 20 minutes behind. Kessler stood at the window of his third-floor corner office on Rue de Rhône. The jet d'eau was visible across the rooftops, its plume reduced for the midday cycle, a white column against the gray surface of Lac Léman. The office was quiet. His assistant had left for lunch. The conference room was empty. In 24 hours, this office would belong to the lawyers and the compliance consultants and the men from the Swiss Attorney General's office, and they would sit in his conference room and examine his files and try to reconstruct the architecture of something they were not equipped to understand. "The mountain is better," Kessler said. "Better than the old town. Open ground, fewer variables. But he chose the mountain. He's not running." "No," Brenner agreed. "He's positioning." "Yes." Kessler considered this. The American had spent 6 days learning the old town's geography and had used it to evade 2 professionals in 12 minutes. The choice to leave that advantage and drive into the mountains was not the behavior of a man in flight. A man in flight would stay in the old town, where the terrain favored him, where the narrow streets and covered arcades and traboules passages provided concealment and multiple exits. A man in flight would wait for the institutional cavalry, the DGSI warrant, the DIA team. the machinery that Aldridge had set in motion from the Hotel Splendid. Instead, the American was climbing, choosing isolation over cover, choosing elevation over concealment, choosing a confrontation on ground he had selected, at a time he had selected, under conditions he controlled. The American was not running. He was inviting. "Follow him," Kessler said. "Find out what he knows. Find out who he has told. Then leave. No traces in the old town. No contact with anyone. And Brenner. Yes. Be careful." Kessler ended the call. He placed the phone on his desk beside a folder of documents he would shred before leaving the office for the last time. The Calumet landscape hung on the opposite wall, its quiet alpine scene undisturbed by the calculations taking place beneath it. A business asset. Nothing more. He looked at the jet d'eau. Tomorrow the plume would rise and fall and rise again. 140 meters of pressurized water performing its cycle for the tourists and the bankers and the diplomats, and Kessler would be in Zurich, or on a plane, or somewhere the fountain could not see him. He had watched this view for 20 years. He would not see it again. The recognition settled in him, briefly, before the discipline closed over it. Nobody noticed the absence of an architect. They noticed the absence of the building. He turned from the window and began the final preparations. The sun had moved behind the Tournet Massif by the time Cole heard the engine. 2 hours of waiting. The cold had progressed through his body in stages, feet first, then hands, then the deep chill that settled into the muscles of his back and thighs and made his joints stiff when he shifted position. He had not moved from the boulders. He had watched the empty pull-off and the empty road and the empty sky and the slow rotation of shadow across the frozen meadow as the afternoon wore on. A marmot had appeared briefly among the rocks to his left, studied him with dark eyes, and retreated. The bird he had heard earlier returned, called twice, and fell silent. The wind dropped. The forest was still. At 14:47, the sound of an engine reached him from below. Low, steady, climbing through the switchbacks. The acoustics of the mountain valley carried the sound clearly, the engine note rising as the car accelerated out of each hairpin, dropping as it braked into the next. Closer. Virage 14. Virage 15. Then the open meadow section. The engine steady, and the car appeared. A dark Audi A4, Swiss plates. It climbed the last switchback, slowed at the summit, and pulled into the gravel beside the Citroën. The engine stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. 2 doors opened. The blond man got out first. Lean, efficient, wearing a dark jacket and hiking boots that had been worn before but not often, the footwear of a man who knew mountains but did not live in them. He stood beside the car and surveyed the summit with the unhurried thoroughness of someone cataloging terrain. The pull-off, the orientation table, the shuttered restaurant, the Citroën, the trailhead, the forest above. His breath was visible in the cold air. The dark-haired man got out second, broader, heavier through the shoulders, moving with deliberate economy. He walked to the rear of the Audi and opened the trunk. He removed nothing visible, but his hand rested inside for a moment longer than necessary. Then he closed the trunk and joined the blond man at the front of the car. They stood together, 2 figures in dark jackets against the gray gravel and the white sky. The blond man spoke. 2 sentences, quiet, inaudible from 20 meters above. The dark-haired man nodded. They walked toward the trailhead. They began climbing into the forest where Cole was waiting. Chapter 35. The mountain Cole let them pass. They climbed the trail in a staggered formation, the blond man 20 meters ahead, scanning the trees and the trail surface with the systematic attention of someone trained to read terrain for ambush indicators. His steps were precise, deliberate, each footfall placed on frozen ground that would hold weight without sound. The dark-haired man followed, covering the rear approach, his right hand at his side, close to his jacket, close to whatever had been in the trunk of the Audi or had been transferred to a holster beneath the dark fabric. Cole pressed his back against the limestone boulder. The cold of the rock came through his jacket and settled into his spine. He controlled his breathing. Shallow, slow, through his nose. His breath would be visible in this air, and visible breath was a signature. A white flag 20 meters above a trail where two men with professional training were looking for exactly that kind of detail. He breathed into the collar of his jacket and let the fabric diffuse the vapor. They passed his position without seeing him. He was above them, behind the boulders, in a cluster of low scrub pine where the frozen ground and the absence of snow meant no footprints. The ground cover was thin, dead needles, pale rock, patches of frozen moss the color of rusted iron. He had chosen the spot because the scrub pine broke the human silhouette, because the boulders provided cover from both uphill and downhill observation, and because the position was behind them. Not ahead, behind, in the direction they had already cleared. He watched them climb for another 30 seconds. The blond man moved well. Economy of motion, weight-centered, eyes working a pattern, trail surface, left tree line, right tree line, uphill, trail surface again. A 4-count cycle repeated without variation. The dark-haired man was heavier, less fluid, but disciplined. He held his interval and covered his sector and did not speak. They stopped at a bend in the trail where the trees opened and the view expanded. The pull-off below, the road, the citron, the valley descending toward the lake. The blond man looked down the trail behind them. He looked up the trail ahead. He said something to the dark-haired man in German. 2 words. The dark-haired man shook his head. They had expected to find Cole higher up. They had expected a man running uphill, extending the distance, using elevation to buy time. Instead, they found an empty trail and a parked car and the silence of a mountain in winter. Cole counted to 10. Then he stepped out of the trees and onto the trail behind them. "Kessler," he said. The blond man turned. The movement was fast and controlled, the rotation of a man who had trained to pivot toward a voice without presenting his full profile. His right hand moved toward his jacket. Then it stopped. Cole stood on the trail 10 meters below them. His hands were visible, held slightly away from his body, palms forward. The universal posture of a man who was not armed and wanted the people in front of him to know it. The posture was deliberate. Everything about the next 90 seconds was deliberate. "Stefan Kessler," Cole said. "Vector Consulting AG, Rue de Rhône, Geneva. 3rd floor, corner office, view of the Jet d'eau." He kept his voice level. Conversational. 2 professionals talking on a mountain. "I know who sent you. I know why. And in about 34 hours, the DGSI is going to know too." The blond man looked at Cole. His expression was professional, assessment without emotion, the calculation of threat and response and outcome that was Brenner's arithmetic. Cole watched the calculation happen. He had seen it in other men, in other places, in rooms and alleyways, and once on a dock in Piraeus where the wrong answer would have meant the harbor. The rapid sequencing of options: engage, withdraw, negotiate. The outcome depended on what Brenner valued more: the contract or the consequences. The dark-haired man shifted his weight. His hand was still near his jacket. His eyes moved between Cole and Brenner, waiting for instruction. The operational picture had changed. The brief no longer applied. "My name is David Keller," Cole said. "I'm an art appraiser with Gallery Rhone in Geneva. That's my legend. You already know that." Brenner said nothing. His hand had moved away from his jacket. He stood on the trail with his weight balanced and his posture neutral, neither aggressive nor defensive. The posture of a man who was listening. "What you may not know," Cole continued, "is that the DIA station chief for Western Europe is in Annecy. He has notified the DGSI, who are preparing an arrest warrant for Commandant Lucien Farge at DGSE headquarters. The Belgian SGRS is questioning Henri Castaigne in Brussels. The Swiss Attorney General's office has been given the Vector file by an American officer who self-reported through institutional channels 2 days ago." Cole paused. Let the information settle. Let Brenner add the numbers. "The machinery is moving," Cole said. "If you kill me on this mountain, the machinery does not stop. It accelerates. Every agency I just named receives my operational file within hours. My disappearance becomes the headline, not the footnote. And Kessler's exit window, which is already measured in hours, closes before he reaches Zurich." The dark-haired man looked at Brenner. His hand was still near his jacket. Brenner shook his head once, a small movement, and the dark-haired man's hand dropped to his side. "You're well informed," Brenner said. His voice was accented, the German-inflected English of an Austrian who had spent years working in multilingual environments. The tone was flat, professional. "I authenticate things for a living," Cole said. "Surfaces, documents, identities. Your employer built a fabricated intelligence source called Cardinal and used it to bring me to Annecy. The source was constructed using DGSE operational templates provided by Farge. The identity was stolen from a dead French citizen named Niels Brandt. The funding ran through Meridian Advisory GmbH in Luxembourg, which connects to Alpine Trade Facilitation, which connects to Vector, which connects to Kessler. The chain is documented. The documentation is in multiple hands, not just mine." Brenner listened. His expression did not change. He was not surprised by any of this, which told Cole something important. Brenner had suspected, or had been told enough to suspect, that the operation was larger and more compromised than a simple surveillance contract. A professional recognizing the architecture of failure. "What do you want?" Brenner asked. "I want you to walk down this mountain, get in your car, and drive back to Zurich. The operation is over. Kessler's network is collapsing. If you stay in France when the DGSI moves, you become evidence. If you leave now, you're a consulting firm employee who visited Annecy for the day." Brenner considered this. The calculation was visible in the tightening of his jaw, the brief shift in weight, the eyes moving from Cole to the trail to the dark-haired man and back. Killing Cole solved the immediate problem and created a catastrophic one. An American intelligence officer dead on a French mountain would bring every service in Europe into the investigation within 48 hours. Brenner had been told no bodies on French soil. Brenner was a man who followed instructions, not because he lacked the capacity for independent action, but because instructions, in his experience, existed for reasons that were usually better than the alternatives. The wind moved through the pines above them. The branches shifted, settled, went still. A chough called from somewhere on the ridge, sharp and brief. The three men stood on the frozen trail, and the silence held. "He told us your name was Keller," Brenner said. Cole waited. "But he called you something else on the phone." Brenner's voice was neutral, factual, the voice of a man reporting an operational detail that had struck him as anomalous. "When he gave us the brief, he used another name." A pause. The wind had stopped. The trees were motionless. "Brannick," Brenner said. The word arrived on the mountain trail with the weight of something that had been traveling a long distance. Cole heard it clearly. The cold air carried the word without distortion, without mercy. Kessler knew his real name, not his cover, not David Keller. His real name, Cole Brannick. Cole kept his hands visible. He kept his posture open. He kept his face still. These were skills he had trained, and the training held. Load-bearing walls beneath a shifting structure. "How did he know that name?" Cole asked. Brenner's expression changed. Not surprise. Something else. The expression of a man who had been carrying a detail that did not fit the operational brief and had just confirmed that it did not fit for the person it concerned, either. A professional noting an irregularity. "I don't know," Brenner said. "I follow instructions. I don't ask where the instructions come from." They stood on the trail, 10 meters apart, in the thin mountain air, with the frozen ground beneath them and the gray sky above and the valley invisible below. The forest was still. The chough had gone silent. The only sound was the wind, returning now, moving through the high branches with a low, steady pressure that Cole felt against his face. Brenner turned to Petrovich. He said 3 words in German, quiet and precise. Petrovich looked at Cole, then at Brenner, and nodded. They walked down the trail. They did not hurry. They walked with the measured pace of professionals withdrawing from a compromised operation, each step deliberate, covering the same ground they had climbed 10 minutes earlier. They did not look back. Cole watched them descend to the pull-off. They crossed the gravel. They got into the Audi. The engine started. The car reversed, turned onto the D42, and descended toward Talouars. The sound of the engine faded through the switchbacks, each note dropping as the distance grew, until the mountain absorbed it entirely. The pull-off was empty. The Citroen sat alone, on the gravel. The orientation table cast a short shadow in the low afternoon light. Cole stood on the trail. His hands began to shake. Not during, after. The adrenaline that had held him steady through the confrontation released in a single wave, and his hands trembled at his sides, and his jaw clenched, and the muscles in his legs went loose and uncertain. The cold that he had been cataloging and filing and managing for the past 2 hours became, suddenly, overwhelmingly present. No longer information, but force, pressing through his jacket and into his chest. He sat down on a flat boulder beside the trail and put his hands between his knees and pressed them together and waited for the shaking to stop. It took 4 minutes. He counted. Counting was a technique from the farm, from the winter exercise in the Blue Ridge Mountains, from a life spent learning to manage the body's honest responses to situations the mind had chosen. The body did not lie. The body registered what the training suppressed. His hands had been steady when they needed to be steady. Now they told the truth. He breathed. The mountain air was cold and clean and tasted of pine resin and frozen stone. The silence was enormous. No traffic, no voices, no mechanical sound of any kind. the wind in the high branches, the distant, circling call of the chough returning to its ridge, his own breathing, slowing, steadying, returning to the rhythm of a man who was no longer standing 10 meters from someone deciding whether to kill him. He took out the burner phone. 2 messages had arrived during the confrontation. Margot. I have the files. Returning from Chambéry, 2 hours. Aldridge. DGSI confirms. Farge under surveillance. Preparing arrest warrant. 24 HRs. The pieces were moving. Margot had the Belkacem files. The DGSI was preparing the warrant for Farge. Castaigne was being questioned in Brussels. Kessler's network was unraveling from 3 directions simultaneously, and each direction had its own momentum, its own institutional weight, its own timeline that Kessler could not control. But Kessler had 24 hours. 24 hours was enough. 24 hours was what a man like Kessler needed to step into the architecture of disappearance he had spent 20 years building. The Singapore accounts, the Liechtenstein Trust, the Cayman and Dubai entities, the documents waiting in 3 cities, the clean phones, the clean passports, the clean life on the other side of the border. And Kessler knew his name. Not David Keller, not the legend, not the art appraiser from Gallery Rhone. Brannick. Cole Brannick. How? Castaigne had facilitated the cardinal introduction but had not known Cole's cover name, or his true name. Castaigne was a connector, a facilitator, a man who made introductions without knowing the names on the other side of the handshake. The DGSE templates Farge had provided did not identify a specific DIA officer. They were institutional documents, formatted and filed. Aldridge had never shared Cole's identity outside secure channels. The operational security was standard, and standard operational security meant the name Brannick existed only in classified DIA systems and in the minds of the handful of people cleared to know it. Kessler had the name from somewhere else, somewhere outside the operational chain, somewhere personal. Cole filed this, not under operational threats, which were diminishing, or institutional concerns, which Aldridge and the DGSI and the machinery of 3 governments would handle. He filed it under the category that had no institutional process, no protocol, no chain of custody. The category of things that would sit in him, unresolved, until he understood them. He stood. His legs were stiff from the cold and the sitting and the adrenaline's aftermath. He walked down the trail to the pull-off. The gravel crunched beneath his shoes, loud in the silence. He unlocked the Citroen, started the engine, and let it idle while the heater pushed warm air against his face and hands. The dashboard thermometer read -2. He drove north, down the mountain, through the switchbacks where the virage numbers counted down from 16 to 1, through Taloirs, where the closed auberge and the empty parking lot and the bare chestnut trees looked the same as they had 3 hours earlier, unchanged by what had happened on the ridge above, along the eastern shore of the lake, where the water was flat and gray and held the fading light of the afternoon, through Menthon Saint-Bernard, through Verrières-du-Lac, into the approaches of Annecy, where the medieval streets were already darkening in the late afternoon and the street lights along the canal were beginning to glow a pale, inadequate orange against the coming night. His hands had stopped shaking. His breathing was normal. His body had told its truth and then had agreed, as it always agreed, to resume the performance. But the name sat in him, heavy and unresolved, the way a flaw in a painting sits beneath the varnish, invisible to the casual viewer, visible under raking light, waiting for the one person with the patience and the training and the need to strip the surface away and see what was underneath. Brannick. Kessler knew his name, and Cole did not know how. Chapter 36. Exit Architecture. Kessler returned to the offices of Vector Consulting AG at 6:30 on a Wednesday evening, when the building on Rue de Rhône was quiet and the corridor lights had dimmed to their after-hours setting, a pale amber glow that turned the limestone walls the color of old parchment. The receptionist had gone home at 5. His assistant, Claudine, had left at 6 after confirming the cancellation of next week's appointments, a client in Lausanne, a compliance review in Zurich, a lunch at the Hôtel de Bergue that Kessler would not attend and for which Claudine had booked a corner table 3 weeks ago. She had not asked why the week was being cleared. Claudine had worked for Kessler for 11 years and had learned that questions about scheduling changes produced answers that were technically accurate and operationally useless. He locked the outer door behind him and walked through the reception area. The space was tasteful in the manner of Geneva's professional services firms: muted colors, good lighting, a single piece of art on the wall opposite the entrance. The art was a print, not an original, a Giacometti lithograph that Kessler had selected when the offices were renovated 8 years ago because it conveyed seriousness without ostentation, which was the visual language of a firm whose clients preferred discretion to decoration. The waiting chairs were leather, dark gray, arranged around a low table that held copies of the Financial Times and the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, both current, both unread by visitors who came to Vector for consultations that did not require small talk. He entered his office, the corner office, 3rd floor, the view that had defined his professional identity for 20 years, the Rue de Rhône below, the rooftops of the banking district stepping down toward the lake, and the jet d'eau rising against the evening sky, illuminated now by spotlights, a white column of water against the dark water of the Raid, 140 meters of engineered spectacle that Geneva presented to the world as municipal art. Kessler had watched it from this window thousands of times. The plume rose, broke apart, fell back. The cycle repeated. The engineering was invisible. Only the effect was visible. He had always admired this. The Calami landscape hung on the wall beside the window. A small painting, Alexandre Calam, Swiss Romantic School, alpine scenery rendered with the technical precision and emotional restraint that characterized the period. Kessler had purchased it at auction 12 years ago for the office. It was a business asset, declared on the firm's books, insured through a Geneva broker. It was not the hodler. The Calam was a painting he looked at during the workday. The hodler was something else. He opened the personal safe behind the credenza. Combination lock, 4 digits, changed quarterly. Inside, 3 folders, 2 external hard drives, a stack of bound documents relating to the firm's offshore structures, and a sealed envelope containing authentication codes for accounts in Singapore and Liechtenstein. He removed the folders and one of the hard drives. The remaining items he left. They contained nothing that could not be reconstructed from records held elsewhere, and the reconstruction would take investigators months, which was time Kessler would use. He placed the folders and the drive in his briefcase, an Italian leather briefcase in dark brown that Claudine had given him for his 50th birthday and that he carried every day, not because of its provenance but because its dimensions were precisely correct for the documents and devices he transported between the office and the apartment. Function determined loyalty. This had always been his principle, applied to objects and to people. He walked through the conference room. The long table, 12 chairs, the projector screen at the far end. He had sat at the head of this table for 20 years of partner meetings, client presentations, the careful orchestrations of compliance that were Vector's public function, and the architecture of concealment that was its private one. The distinction between the two had never troubled him. Every financial structure served multiple purposes. The question was not whether the purposes were compatible, but whether the architecture could bear the weight of both. For 20 years, it had. The architecture was sound. The architect was leaving. The partner offices were dark. Muller's office, neat and orderly, the desk bare, a photograph of his family in Zolikon on the credenza. Weber's office, messier, papers stacked beside the computer, a half-empty water glass that would sit there until the cleaning crew arrived in the morning. Both men were competent. Both would cooperate with investigators when the time came, because cooperation was the rational response and because neither Muller nor Weber had built the structures they would be asked to explain. They had operated within them. They had signed the documents Kessler prepared and attended the meetings Kessler organized and billed the hours Kessler assigned. They were functionaries. The architecture had been Kessler's alone. He stood at the conference room window. The jet d'eau had shut off for the night. The lake was dark. The lights of Cologne glittered on the southern shore. A mouette, the small yellow ferry that crossed the Raid, was making its final transit, its cabin lights reflected in the black water. Geneva was settling into its evening rhythm, restaurants filling on the Rue de Marche, the theater crowd assembling at the Grand Theatre, the quiet migration of bankers and consultants and diplomats from offices to apartments to the private clubs where the city's real business continued over whiskey and discretion. He turned off the office light. He walked through reception, past the Giacometti print, past the leather chairs, past the copies of the Financial Times that would be replaced tomorrow morning by newspapers he would not see. He locked the outer door and descended the stairs to the street. Rue de Rhône was cold. The limestone facades of the banking district held the day's thin warmth for an hour after sunset and then released it, and the street became what it was in January, a corridor of stone and glass and money, lit by the windows of jewelry shops and private banks, empty of pedestrians, populated by the occasional taxi and the security guards who stood inside the lobbies of buildings that held more wealth than most countries. Kessler walked to his car in the underground garage on Rue de la Coraterie. He drove home to the apartment on Quai du Mont Blanc along the Lake Road, the water on his right, the hotels and apartment buildings on his left, the Jet d'Eau's platform dark and low in the Raid, the plumbing visible now that the spectacle was off, the machinery exposed. He parked in the building's garage, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and entered the apartment. The apartment was quiet. It was always quiet. 4 rooms and a long hallway, furnished with the restrained taste of a man who appreciated quality and had the means to acquire it and the solitude to arrange it as he wished. The foyer held a coat rack and a mirror. The kitchen was narrow, efficient, the workspace of someone who cooked with precision and ate alone. The sitting room faced the lake, 2 reading chairs, a low table, bookshelves lining the wall opposite the windows. The dining table stood in an alcove between the sitting room and the kitchen, 6 chairs around it, one at the head with a placemat that had faded from years of light and stillness. The chair had not been moved. The placemat had not been replaced. Kessler sat second from the end when he ate, as he had always sat, leaving the head of the table to a person who was no longer there. The hallway contained a door that Kessler passed without looking at. He had passed it every day for years, and the discipline of not looking was itself a form of acknowledgement, a practiced avoidance that had become, over time, its own form of ritual. He changed his shoes at the door. Italian house slippers, leather, soft-soled. He set his briefcase on the kitchen counter. He poured a glass of désolé from the lavabo, a white chasselas that he had opened the previous evening and recorked with care, because waste offended him and because the désolé improved with a day of air, the acidity softening, the mineral notes becoming rounder. He cooked a risotto, arborio rice, shallots, a knob of butter, chicken stock from a container he had made on Sunday. He added the stock one ladle at a time, stirring with the patience of a man who understood that risotto could not be hurried and who had, over the years, found in the stirring a rhythm that served a purpose beyond the culinary. The apartment was silent around him. The only sounds were the scrape of the wooden spoon against the copper pan, the low hiss of the gas burner, and the occasional settling of the building, the faint mechanical exhalations of a structure that had stood on the Quai du Mont Blanc since 1912. He ate at the table, one plate, one glass, one chair. The faded placemat at the head sat undisturbed. He ate slowly, without reading, without music, attending to the food with the same precision he applied to everything. The risotto was good. The désolé was better with the day of air. He washed the plate and the glass and the pan and placed them in their positions. He made coffee. He carried the cup to the sitting room. The Hodler hung on the wall opposite the reading chairs. Ferdinand Hodler, Lake Geneva from Cheik's Bresse, 1905. Oil on canvas, 82 by 105 centimeters. Flat horizontal bands of color, wildflowers in the foreground, the blue-green expanse of the lake, the Savoy Alps in pale violet and white, a sky that occupied half the canvas and held the quality of light that Hodler painted better than anyone of his generation, the light of altitude, of clarity, of the Swiss plateau looking south toward France. The painting had been hung by someone else. Kessler had never moved it. The position was chosen by a person who understood the afternoon light in this room and had placed the painting where it would receive that light between 3 and 5 o'clock. When the sun came through the western windows and the colors warmed and the lake in the painting became, for 2 hours, indistinguishable from the real lake visible through the glass. Kessler sat in the reading chair with his coffee and looked at the painting. His face, in the lamplight, was not composed. The architecture of control that he maintained in the office, at the restaurant in Carouge, on the phone with Brenner, in every interaction that required the performance of competence and calm, was absent. The face was older than it appeared in public. The lines around the eyes were deeper. The set of the mouth was different, not the precise neutrality of a man managing a conversation, but the unguarded expression of a man sitting alone with something he was about to lose. He drank his coffee. He did not read. Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain sat on the side table, where it had sat for weeks, the bookmark at the same page, the same chapter, the same passage about Hans Castorp's adjustment to the sanatorium, to the mountain air, to the suspension of ordinary time. Kessler had not advanced the bookmark. Reading required a future in which the story continued, and the future Kessler was entering did not include this room or this chair or this light. He set the cup down. He stood. He walked to the painting. He stood close enough to see the brushwork, Hodler's horizontal strokes, the layering of color, the way the pigment caught the lamplight and held it. He had stood this close 1,000 times. He knew every crack in the surface, every variation in the brushwork, every place where the varnish had yellowed and the original color was slightly different from what the eye perceived. He reached behind the frame, to the narrow space between the canvas and the wall, and felt the edge of a flat object he had placed there months ago. A sealed envelope, taped to the back of the frame with archival tape, the kind used in conservation work, acid-free, pressure-sensitive, invisible from the front. He did not remove it. He pressed the tape to confirm it held. The envelope contained something for another time, another story, another person who would stand in this room and take the painting down and find what had been left behind. The contents were not for now. They were a seed, planted in the architecture, designed to survive the architect's departure. He stepped back. Es tut mir leid, dass ich es nicht besser gemacht habe, he said. The words were quiet, German, spoken to the painting, or to the room, or to the person who had hung the painting in this light. The sentence was simple, an apology for not having done better. The specifics of the failure were absent. The emotion was not. Kessler's voice held a weight that no one who knew him professionally would have recognized. The voice of a man speaking to someone who could not hear him, in a language that belonged to a part of his life that he had walled off with the same precision he applied to financial structures and operational security. He turned off the lamp. The painting disappeared into darkness. The horizontal bands of color, the wildflowers, the lake, the Alps, the Hodler sky, all of it absorbed by the dark, present but invisible. The way things held in the dark are present but cannot be confirmed by sight. He walked through the hallway. He passed the closed door without looking at it. He entered the bedroom. The overnight bag sat on the chair by the window, packed since Sunday, clothes for 3 days, 2 passports, 1 Swiss, 1 German, both genuine, both in names that were his by legal arrangement, the authentication codes for the Singapore account, a phone with 3 numbers stored and no history. The briefcase with the office files sat on the kitchen counter. Tomorrow morning, early, he would carry both bags to the train station and take the 0647 to Zurich. From Zurich, a flight. The destination was prepared. The accounts were funded. The architecture of disappearance, which he had built 20 years ago and maintained with quarterly reviews, was ready to receive its architect. He lay in bed. The apartment was dark. The sounds of Geneva reached him faintly through the double-glazed windows. A car on the quay, the distant horn of a mouette making a transit that should have ended an hour ago, the silence of a city that kept its business quiet. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep well. He had not slept well since Tuesday, since the security footage, since the American's face on the screen, since the name Brannick had risen from the file in his desk into his mouth and onto the phone to Brenner and out into the operational chain where it did not belong and where its presence revealed something about Stefan Kessler that Stefan Kessler had spent 14 years containing. In the sitting room, the painting hung in the dark. The chair at the dinner table sat empty. The envelope behind the frame held its contents in silence, patient, archival, designed to outlast the man who placed it there. In the morning, the apartment would be empty. The painting would remain, and someday, someone would take it down and look at the wall behind it and find what Kessler had left. But that was not this story. Chapter 37, The Reckoning. Henri Castaigne ironed his own shirts. He had done so since the divorce, 7 years ago, when he discovered that the task his wife had performed without complaint for 19 years required a specific temperature for cotton and a different one for linen and a patience he had not known he possessed. He ironed on Sunday evenings, 5 shirts for the week, hung them on the bedroom door in order, and the small discipline of it had become the scaffolding of his solitary life. He ironed the way he cooked, the way he kept the apartment, the way he remembered birthdays and wrote thank-you notes by hand, carefully, because care was the only thing that separated a man living alone from a man who had given up. He had not ironed this week. The shirts hung in the closet, wrinkled, untouched since Tuesday, since the call from Aldridge. The doorbell rang at 7:03 on a Thursday morning, and Castaigne, who had been sitting in his living room since midnight with a glass of scotch and a photograph, was not surprised. He had expected them since that call, since Aldridge had asked, in a voice Castaigne had never heard before, careful, quiet, the voice of a man dismantling a friendship one sentence at a time. "Henri, who put you in contact with the DGSE officer who sourced Cardinal?" Castaigne had answered the question with a lie, and the lie had sounded wrong even as he spoke it, and the silence that followed was the silence of a man who had identified a forgery and was deciding whether to say so. Aldridge had said so. Not on that call. On the next one, 12 hours later, when the careful voice had been replaced by something harder. Vector Consulting. Henri. 3 years of consulting fees. I pulled your financial profile. Castaigne had said nothing. There was nothing to say. The fact was the fact, and facts, in Castaigne's experience, were the one thing that neither charm nor friendship could survive. He had not slept since. He sat in the armchair with the scotch and the photograph and the heating set to 22 degrees, the thermostat a Swiss model he had installed 3 months after the vector payments began, replacing the ancient Belgian radiator controls that had served the previous occupant. Outside, the Avenue Louise was dark and empty, and the only sounds were the occasional tram and the settling of the old building and the ice shifting in his glass. The apartment itself was the evidence. 2 bedrooms, a balcony overlooking the Avenue Louise, a kitchen with marble countertops that the landlord had not installed. Castaigne had signed the lease 18 months ago, moving from his old place in Saint-Gilles, a modest flat above a bakery where he had lived for 6 years after the divorce and where the rent had been appropriate to a retired intelligence officer supplementing his pension with occasional consulting work. The Exel's apartment was not appropriate to that income. The Exel's apartment was appropriate to the income of a man receiving 45,000 euros a year from a Geneva firm called Vector Consulting AG. He had known this. He had known it when he signed the lease. He had known it in the same way he had known the first time Kessler asked him to make a specific introduction rather than a general one, that the line between networking and corruption was behind him. Knowledge, in Castaigne's experience, rarely stopped anyone. What stopped people was consequence, and consequence, unlike knowledge, arrived on a Thursday morning at 7 o'clock wearing suits and carrying a letter. He opened the door. 2 men, Belgian SGRS, Service Général du Renseignement et de la Sécurité, the military intelligence service that oversaw security clearances and investigated officers suspected of compromise. They were polite. They showed identification. They presented a letter, printed on SGRS letterhead, requesting his voluntary cooperation in an ongoing investigation. The letter did not use the word arrest. The letter did not need to. "Gentlemen," Castaigne said, "come in." They entered. They declined coffee, which was the first sign that the visit was not collegial. In Castaigne's professional world, declining coffee was a statement of intent. It said, "This is not a conversation between colleagues. This is an interview." Castaigne sat in the armchair. The SGRS officers sat on the sofa. Between them, on the coffee table, sat the glass and the framed photograph. The photograph showed 2 men at a NATO reception in Brussels 8 years ago. Castaigne and James Aldridge, both in dark suits, both holding drinks, both smiling with the easy warmth of men who had known each other for 7 years. At the time, the photograph was taken, and who would know each other for 8 more years before one of them destroyed everything in it. "I'll cooperate," Castaigne said. The SGRS officers exchanged a glance. They had expected resistance. They had expected the reflexive denials that men in Castaigne's position always offered, the protests of innocence, the demands for a lawyer, the invocations of service and loyalty and 30 years of unblemished record. Castaigne offered none of these. "Fully," he said. "I'll tell you everything." And he did. The operational details, the dates and amounts and communication methods and names, are facts that have already been established in other rooms and other cities. What Castaigne provided, and what cost him more than the facts themselves, was the context. 15 years of friendship with Aldridge, NATO receptions where they stood together holding drinks and discussed the Baroque politics of European intelligence liaison, shared dinners, Christmas cards every year, with handwritten notes, the flowers Aldridge had sent when Castaigne's mother died, white lilies delivered to the apartment in Saint-Gilles with a card reading, "With deepest sympathy, James." The recommendation Aldridge had written when Castaigne applied for the consulting position that became, within 2 years, the vehicle for Vector's payments. And one evening, 3 years ago, before any of it, a November dinner at La Quincaillerie, the second bottle of Burgundy nearly finished, and Aldridge, leaning back in his chair and saying, with the simple conviction of a man who had spent 26 years weighing the people around him, "You know what I appreciate about you, Henri? You never became someone else. 30 years in this business and you're still the same man." Castaigne had laughed and raised his glass and said something self-deprecating, and the evening had ended with Aldridge insisting on paying and the two of them walking to the Grand Place in the cold, talking about nothing, the way old friends do. 4 months later, Kessler called for the first time. Every act of friendship now recontextualized as a vector of betrayal. Every confidence shared a piece of intelligence passed without coercion or encryption, passed freely, because that is what friends do. They trust. The SGRS officers took notes. They asked precise questions. Castaigne answered precisely. He provided Kessler's name and Farge's name and the structure of the operation and the timeline of his own compromise. He did not minimize. He did not explain. He stated facts in the order they occurred, with the discipline of a man who had spent 30 years in the intelligence profession and understood that a clear statement was the only currency he had left. The interview lasted 90 minutes. The SGRS officers closed their notebooks. They informed Castaigne that he was not under arrest, but that his passport should be surrendered to their office by end of business. They recommended he retain legal counsel. They thanked him for his cooperation. They left. Castaigne sat alone in his apartment. The heating hummed. The Avenue Louise was waking up. A tram passed, its bell ringing, and a delivery truck pulled up to the cafe on the corner. The ironing board was still set up in the bedroom, the iron cold, the wrinkled shirts waiting. He would not iron them. He would not need 5 pressed shirts for the week ahead. The photograph was still on the coffee table. Castaigne picked it up. He and Aldridge, 8 years ago, both smiling. Aldridge leaning back, the way he had leaned back that night at La Quincaillerie, before everything. The same man. He carried it to the bookshelf and set it face down. He did not have the courage to throw it away. He did not have the right to keep it upright. He left it face down, the image hidden, the frame visible, and the knowledge of what he had ruined was the one thing that no amount of cooperation or confession or institutional machinery would ever remove. Outside, a tram bell rang on the Avenue Louise. Brussels continued without him. Chapter 38. The arrest Margot had told Marie-Hélène to send someone to Annecy. Marie-Hélène had sent a car instead. The DGSI wanted Margot in Paris for the arrest, wanted her statement delivered in the building where the crime had been authorized, wanted the symmetry of it. Margot had not argued. She had not been inside the DGSE headquarters on Boulevard Mortier in 7 years. The building had not changed. The compound sat in the 20th arrondissement of Paris, behind walls and gates and security checkpoints, a collection of modernist structures that the intelligence community referred to as La Piscine, the swimming pool, because the complex shared a wall with the Piscine des Tourelles, the municipal pool next door. The name was affectionate and ironic, in the way that intelligence professionals were always affectionate and ironic about the places where they worked, because diminishing the buildings diminished the significance of what happened inside them, or so the theory went. Margot arrived at 7:45 on Thursday morning. She had driven through the night from Annecy, 4 hours on the A6, the manila folders in her bag on the passenger seat. She had not slept. The autoroute had been empty past Lyon, the headlights of her Citroën cutting through fog in the Rhône Valley, and she had driven with the particular alertness of a woman who understood that the documents beside her could end a career and begin a prosecution, and that neither outcome would bring Karim Belkacem back to his wife and 2 children. Marie-Hélène Tissot met her at the security gate with a DGSI identification badge and a visitor's pass, and the expression of a woman who had not expected to see Margot Vidal walk through this gate again and was not entirely certain how she felt about it. "The team is assembling now," Marie-Hélène said. "We have an arrest warrant signed by Judge Mercier in the overnight session. Farge has been under surveillance since yesterday afternoon. He arrived at the building 20 minutes ago." "He came to work," Margot said. He came to work. There was something in that. A man under surveillance who arrived at his desk at his usual hour, carried his usual briefcase, greeted the usual colleagues. Either he did not know, or he knew and could not imagine an alternative. The institutional self had consumed the rest. They walked through the compound. Margot recognized the corridors, the fluorescent lighting, the institutional beige of the walls. The smell had not changed, floor wax and recycled air and the faint metallic scent of electronic equipment running day and night behind closed doors. She had walked these corridors for 7 years, carrying files, attending briefings, writing assessments that had shaped counter-proliferation operations across 3 continents. She had been good at the work. She had been better than most. She had left because the institution she served had killed a man and called it an accident and offered her a promotion to forget. She had not forgotten. The conference room was on the 3rd floor. Margot recognized it immediately. The long table, the institutional coffee machine in the corner, the glass wall overlooking the interior corridor. She had attended her first counter-proliferation briefing in this room, 8 years ago, sitting 3 chairs from the end, taking notes in the small, precise handwriting that her section chief had once called the analyst's equivalent of a surgeon's hands. The compliment had been genuine. The section chief had signed Farge's operational authorization 6 months later. The DGSI team consisted of 4 officers, 2 men and 2 women, wearing dark suits and carrying themselves with the quiet authority of a service that had spent years waiting for an opportunity to embarrass the DGSE's counterproliferation section. The inter-service rivalry between the DGSE and DGSI was old and deep and rooted in jurisdictional disputes that predated both organizations. The DGSE handled foreign intelligence. The DGSI handled domestic security. When a DGSE officer committed crimes on French soil, the DGSI's jurisdiction was clear, and the satisfaction of exercising that jurisdiction against a sister service was evident in the way Commandant Duval arranged the manila folders on the conference table. Duval was the team leader, a compact man in his 40s with careful eyes and the measured manner of someone who understood that arresting a serving DGSE officer on the grounds of the DGSE headquarters was an act of institutional warfare as much as criminal justice. He examined the folders with professional care. The operational authorization with Farge's signature drew particular attention. One of the officers photographed each page. "This is sufficient," Duval said. "We'll proceed at 0830. They waited. The DGSE officers who passed in the corridor glanced through the glass wall and looked away. They knew. Institutions had their own nervous systems, and the presence of 4 DGSI officers in a DGSE conference room at 8 in the morning sent a signal that traveled through the building faster than any memo. 2 DGSE officers entered the conference room and sat at the far end of the table. They were not part of the arrest. They were there to observe, to document, to represent the interests of an agency that was about to lose one of its own. They did not introduce themselves. They did not look at Margot. Their hostility was institutional, not personal, which made it worse. Margot was the woman who had reported the problem 7 years ago, and the problem had not gone away, and now 4 officers from a rival service were about to prove that she had been right. At 8:30, Duval stood. "We're going." Margot stayed in the conference room. She was not part of the arrest team. She was a witness, a former officer providing documentary evidence, and her role was to wait and then to give her statement. She sat at the conference table with her hands folded and looked at the manila folders and waited. The 2 DGSE observers remained at the far end of the table. One of them poured coffee from the institutional machine. He did not offer Margot a cup. The silence in the room was specific, the silence of people who were not on the same side and knew it and had no use for the pretense of courtesy. 7 years. 7 years since she had walked into her section chief's office on the 4th floor of this building and said, "The Belkacem operation was an assassination. I have the documentation." 7 years since the section chief had looked at her with the particular expression of a senior intelligence officer confronted with a subordinate's inconvenient ethics. The expression that said, "I understand your concern, and I share it. And now let me explain why it doesn't matter." 7 years since the inspector general had offered the promotion, and Margot had understood that the promotion was not a reward, but a purchase. And she declined the purchase and walked out of the building and driven to Chambéry and sealed the evidence in a box in a bank and opened a bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire and fed a cat named Minou and poured Roussette de Savoie for herself in the evenings and waited, without admitting she was waiting, for this morning. She had not destroyed the files. She had kept them. She had always known what that meant. The door opened. Duval entered. "Farge is in custody. He's being processed downstairs." He looked at Margot. "We'd like your statement now, if you're ready." "I'm ready." She had been ready for 7 years. Margot gave her statement in the same conference room where she had once been briefed on the Belkacem surveillance operation. The irony was not lost on her. It was not lost on anyone. 2 DGSI officers sat across from her, Duval and a younger woman named Capitaine Rocher, who took notes with the focused attention of someone building a prosecution file. A recording device sat on the table between them. One of the DGSE observers had left. The other remained in the corner, taking his own notes, his face carefully neutral. The face of a man documenting his own institution's humiliation for an internal review that would be read by the director and filed away and referenced, years from now, in discussions about reform that would change nothing essential. Margot told them about the Belkacem operation, the surveillance logs, the target assessment that had identified Karim Belkacem, a Tunisian-born French citizen, 41 years old, an engineer at a Lion aerospace firm, married, father of 2, suspected but never proven to have facilitated technology transfers to Iran, the truck on the A6 in the rain, the forced lane change, the timing, the cleanup, the operational authorization signed by Commandant Lucien Farge, the post-incident report that classified an assassination as a traffic accident, the financial traces, payments from a Geneva trust managed by Haussmann, Perrin, and associates to accounts controlled by Farge. 9 years, 80,000 euros per year. She told them about her resignation, the section chief's office, the inspector general's offer, the promotion that was a purchase. She told them about Chambéry, the safety deposit box at the Crédit Agricole on Rue de Boigne, the 7 years of carrying the evidence and not looking at it and knowing it was there. She told them about the Cardinal operation, the fabricated source, the dead man's identity, the DGSE operational templates used to build the legend, the connection to Vector Consulting in Geneva. She told them about Cole Brannick, the American DIA officer who had come to Annecy to meet a source that did not exist and had stayed to unravel the network that had built it. Her voice was level throughout. She had rehearsed none of it. She did not need to rehearse. The facts had lived inside her for 7 years, arranged and ordered and precise, the way an analyst's facts were always arranged, because the training never left. She had stopped being a DGSE officer. She had not stopped thinking in the systematic, evidentiary manner that the training had installed. The training was permanent. Only the loyalty was revocable. The statement took 45 minutes. When she finished, the recording device was switched off. Duval thanked her. Rocher thanked her. The DGSE observer closed his notebook and left the room without a word. Margot stood. She collected her bag. She walked to the corridor. The corridor was busy now. Officers moving between offices, carrying files, speaking in the low, urgent tones of people whose institution had been breached from within. The DGSI arrest of a serving DGSE commandant on DGSE premises had sent a shock wave through the building, and the shock wave was expressing itself in the usual ways: closed doors, urgent phone calls, the particular choreography of men and women who had been taught to manage crises and were now experiencing one from the inside. Farge appeared at the far end of the corridor. He was flanked by 2 DGSI officers, walking toward the elevator. His wrists were not cuffed. He was wearing a dark suit, the same kind of suit he had always worn. The careful, correct suit of a mid-level intelligence officer who dressed to blend into institutional corridors and who had blended so thoroughly that the corruption had become invisible, even to him, or perhaps especially to him. His face was gray. He looked older than 49. He had spent the morning in an interview room on the ground floor and had discovered that the techniques he had watched used on others felt different from the inside. He saw Margot. The recognition was immediate. His step did not falter, but something behind his eyes shifted. A rearrangement of understanding that Margot could read because she had been trained to read faces in this building, by officers who worked in this building, in service to the mission that this building was supposed to represent. He knew who she was. He had known her name when she was a junior analyst in his section, 7 years ago. He had known her name when he mentioned her to Kessler at dinner in Carouge. She was in my section years ago. She left. He had not said why she left. He had not needed to. They both knew why. He was 3 meters away, close enough that she could see the broken capillaries in his cheeks and the sweat on his upper lip and the particular defeat of a man whose institutional identity had been the only identity that mattered and who was now watching that identity stripped away in the corridors where he had built it. He said nothing. She said nothing. There was nothing to say. 7 years ago she had told the truth, and the institution had offered her silence, and she had chosen exile, and he had stayed, and the staying had cost him everything, and the exile had cost her everything, and now they were passing each other in a corridor, 3 meters apart, and the distance between them was the distance between a woman who had carried the truth and a man who had buried it, and the truth had outlasted the burial. He walked past. The elevator doors opened. He entered with his escorts. The doors closed. Margot watched the floor indicator descend. 3, 2, 1, SS. Farge was going to the basement, to processing, to the machinery that he had served and that was now consuming him. She walked out of the building. The January air was sharp. Paris in winter, gray sky, bare trees along the boulevard. The particular cold of a city built on a river plain where the damp settled into stone and clothing and bone. She stood on the pavement outside the security gate and breathed. The breathing was not relief. It was not triumph. It was the breathing of a woman who had been holding something for 7 years and had set it down and was learning what her body felt without the weight. In Annecy, Aldridge sat in his room at the Hotel Splendid and ended his career. The first call was to Collins at DIA headquarters. It was 3 a.m. in Washington, and Collins answered on the second ring, because deputy directors of operations did not sleep through the final phase of an international counterintelligence case. "The French have Farge," Aldridge said. "DGSI arrest at Boulevard Mortier. 0830 local. The Belgian SGRS has Castaigne's full statement. The documentary evidence is with the DGSI team." "And the architect? Kessler?" "We don't have him. Swiss AG has been notified. But if he runs, he's already running." Collins was quiet for 3 seconds. "The damage assessment team arrives in Brussels tomorrow. They'll need everything, James. They'll have it. Everything includes how this happened, how Cardinal was approved, how a compromised Belgian liaison officer was used to funnel fabricated intelligence to a DIA station chief who should have caught it. I know what it includes. Do you?" "I should have caught it," Aldridge said. "I didn't. The responsibility is mine." Another silence. Collins was not a cruel woman. She was a precise one, and precision required that culpability be established early, clearly, and on a recorded line. "Noted," she said. "We'll talk tomorrow." The second call was to Commandant Bertrand at the DGSI, who confirmed the arrest and the scope of the prosecution. "The documentation your source provided is being processed. We'll need formal statements from the American officer and from the DIA station." "You'll have them," Aldridge said. The third call was to Cole. "Farge is arrested," Aldridge said. "Castaigne is cooperating in Brussels. The DGSI has the files. It's moving." "And Kessler?" Aldridge looked out the window. The canal flowed past the hotel, the Thew, green and cold in the January light, the medieval buildings reflected in the water. Swiss AG has been notified. If he runs today. He'll run, Cole said. Probably. A silence. The silence of two men who had spent 9 days building a case and knew that the architect, the man who had designed the trap and built the network and known Cole's name from a source that no one could identify, was already gone. I'm sorry, Cole, Aldridge said. For what? For not catching Castaigne. For approving Cardinal. For ordering the abort. Take your pick. You came to Annecy, Cole said. That counts. Aldridge set down the phone. He sat on the edge of the bed. The room was small and clean and impersonal, the room of a mid-range hotel in a provincial city, and it bore no resemblance to the office on Boulevard du Régent where he had spent 26 years building a career that was now, by any reasonable institutional measure, over. He had self-reported. He had acknowledged culpability on a recorded line to his direct superior. The damage assessment team would be thorough and fair and would conclude that Station Chief James Aldridge had exercised poor judgment in approving the Cardinal operation based on intelligence funneled through a compromised liaison officer. The conclusion would be accurate. Reassignment pending review would become early retirement with full pension, and the Princeton Prince would come off the wall, and the Dartmouth mug would go in a box, and the framed photograph of him and Cole at the NATO reception would sit on a shelf in whatever apartment he found in Georgetown or Alexandria or one of the other places where retired intelligence officers went to read memoirs and attend lectures and pretend that the best years of their professional lives had not ended in a single phone call. He stood. He put on his coat. He walked out of the hotel and into the cold morning. The canal flowed past, green and indifferent. In Paris, a man who had signed an execution order was sitting in a basement. In Brussels, another man was cooperating with a thoroughness that suggested he had been waiting to be caught. In Geneva, an office on the Rue du Rhône sat empty. Aldridge walked along the canal. He did not go back inside. Chapter 39. The Network Collapses. On the same Thursday morning that Commandant Lucien Farge was escorted from his office at Boulevard Mortier by 2 DGSI officers and a woman he had not seen in 7 years, the architecture he had helped to protect began collapsing in 3 cities, across 2 continents, with the quiet, systematic inevitability of something that had been designed to fail all along, if anyone had ever bothered to look. In Lyon, the collapse began with a phone call that was not answered. Jean-Paul Drouot, the export manager of Solartech SA, arrived at the company's offices in the Zone Industrielle de Vénissieux at 8:15 on Thursday morning, as he arrived every Thursday morning, in the same Peugeot, at the same time, with the same briefcase and the same thermos of coffee his wife had prepared and the same mild distraction of a man reviewing his schedule before the day began. He parked in his designated space. He collected his briefcase from the passenger seat. He walked through the lobby and found 2 men waiting for him at the reception desk. They were not clients. They wore dark suits and stood with the settled patience of men who were accustomed to waiting in lobbies and who understood that the waiting was part of the work, because the person who waits is always calmer than the person who arrives. One of them produced an identification card. Drew read it and felt the ground shift beneath him, a small seismic event that registered only in his face. DGSI, Direction Générale de la Sécurité Intérieure. Monsieur Drouot, the taller officer said, "We have questions about a recent shipment. CNC components. End-user certificate issued to Al Rashid Trading FZE, Dubai." Drew's face went white. Not the white of surprise, which has red in it, but the particular bloodless white of a man who has spent 3 years following every procedure, consulting every checklist, obtaining every required authorization, and who understands, in the 4 seconds between the officer's sentence and his own reply, that the procedures and checklists and authorizations were not the walls he had believed them to be. They were the corridor, and the corridor had led him here. "Of course," Drew said. "I'm happy to cooperate." He was not happy. He was terrified in the specific way of a man who has done nothing illegal and who understands that this will not protect him, because the questions the officers were asking were not about what Drew had done. They were about what the compliance framework had allowed him not to see. They sat in the second-floor conference room, the one with the view of the car park and the plastics recycler next door. Drew described the Al-Rashid relationship. 3 shipments over 18 months, each larger than the last, each accompanied by impeccable documentation. He described the end-user certificates. He described the compliance audits conducted by their external consultant, a quiet, precise man from Helvetica Compliance Partners SA in Geneva, who had visited the SolarTech offices twice a year and who had built the framework that told Drew precisely which questions to ask and, more importantly, which questions not to ask. He described the payments, UR 127,400 for the most recent order, processed through a letter of credit issued by Banque Leuthold in Geneva and confirmed by Société Générale's trade finance desk. Clean. Documented. Every franc accounted for. The officers took notes. They asked about Model AX 7200. They asked about the internal threading specifications. They asked whether Drew was aware that the specifications matched those required for high-pressure gas centrifuge cascades. Drew said he was aware of the dual-use classification. He said the civilian application was pneumatic systems for commercial aircraft. He said this was documented on the export declaration. "And the non-civilian application?" the shorter officer asked. Drew said nothing. He looked at his hands on the conference table and thought about the compliance checklist in his desk drawer and the tarte aux pommes his wife had made last Sunday and the mortgage on the apartment in Villeurbanne and his daughter's tuition at Lyon too. He thought about the unease he had felt, sitting alone in his office on a Sunday, looking at the manila folder labeled ST 2026-047 and noticing, as he had noticed before and had chosen not to act upon, that the documentation was too perfect. That perfect documentation was common among large aerospace firms and uncommon among small trading companies in free trade zones. That he had seen this and had turned away from it, preferring the silence of not knowing to the sound of what might be there. "I followed every procedure," Drew said. This was true. It would not save him. When the officers left, they took copies of the export files and told Drew not to leave the country. He closed his office door and sat in his chair and looked at the phone on his desk. He picked it up. He dialed the Geneva compliance consultant's number, the number he had called perhaps 40 times over 3 years. The number that connected him to the architecture that Stefan Kessler had built and that had enabled SolarTech to ship CNC components, dual-use aluminum fittings, and precision measurement equipment to a Dubai trading company whose actual end users were never discussed and never questioned, because the compliance framework had been designed so that the question never needed to be asked. The phone rang. It rang 7 times. No one answered. The voice that usually answered, measured, Swiss-accented, reassuring in its professional precision, did not answer. The office in Geneva was empty. The consultancy was empty. The architecture that had processed 40 phone calls and 3 shipments and EUR 4,200 in quarterly invoices had dissolved overnight, and the man in Lyon who had trusted it was sitting alone with the consequences. He set down the phone, He called his lawyer. In Geneva, the collapse was quieter and more expensive. The remaining two partners of Vector Consulting AG, Muller and Weber, sat on opposite sides of the conference table at 9 Thursday morning. 3 lawyers sat between them. A compliance specialist from a Zurich firm had been retained overnight at a rate of 1,200 Swiss francs per hour. The Le Monde article had appeared at 6 that morning, sourced to senior French security officials, which was the polite term for a DGSI leak, because bureaucratic coups required publicity, and the DGSI's humiliation of the DGSE was not complete until the public could see it. The article named Vector Consulting AG. It referenced the Swiss Attorney General's preliminary inquiry. It named shell companies in Luxembourg and Liechtenstein. It named a charitable foundation. It reported the arrest of a senior DGSE officer on charges of corruption and unauthorized disclosure of classified information. It did not name Stefan Kessler. It did not need to. By noon, the Financial Times would name him. By the evening editions, every financial publication in Europe would carry the story, and the quiet, respectable name on the brass plaque at 14 Rue de Rhône would become a synonym for the thing it had always been, the invisible architecture that allowed dual-use technology to pass from factory floors to free trade zones to destinations that no compliance officer in any jurisdiction was designed to see. Muller, the older partner, was 61. He had spent 30 years building a reputation for corporate advisory work, and he was watching that reputation dissolve in the time it took to read a newspaper article on a mobile phone. He proposed immediate, preemptive cooperation with the Swiss Attorney General, full disclosure, access to records, a statement acknowledging awareness of Kessler's activities, or acknowledging the possibility of awareness, or acknowledging, at minimum, that the firm's compliance procedures may have been insufficient to detect the activities in question. His lawyer adjusted the language. The compliance specialist took notes. Weber, the younger partner, proposed the same. He also placed 3 calls during the first hour of the meeting, 1 to his wife, 1 to his banker, and 1 to a real estate agent in Verbier about a chalet whose mortgage was suddenly relevant. No one proposed contacting Kessler. Kessler's office was empty. His phone was disconnected. His apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc, when the Swiss police eventually entered it with a magistrate's order, would be found in perfect order, the dishes clean, the kitchen immaculate, a Calumet landscape on the office wall, a Hodler painting in the living room, and a chair at the head of the dining table that had not been moved in years. The apartment would tell the investigators nothing about where Kessler had gone. It would tell them a great deal about how he had lived, though none of them would possess the provenance to read it. The jet d'eau rose outside the conference room window, 140 meters of pressurized water against the gray January sky, the city's monument to the principle that tremendous force, properly channeled, could be made to look effortless. It had looked the same when Kessler sat in this room. It would look the same after the firm was dissolved. The stage set had survived its director's departure, and the remaining actors, bereft of instruction, were improvising the only scene available to them: cooperation, disclosure, the orderly surrender of everything they had helped to build. The lawyers drafted a letter to the Attorney General. The compliance specialist requested access to the server. Muller stared at the table and said nothing for 11 minutes. In Dubai, the collapse fell on the people who had done the least. Saeed al-Rashidi, logistics coordinator for Al-Rashid Trading FZE, arrived at his office in the Jebel Ali Free Zone at 10 that morning, which was 7 in Geneva and 8 in Paris. He set his bag on his desk, opened his laptop, and checked his email. There were 14 messages. The first was from his employer's accountant. The Geneva accounts had been frozen by order of the Swiss Attorney General's office. All pending transactions were suspended. All outgoing wire transfers had been blocked. Saeed read the email twice. He opened his logistics spreadsheet and looked at the line item he had entered 6 days ago. A container at Jebel Ali port, 40-foot standard, loaded with 4 palletized crates of aluminum fittings manufactured by Solar Tech SA in Lyon and consigned to Al Rashid Trading for onward delivery to Khalij Aerospace Manufacturing LLC. The container had been booked with CMA CGM. The vessel was scheduled to depart Saturday morning. The bill of lading was prepared. The customs declarations were filed. Everything was in order, except that the money to pay the shipping line was in a frozen account in Geneva, and the compliance consultant who had certified the transaction worked for a company that no longer existed, and the man who had built the compliance architecture was reading the Financial Times in Istanbul. Saeed was 32 years old. He had a degree in logistics from the American University in Dubai. He had a wife named Hana and a son named Tariq, who was 2 years old and who had begun, in the past month, to say Baba when Saeed came through the door in the evenings. He had a mortgage on a 2-bedroom apartment in Discovery Gardens, a development in the southern reaches of Dubai where young professionals with good degrees and modest salaries built the beginning of lives they believed would improve. He earned 11,000 dirhams per month. He had been with Al Rashid Trading for 14 months. He booked container space. He filed customs forms. He arranged warehousing and freight forwarding and the small, unglamorous transactions that connected factories in Europe to ports in the Gulf. He was the end of a chain whose beginning he had never seen and whose purpose he had never been invited to question. He had done nothing illegal in any jurisdiction in which he operated. This was the precise, cruel truth of Saeed's position. He was the man at the end of the chain, the man who touched the cargo and signed the forms and whose name appeared on the bills of lading. And he had done nothing wrong. And the frozen accounts and the suspended shipments and the phone calls that were not being answered would fall on him with the same weight they would fall on the men who had designed the architecture. Except that the men who had designed the architecture had lawyers in 3 countries and accounts in 4 jurisdictions and departure protocols that activated before the first article was published. Saeed had a logistics degree and a mortgage. He called his employer. The phone rang. No one answered. He called the Geneva number, the general line for the compliance consultancy. A recorded message informed him that the office was temporarily closed. He put the phone down and looked at the manifest on his screen and the frozen account notification on his phone and the photograph of Hana and Tariq that he kept on his desk, taken at Kite Beach 3 months ago. His son, squinting into the sun, Hana's hand on the boy's shoulder. He understood, in the quiet, clarifying way that the lowest-ranking member of any organization understands, that the architecture above him had collapsed and that the debris would fall downward, because debris always falls downward, and he was at the bottom. The container would sit at Jebel Ali until someone with authority released it or impounded it. The shipping line would charge demurrage fees that Al Rashid Trading could not pay. The Emirati Customs Office would open an inquiry. His name would appear in the file. He called his wife. "Something has happened at work," he said. "I'll be late tonight." She asked if everything was all right. He said it would be fine. He looked at the photograph on his desk. Tariq, squinting. Hana's hand. The beach. He was not certain it would be fine. He was certain that no one above him in the chain was going to call and tell him what to do. In Istanbul, Stefan Kessler sat on the terrace of his hotel and read the Financial Times on his tablet. The article was on page 3. He read it with the detached attention of a man reviewing someone else's work, noting what was included and what was omitted, assessing the leak's origin, DGSI, obviously, timed for maximum institutional damage to the DGSE, estimating the Swiss response timeline, slow, deliberate, as Swiss justice always was when banking was involved, and calculating the probability that his name would appear in tomorrow's edition, high, and the probability that this would matter, low, because by tomorrow the name would refer to a legal entity rather than a man, and the man would be elsewhere, and the legal entity would be handled by lawyers whose fees would be paid from accounts the Swiss had not yet found. He set down the tablet. He picked up his tea. He looked at the Bosphorus, at the ferries crossing between Europe and Asia, at the minarets and the container ships and the pale January light on the water. He thought about a painting on a wall in an apartment he would not return to, and about a file in a hotel safe 3 floors below, and about a man in Annecy whose hands, he suspected, had shaken after the confrontation on the mountain, because that was what happened to men who were brave and honest and not yet old enough to have learned that bravery and honesty were, in the end, insufficient. He opened another tab and read a review of a Hodler exhibition at the Kunsthaus Zurich. He would not attend. He read it anyway, carefully, hungrily, with the disciplined pretense of detachment. He turned the page. In Lyon, Drew sat in his office and waited for his lawyer. In Geneva, the partners met with theirs. In Dubai, Saeed called his wife and told her he would be late and looked at a photograph of his son and did not know what would happen next. The architecture fell. The architect was elsewhere. The machine that had turned so smoothly that Sunday in Lyon had seized and shattered, and the pieces had fallen not on the man who designed it or the man who protected it, but on the men who operated it, the export manager who followed every checklist, the logistics coordinator who filed every form, the junior compliance consultant in his studio apartment in Plain Palais who would learn, by Friday, that his employer no longer existed and that his name appeared in a preliminary filing of the Swiss Attorney General's office. The men who built the buildings were never inside them when they came down. The men who worked in the buildings, who processed the paperwork and booked the containers and sat at their desks and did their jobs and went home to their families and their tarte aux pommes and their 2-year-old sons, were the ones who remained. They were always the ones who remained. Chapter 40. The Ghost. The 6:47 train from Geneva to Zurich departed on time. Kessler sat in a first-class window seat, facing the direction of travel, with a copy of the Neue Zürcher Zeitung folded on the tray table and a coffee from the buffet car cooling beside it. He wore a charcoal suit, no tie, rimless glasses, the uniform of a senior consultant traveling between offices. The train pulled out of Cornavin station and crossed the Arve Bridge and began the long climb through the western suburbs, the city falling away in tiers of glass and limestone, and then the vineyards appeared. The Lavaux terraces descended in precise rows toward Lake Geneva. The vines were stripped bare for winter, their wooden stakes standing in parallel lines along the steep hillside, and the lake stretched below them, flat and silver in the early morning light, with the shape of the French Alps on the far shore. Kessler had driven through the Lavaux hundreds of times. He had drunk the chasselas and the epesses and the désolé that came from these slopes. He had entertained clients at restaurants overlooking these terraces, pointing out the UNESCO designation, the Roman origins, the 1,200 years of continuous cultivation. The wine had been a professional tool. The landscape had been a backdrop. Both had also been genuine pleasures. That the genuine and the professional could coexist without contradiction was a principle Kessler had organized his life around. He did not carry luggage. The leather overnight bag he had packed the night before remained in the apartment on the Quai de Mont Blanc, left by the front door. He had decided against it. Unnecessary weight. Clothes waited in Istanbul, refreshed annually during visits that served as both reconnaissance and wardrobe maintenance. Documents waited in 3 cities. Money waited in 4 jurisdictions. Corporate dissolution had been arranged with lawyers who understood that certain instructions, delivered years in advance and accompanied by substantial retainers, were to be executed without questions when a specific phrase was communicated by telephone. Financial restructuring had been arranged with bankers who operated under similar terms. The architecture of disappearance, built over 20 years, required no luggage. It required only a man on a train, carrying nothing that could be seized. The Lavaux gave way to Lausanne, and Lausanne to the flat agricultural plain of the Swiss plateau. Winter fields, gray-brown beneath the overcast sky. A church steeple, a cluster of farm buildings, the geometric order of Swiss agriculture, everything in its place, the fences straight, the roads clean. Kessler drank his coffee and read the NZZ. Banking regulation. A trade dispute with Brussels. Nothing about vector consulting. The Swiss press moved at the speed of institutional caution. By afternoon, the Financial Times would carry the story. By evening, the Swiss papers would follow. By then, Kessler would be in the air. Fribourg passed. The train crossed into German-speaking Switzerland without announcement, the linguistic border invisible, marked only by the shift in station signage. Kessler set down the newspaper. He thought about Cole Brannick. The thought was not operational. The operational dimensions of Cole Brannick had been processed, assessed, and archived. The American had come to Annecy. The American had stayed. The American had done what Kessler expected, which was to look at the surface and refuse to accept what the surface showed him, to see the pentimento, to identify the hand that painted it. Cardinal had been designed for this man, not for an anonymous DIA officer, not for a generic handler with a generic skill set, for Cole Brannick specifically, for the authenticator. The art world angle, the Annecy location with its galleries and its winter quiet, the intelligence product that was accurate but non-actionable, designed to be good enough to attract and wrong enough to reveal itself under sustained examination. Designed, in other words, for a man who read surfaces for a living and who would not stop reading until he had found what lay beneath. Cole had found it. All of it. In 8 days, without institutional support, operating from a pension above a chocolaterie with a borrowed car and a bookseller's kitchen table as his operations center. Outside the window, the Swiss plateau stretched flat and brown beneath the winter sky. Kessler was impressed. He had always been going to be impressed. He had designed the test to produce this result. Cardinal was an assessment, not an assassination. The operation's purpose was not to kill Cole Brannick or to neutralize his investigation or to protect the procurement network, though these were the objectives that Farge and Castaigne and Brenner had each been given, each according to their function and their need to know. The network's exposure had been anticipated. Not welcomed, but anticipated. Farge was expendable. Castaigne was expendable. Vector was expendable. Even the banking relationships, carefully cultivated over 2 decades, were expendable. All of it could be rebuilt. Kessler carried the blueprints in his mind, and minds could not be raided. The train swayed through a curve. Kessler adjusted the newspaper on the tray table. What could not be rebuilt was the thing in his jacket pocket. The file on Cole Brannick was not in the locked drawer in the apartment. The locked drawer was empty. The file sat against Kessler's chest, in the inside pocket of his charcoal suit jacket, a thickness of paper and photographs that had accumulated over 14 years. Personnel records and surveillance photographs and operational assessments and, clipped to the inside cover, the photograph that was not a DIA photograph, that was older, taken in a different context, showing a younger face that contained the recognizable architecture of the man Cole would become. This was what Kessler had saved. Not the money, not the network, not the Hodler painting, which hung in the dark of an empty apartment, left behind because to move it would break a promise. The file. The connection across 14 years, across borders and services and the distance between a man who read surfaces and a man who constructed them. The question that Cole would ask, that Aldridge would note in the DIA investigation, that the institutional machinery would circle without answering, was simple. Why? Why had Kessler known Cole's real name? Why had Cardinal been designed for one specific officer? Why had the architect of a procurement network worth hundreds of millions spent months building an operation calibrated to a single mid-level authenticator at a Geneva gallery? The question was correct. The answer was in the file. Burn passed. The train stopped for 4 minutes. Passengers boarded and disembarked. A man in a business suit sat across the aisle and opened a laptop. A woman with a small child settled into the seats behind Kessler. Normal Thursday morning. Normal commuter train. A man traveling from Geneva to Zurich for business. Unremarkable. Unremembered. Kessler pressed his arm against his side and felt the file through the fabric. The train entered the outskirts of Zurich. Industrial buildings gave way to apartment blocks, gave way to the glass towers of the financial district. The Hauptbahnhof appeared, its arched iron roof spanning the platforms. Kessler collected his newspaper, placed his coffee cup in the recycling bin, because even now the habits of precision held, and stepped onto the platform. At Zurich Airport, the terminal processed him with Swiss efficiency. The passport bore a name that existed in 2 databases and 4 corporate registries and that had traveled between Zurich and Istanbul 9 times in 4 years. The border officer examined the photograph, compared it to the face, stamped the page, and returned the passport. The interaction lasted 12 seconds. The flight departed at 10:20. Turkish Airlines. Business class. Kessler declined the pre-departure champagne. The plane lifted off, and Switzerland fell away beneath the wing, the lake, the city, the mountains diminishing into shapes, then colors, then nothing. Istanbul in January was cold and luminous. The taxi from the airport crossed the Golden Horn and climbed through the traffic of Beyoğlu. The city pressed against the windows, Ottoman facades, apartment blocks, construction cranes, minarets, the layered architecture of a place that had been absorbing arrivals and fugitives for 3,000 years. Kessler checked into the Para Palace Hotel under the name in his passport. The concierge offered assistance. Kessler declined. His room was on the 4th floor. He drew the curtains and sat on the bed and was still. The stillness was not rest. It was the pause between one architecture and another, the silence between the life he had vacated and the life he was entering. He had left offices before. He had left clients and countries. He had never left the apartment. He had never left the painting. He had never left the chair at the head of the table where no one sat. He took the file from his jacket pocket. He held it for a moment. The weight of it was negligible. Paper and photographs and documents accumulated over 14 years. Perhaps 200 grams. The weight of a paperback novel. He had carried it against his chest from the apartment to Cornevin station, from Cornevin to Zurich, from Zurich through passport control and security screening and the boarding gate and the flight. And at no point had anyone asked what was in his jacket, because no one asks a man in a charcoal suit what he carries in his inside pocket. The architecture of respectability was the most effective concealment ever designed. He placed the file in the room's safe. He secured it with a code he would remember without writing down. Then he showered, changed into clothes that had been waiting in the closet for 11 months, and took the elevator to the rooftop terrace. The Bosphorus was visible between the buildings, a gray-blue strip of water dividing Europe from Asia. Container vessels moved through the strait, and ferries, and fishing boats, the same commerce that had moved through this waterway since the Phoenicians. The European shore, behind Kessler, held the city he had arrived in and the continent he had left. The Asian shore, across the water, held the next country in a sequence of countries that would carry him farther from Geneva with each transfer, each new passport, each careful erasure of the previous name. A waiter brought Turkish tea in a tulip-shaped glass on a small brass tray. Kessler thanked him in Turkish, passable, learned during the 9 visits, refined with a tutor in Geneva. The tea was dark and strong. The glass was hot. He held it by the rim and looked at the water. The call to prayer rose from a mosque below. The muezzin's voice threaded through the traffic noise and the cries of seagulls and the distant horn of a ferry. The sound was ancient and daily and ordinary, a city performing its routines, regardless of who had just arrived or who had just left or what architecture had just collapsed in a country 1,000 miles west. A copy of the Financial Times sat on the table, left by a previous guest. Kessler picked it up and turned the pages. Page 1. Markets. A central bank announcement. A photograph of a building Kessler did not recognize. Page 2. Continuation of the market story. An opinion column. Page 3. A brief item. Single column. Below the fold. Swiss consulting firm under investigation. Vector Consulting AG, Geneva. Partners cooperating with Swiss authorities. Connection to French procurement case. Director Stefan Kessler, described as unavailable for comment. Kessler read the item twice. Unavailable for comment. He would remain unavailable. The partners would cooperate because cooperation was rational and because the alternative was prison, and because the partners, unlike Kessler, had built their careers inside the architecture rather than around it. They would provide names and dates and account numbers. They would describe Kessler's role with the precision of men trying to distinguish their own culpability from his. The prosecutors would assemble a file. The file would be thorough, institutional, correct. It would describe an architect. It would not describe a man. He folded the newspaper and set it aside. He took out his phone and opened the contacts. The name was there. Brannick, Cole, Keller, David. 2 names for one man. The authentic and the constructed, paired in Kessler's phone the way they were paired in the file downstairs. The painting and its provenance, linked, inseparable, the real thing and the surface it traveled under. He looked at the entry. He did not delete it. He put the phone away. On the European side of the Bosphorus, the world Kessler had left. The offices and the apartments and the paintings and the chairs and the institutional machinery that was, at this moment, processing his absence into evidence. On the Asian side, the world he was entering. New names, new architectures, new arrangements built on the same blueprints. In his jacket, hanging in the closet, the pocket still held the shape of the file. In the safe, the file held a photograph of a man who read surfaces. In Annecy, the man who read surfaces was sitting with a question he could not yet answer. Kessler had the answer. But the answer required proximity, and proximity required time. And time was the one resource that Kessler, for all his planning, could not architect. The tea cooled. The ships moved through the strait. The call to prayer ended, and the ordinary sounds of the city filled the space it left. Traffic, horns, a radio playing from a shop below, the clatter of plates from the terrace kitchen. A city that did not know him. A city that would not remember him. This was what freedom looked like, and it looked precisely the same as exile. And Kessler understood that the two conditions were identical, separated only by whether the man experiencing them had chosen the departure or been forced into it. He had chosen 20 years ago, when he built the first exit. He had chosen 14 years ago, when he opened the file. He had chosen 8 days ago, when he sent Cole Brannick to Annecy and set the clock running on his own disappearance. Kessler sat on the terrace and watched the water carry its traffic between continents. The ghost had walked away from everything. The network, the painting, the apartment, the chair. But he had taken the thread with him. Part 4, Chapter 41. The original Cole walked south along the Quai de l'Evêche in the thin afternoon light, past the bishop's palace and the stone steps descending to the canal, past the small tabac where the owner was sweeping the pavement with the unhurried precision of a man who had swept the same pavement every Thursday for 30 years. The Thieu moved beneath the bridges, clear and cold, carrying the mountain water through the old town the way it had carried it for centuries, indifferent to what had happened above its surface in the last 8 days. He had no destination. This was new. For 8 days he had walked these streets with operational purpose, reading the geography the way he read a painting. Sight lines, choke points, the angle of a bridge relative to an arcade, the number of steps between the Rue Filaterie and the Pont Morin. He had mapped the old town in his nervous system, committed its passages to the muscle memory of a man who might need to disappear through them at a run. He had done this, and the streets had served him, and now the operational grammar was fading and something else was coming through. The town beneath the town, the original beneath the overpainting. Annecy in late January was a palimpsest. The medieval walls showed through the plaster where rain and time had worn the surface thin. Roman foundations held up 16th-century houses that held up satellite dishes and window boxes with winter-dormant geraniums. The covered arcades on Rue Sainte-Claire, where he had bought a Hodler volume from a woman who recognized his walk, had sheltered market traders for 500 years and resistance fighters for 4 and tourists for 60, and now sheltered Cole Brannick, who was none of these things and all of them. Every surface in this town had been written on, scraped clean, written on again. The layers were visible if you knew how to look. Cole knew how to look. It was the one skill that had never failed him. He crossed the Pont Perrier and stopped at the center of the bridge. The Palais de Lille sat in the middle of the Thieu below him, its stone prow cutting the current into 2 channels that rejoined on the far side. 12th century. Built as a lord's residence, converted to a prison, converted to a courthouse, converted to a museum. The building had been repurposed so many times that its original function was an archaeological question, recoverable only through documents and inference. The stone was the same stone. The walls were the same walls. But the meaning had changed with every century, every regime, every new authority that decided what the building was for. Cole took out his moleskin sketchbook. He had not drawn since the hotel room, 8 days ago, when he had sketched the lake from the window of room 508 and folded the result into his wallet behind the photograph of Lily. That drawing had been made by a different man, or the same man in a different condition, alone, uncertain, operating against orders in a foreign city with no backup and no clear understanding of why he had been brought here. The drawing had been adequate. He had kept it anyway. Keeping inadequate work was, he suspected, a form of honesty that his professional life rarely permitted. He leaned against the iron railing of the Pont Perrier and began to draw the Palais de Lille. The pencil moved across the page with the careful, deliberate strokes of someone trained to observe. He noted the angle of the roofline, the way the afternoon light caught the western face and left the eastern face in shadow, the texture of the stone where centuries of water had smoothed the lower courses. He noted the bare trees along the quay, the reflection broken by the current, the single window on the upper floor that was open despite the cold. He drew what he saw, not what he knew, not what the building meant, not the centuries of purpose and repurpose, just the surfaces, the light, the stone, the water dividing and rejoining. The drawing took 12 minutes. It was adequate. The proportions were close. The light was reasonably rendered. The stone had weight. It was not art. It was the work of a man who had spent his adult life looking at art and could reproduce the mechanics of observation without producing the thing itself. He studied it for a moment, then closed the sketchbook and put it back in his coat pocket. He kept the drawing. The afternoon was cold and still. A woman pushed a stroller along the Quai de Lille, and an elderly man stood at the railing on the opposite bank, tossing bread to the ducks that clustered in the calm water below the bridge. The mountains were visible above the rooftops, white-capped, sharp against a sky that was beginning to pale toward evening. Annecy in winter had a quality that Cole associated with paintings he had authenticated in quiet rooms in Geneva, a stillness that was not emptiness but concentration, as if the landscape were holding something in reserve. He stood on the bridge and thought about what Brenner had said on the mountain. "He told us your name was Keller, but he called you something else on the phone. Brannick." The words had registered in the moment with the flat precision of operational data, filed for later analysis while Cole's hands were occupied with the more immediate problem of 2 armed professionals on a mountain road. Now, in the quiet, the analysis arrived. Castaigne had introduced Cardinal to Aldridge. Castaigne had facilitated the source chain, but Castaigne had never known Cole's cover name or his true name. Castaigne dealt with Aldridge, not with field officers. The DGSE templates that Farge had provided to build Cardinal's legend contained institutional formatting, communication protocols, the bureaucratic architecture of a French intelligence operation. They did not contain the identity of the specific DIA officer who would be assigned to handle the meeting. That decision had been Aldridge's, made inside a secure facility in Brussels, communicated to Cole on an encrypted channel. The name Cole Brannick existed in DIA personnel files, in Aldridge's operational planning, and nowhere else that Kessler's network should have been able to reach. Unless Kessler had not learned the name through operational channels at all. Unless the name had come from somewhere older, somewhere personal. Cole turned the thought over. He examined it the way he would examine a brush stroke that did not match the rest of the composition. Carefully, without rushing to a conclusion, aware that premature attribution was the most common error in authentication. The evidence was insufficient. The anomaly was real. Kessler had known his name from a source that the operational architecture could not account for, and the operational architecture was, by now, thoroughly mapped. Farge, Castaigne, Rashid, Brenner, the shell companies, the banking relationships, the DGSE templates. Every channel had been traced. None of them led to the name Brannick. The question sat in him the way a flaw sits in a painting, visible under raking light, unexplained, possibly significant, possibly not. He did not have the answer. He was not going to have the answer today. He put the question away. Not dismissed. Filed. He found a bench on the Quai de l'Evêche, sheltered from the wind by the stone wall of the bishop's palace, and took out his phone. Not the secure phone, which was in the spare tire well of Margot's Citroën, parked on a side street near the pension. His personal phone. The one that had no operational value and carried no encrypted partitions and contained, in its contacts, the number of a woman in Arlington, Virginia, who had once told him that he looked at her the way he looked at a painting. He dialed. The phone rang 4 times. Hello. Claire's voice was neutral, not cold, not warm. The voice of a woman who had learned to manage the calls from overseas numbers that arrived without pattern or warning, that sometimes meant he was coming home and sometimes meant he was not, and that always meant he was thinking about Lily, which was the one thing about Cole she had never questioned. It's me, Cole said. I know. A pause. In the background, the sound of a kitchen, a faucet running, the clink of something ceramic. Claire was at home. It was morning in Arlington, 9 or 10, and Lily was at school. How is she? Cole said. She's good. She lost another tooth. The top one, on the left. When? Tuesday. She put it under her pillow. The going rate is apparently $5 now. Inflation. Cole almost smiled. I had a quarter. You had a quarter because your parents were cheap, Cole. Lily's friends get 5. The faucet stopped. He heard Claire sit down. The scrape of a chair on a floor he remembered. The kitchen in the house on North Quincy Street, the one they had bought together 4 years ago, when the marriage was still a marriage and the cover was still holding and the operational tempo had not yet consumed everything that was not operational. Claire had kept the house. Cole had kept the overseas assignments. The division had been, in its way, equitable. I want to see her, Cole said. Silence. Not the hostile silence of their worst period, when every request had been a negotiation and every negotiation had been a referendum on whether Cole deserved the title of father. This was a different silence. Measured. Claire thinking. You always want to see Lily when you get back, she said. I know. And then you're here for a weekend, and she gets used to you being here, and then you leave, and I'm the one who explains why Daddy had to go back to Geneva. I know that too. Do you, though? Not a question. An observation. Claire had a talent for observations that landed with the weight of verdicts. Cole watched the ducks on the Tew. The elderly man on the opposite bank was still tossing bread, methodical, unhurried, performing the small municipal kindness that people perform when their lives have narrowed to a manageable scope. Something happened, sir. Claire, my Gurdum, on the trip. Yes. You can't tell me what. No. But you're calling because of it. He considered this. I'm calling because I want to see my daughter. The rest of it, yes, something happened, and I can't talk about it. But the call is about Lily. Another silence. He could hear Claire breathing, the particular rhythm she had when she was deciding something, a rhythm he had catalogued years ago because cataloging was what he did, because he had mapped his wife's respiratory patterns the way he mapped a painting's craquelure, and because this precision of observation had been, in the end, exactly the problem. I'll think about it, Claire said. Okay. That's not a no. I know. It's also not a yes. It's me thinking about it, which is what I need to do, because the last 3 times you came back from wherever you go, you stayed for 48 hours and then I spent 2 weeks putting her back together. That's fair. It's not about fair, Cole. It's about her. So I'll think about it, and I'll call you. And when I call you, I need you to answer the phone. I'll answer. You say that. I'll answer. The line was quiet, not empty. Cole could feel Claire on the other end, the weight of what she was choosing not to say, the careful architecture of a woman who had learned to protect herself and her daughter from the unpredictable gravity of a man who authenticated things for a living and could not authenticate his own commitments. Be safe, she said, the way she always said it. Not a wish, a command. I will. She hung up. Cole sat on the bench with the phone in his hand. The screen went dark. He put it in his pocket. The afternoon was failing. The light had gone from pale gold to gray, and the shadows in the arcades across the canal were deepening. A shopkeeper on the Rue de Paquier was pulling in a sidewalk display of postcards and tourist maps. The mountains had lost their definition, become shapes against a darker sky. In an hour, it would be fully dark, and the old town would retreat into its winter evening. The restaurant windows glowing, the canal reflecting the streetlights, the quiet of a place that had survived occupations and liberations and the slow erosion of relevance and emerged, on the other side, as itself. Cole stood and walked toward Rue Sainte-Claire. The bookshop was still open. The lights were on behind the glass, warm against the cold arcade, and Minou sat in the window display between a stack of Alpine histories and a Phaidon monograph on Savoyard painters. The cat regarded Cole with the flat appraisal of an animal that had seen him come and go for a week and had formed no strong opinion. Cole pushed open the door. The bell above it rang once, a small brass sound that belonged to a different century. Margot was behind the counter, sorting a delivery of books from a cardboard box. She wore a dark wool sweater with the sleeves pushed to her elbows, and her short hair was tucked behind one ear, and she looked up when the bell rang with an expression that contained recognition and assessment and something else that Cole could not immediately name. "It's done," he said. Margot set down the book she was holding. A history of Savoyard resistance movements, Cole noticed. The spine was new and uncracked. "It's never done," she said. "Kessler is gone. The network will rebuild. The banks will find another architect. They always find another architect." She said this without bitterness. It was an institutional observation, the kind that came from 7 years of watching the machinery of intelligence from the outside, where the patterns were visible in a way they never were from the inside. Margot had left the DGSE because she had seen what the institution was capable of and could not unsee it. She had not left because she'd stopped understanding how institutions worked. "Farge is in custody," Cole said. "Castaigne is cooperating. The Swiss AG has a file." "And the components that already shipped?" "Some were intercepted. Most were not." Margot nodded. She reached below the counter and produced a bottle of Roussette de Savoie and 2 glasses. The Cru Maristel, from Jongieu. She poured without asking whether he wanted any, which was itself a form of communication that Cole understood. In Margot's vocabulary, the act of pouring wine for someone was not hospitality. It was recognition. You were here, the gesture said. You stayed. The wine is the proof. She handed him a glass. Their fingers did not touch. Sit, she said, and gestured toward the stool at the end of the counter, the one where Cole had sat during the operational briefings in her apartment upstairs, where they had spread maps and files across her kitchen table and drunk coffee at midnight and built the plan that had, in the end, worked. Or worked enough. Enough was a word that Cole was learning to accept. In authentication, a painting was either genuine or it was not. In intelligence, and in life, the categories were less clean. He sat. The wine was cold and mineral, with a sharpness that matched the season. Margot leaned against the counter opposite him, her glass held at her sternum, and for a moment neither of them spoke. The bookshop was quiet. The delivery box sat half unpacked on the counter. Minou had abandoned the window display and was threading between the shelves in the back of the shop, performing the mysterious audit that cats perform in rooms they already know. The covered arcade outside was empty. Through the glass, Cole could see the stone columns and the vaulted ceiling and, beyond them, the narrow street where 2 days ago he had run from Brenner and Petrovich with his heart in his throat and 6 days of terrain knowledge keeping him alive. Your flight is tomorrow, Margot said. Geneva first, then home. Home. The word sat between them. Cole's home was a rented apartment in Geneva's Eau Vive quarter that contained a bed, a desk, a coffee maker, and the authentication tools he used at Galerie Rhone. It was not a home. It was a staging area. Margot's home was here, the bookshop, the apartment above it, the cat, the Roussette, the covered arcades, the town she had chosen 7 years ago as the place where she would stop running from what she had seen. Her home was real. His was not. They both knew this. You could come back, Margot said. She said it carefully, with the precision of a woman who had spent her career choosing words for their operational weight. The sentence was an observation, not an invitation. Or it was an invitation disguised as an observation. Or it was both, the way most honest sentences are both, carrying their meaning on one level and their hope on another. I could, Cole said. The bookshop will be here. I know. She drank her wine. He drank his. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of 2 people who had shared enough danger and enough truth to have exhausted the need for unnecessary speech. Margot had seen his tradecraft, and his fear, and his competence, and the quiet stubbornness that had kept him in Annecy when every institutional incentive told him to leave. He had seen her courage and her precision, and the wound that Karim Belkacem's death had left in her, a wound she had carried for 7 years and had finally, in a bank vault in Chambéry, converted from burden to evidence. They had not kissed. They had not touched. They had shared wine and intelligence and the particular intimacy of 2 people who trust each other with information that could get them killed. The possibility between them was not a question that required an answer tonight. I'll come back, Cole said. Margot looked at him. Her brown eyes, the eyes that missed nothing, that had identified his nationality from the set of his shoulders and his tradecraft from the way he entered a room, held his gaze for a moment longer than professional assessment required. Good, she said. She poured more wine. Cole drank. Outside, the arcade darkened as the last of the afternoon light withdrew from the old town. A street light came on, casting a yellow pool on the cobblestones. The Thieu murmured somewhere below, carrying its cold water through the medieval channels toward the lake. Tomorrow he would leave. He would drive to Geneva and return Margot's Citroën and take the train to wherever the institutional machinery decided to send him for debriefing. He would answer questions from people who had not been in Annecy and who would assess his decisions with the calm authority of men and women who made their assessments in offices with climate control and secure communications and no one trying to kill them on a mountain road. He would accept whatever professional consequences followed. He would call Claire and ask again about Lily, and Claire would say yes, or she would say not yet, and either way he would be patient, because patience was the one virtue his professional life had taught him that might, if applied correctly, be useful in his personal life as well. But that was tomorrow. Tonight there was one more thing he needed to do. Chapter 42. The Casino. The Imperial Palace looked different at night. Cole approached from the Avenue d'Albigny, walking the lakeshore promenade he had walked on his first morning in Annecy, 8 days ago, when Cardinal was still a source and David Keller was still a cover, and the operation was still something that made professional sense. The hotel's white facade was illuminated from below, floodlights buried in the manicured grounds of the Parc Charles Bosson, washing the Edwardian stone in a warm amber that softened the building's institutional geometry. The dark blue mansard roof disappeared into the night sky. The bare plane trees along the Allée de l'Impériale stood in silhouette against the lit facade, their branches intricate and still. He had checked out of this hotel 5 days ago, as David Keller, citing a return to Geneva. He had not returned. The hotel had been the trap's architecture, the controlled ground where the operation was meant to begin and end, and leaving it had been the first act of disobedience that had led, through 8 days of investigation and alliance and violence, to where he stood now, outside the building, in the cold, preparing to walk back in. The lobby was quiet. A Thursday evening in late January. 2 couples sat in the hip bar, visible through the archway, drinking cocktails in the chrome and leather interior that bore no relation to the Belle Epoque grandeur of the exterior. A concierge stood behind the reception desk, scrolling through something on a screen. The carpet was the same carpet, the neutral tones were the same neutral tones, and the faint mechanical hum of the building's climate system was the same hum that had greeted Cole on the Tuesday afternoon when he had arrived with a suitcase and a cover legend and the professional confidence of a man about to meet a source who did not exist. He crossed the lobby toward the casino entrance. The security desk was staffed by a man in a dark suit who had not been on duty the afternoon of the meeting. Cole presented David Keller's passport. The cover was burned in every way that mattered. Kessler knew the name. Brenner knew the name. The DGSI investigation would reference it. But the passport itself was still valid, its stamps consistent, its photograph a reasonable likeness of the man standing in the casino's vestibule at 8:30 on a January evening. The security officer scanned the document, typed something into his terminal, and returned it with a professional nod. Cole walked through the main gaming floor. The Thursday evening crowd was thin. A dozen players at the slot machines along the west wall, most of them older, seated in the white upholstered chairs with the glazed concentration of people performing a ritual rather than pursuing a strategy. The electronic chimes of intermittent winds sounded at irregular intervals, bright and synthetic against the muted acoustics of the carpeted room. The black suspended ceiling absorbed the sound and returned it softened, and the pin lights embedded in that ceiling created small pools of illumination on the gaming stations below, each pool self-contained, each station its own world. He passed the blackjack tables, empty, the dealer standing with her hands folded, and the poker room, 2 tables active, quiet, and entered the salle de roulette électronique. The room was smaller than he remembered, or his memory of it had expanded to match the significance of what had happened here. But memory had its own proportions, its own weighting of significance over dimension. The black ceiling was the same. The pin lights were the same. The lucky 8 cylinders occupied the center of the room, their mechanical whisper audible beneath the electronic scoring displays, and the wiki stations were arranged around the perimeter in a horseshoe pattern, each station equipped with its touchscreen interface and its padded chair and its small shelf for drinks. 6 people were playing. 4 at the wiki stations, 2 at a traditional roulette table in the far corner where a croupier in a vest, a lean man with patient hands and the unhurried precision of someone whose professional life was measured in 35-second intervals, spun the wheel. The afternoon retirees from Cole's first visit were gone, replaced by an evening crowd that was slightly younger and no more glamorous. The Casino Imperial was not Monte Carlo. It was a regional casino in a conference hotel, and the ordinariness was, tonight, precisely the point. Cole sat at a wiki station, the third from the left, the same station he had occupied 8 days ago when he had waited for a man who would never come. The station beside him was empty. The chair was pushed back slightly from the console, angled away. Someone might have stood up a moment ago and stepped away. Cardinal's chair. The chair with a fabricated source, the legend built on a dead engineer's stolen identity, would have sat and played electronic roulette and exchanged intelligence for the cover of a shared gambling session in a provincial casino in the French Alps. The chair had never been occupied by the person it was meant for. The person it was meant for had never existed. The chair had been empty on the afternoon of the meeting, and it was empty now, and the emptiness was no longer a mystery or a failure or a deception. It was a fact, a space cleared of lies. Cole fed a €20 note into the wiki station's acceptor. The screen came alive. He selected minimum stakes, €2 per spin, and pressed the button to place his bet on red. The lucky 8 cylinder in the center of the room began its rotation, the mechanical components turning with a precision that was both analog and automated. The ball released from its track to settle into one of the 37 numbered slots. The display above the cylinder flashed the result. Black 17. Cole lost €2. He pressed the button again. The cylinder spun. The room was warm and timeless, sealed from the winter outside by the casino's hermetic design, its black ceiling and artificial light creating a space without weather or season or clock. Cole played and did not think about winning. He was not here to win. He was not here to gamble. He was here to sit in this chair, beside this empty chair, and acknowledge what had happened and what had not happened, and the distance between the two. 8 days ago, he had sat in this room and waited for a source named Niels Brandt, a DGSE officer in the counterproliferation section who had been passing procurement intelligence through a proton mail chain for 6 months. Cole had identified Cardinal. Cole had built the case. Cole had convinced Aldridge. The napkin signal had been delivered at 16:03, an equilateral triangle folded beside a kir, white wine and creme de cassis, and Cole had waited through the hour with the professional patience of a handler meeting a source in denied territory, registering each passing minute on the operational clock that ran beneath his conscious awareness. Unusual, concerning, certain, cardinal had never come. The room upstairs had been opened and left sterile. The source was a fiction. The meeting was a fiction. The 6 months of correspondence were a fiction. The entire architecture had been constructed to bring one specific man to one specific place. And the man had come, and the architecture had worked, and now the architecture was rubble and the man was still here. Cole won €4 on Red 23. The electronic chime sounded, a brief, synthetic celebration that the room absorbed and flattened. He let the winnings ride. He looked up from the screen. On the far wall of the Salle de Roulette Électronique, above the traditional roulette table, a painting hung in a simple gilt frame. Cole had not noticed it on his first visit, or had noticed it and filed it in the operational background alongside the carpet pattern and the ceiling height and the positions of the security cameras. He noticed it now. A landscape, mountains in the middle distance, a lake in the foreground, a sky rendered in flat horizontal bands of color that moved from green to blue to the pale, luminous white of Alpine atmosphere. It was a reproduction. The printing was competent but without depth, the colors accurate in hue but flat in tone, the kind of decorative piece that hotels and restaurants purchased from wholesale suppliers to fill wall space that would otherwise be bare. A landscape in the general tradition of the Swiss Romantic school. A hodler, not the hodler, not the specific painting that hung in a Geneva apartment on the Quai de Mont Blanc where a man with rimless glasses and Brioni suits ate dinner alone at a table set for 6, but the same artist, the same eye, the same compositional grammar of horizontal bands, mountain and lake and sky, arranged with a geometric precision that made the natural world appear designed. Cole looked at the reproduction and thought about Stefan Kessler. He thought about the apartment he had never seen but could reconstruct from the evidence, the cooking for one, the dining table too large for a single occupant, the painting positioned by someone who was gone, the closed room in the hallway. Brenner had not described the apartment. Brenner had not needed to. The evidence was in the operation itself, in the precision of Cardinal's design, in the care with which Kessler had constructed a trap calibrated to one man's specific eye. The cylinder spun. Somewhere behind him a slot machine paid out, its electronic chime bright and brief in the carpeted silence. Cole's hands rested on the console, the padding warm from the room's sealed climate. That precision was not the work of a strategist managing a network. It was the work of a man who understood surfaces the way Cole understood surfaces, who read composition and provenance and the invisible architecture of intention with the same trained attention that Cole brought to a painting under raking light. Kessler's operation had been, in its way, a work of authentication in reverse, not reading a surface to discover truth, but constructing a surface to conceal it. The cylinder spun. Cole lost €2. He pressed the button again. He thought about the name. Brannick. Kessler had known it before Castaigne could have provided it, before the DGSE templates could have revealed it, before any channel in the operational architecture that Cole and Aldridge and Margot had mapped could have delivered it to a man in a corner office on the Rue de Rhône. The name had come from somewhere outside the operation. Somewhere older, somewhere that connected Kessler to Cole through a channel that was not institutional but personal, not recent but historical, not explicable by the mechanics of intelligence tradecraft, but only by the mechanics of human lives intersecting across time and distance and reasons that Cole did not yet understand. Why me? He had asked Margot the question on the 4th day, in her apartment above the bookshop, when the procurement network was still an abstraction and Vector Consulting was still an unknown name, and the question had been operational, Why was I chosen for this meeting? The operational answer was clear now. Cole's Art World cover, his authentication expertise, his DIA personality profile noting a preference for cultured handlers and nuanced intelligence, the Annecy location with its galleries and its Savoyard painters. Kessler had designed a box that only Cole would fit. Aldridge's own operational logic had led him to assign Cole because the operation looked, from every institutional angle, exactly right for Cole. The box had been built for one man. One man had walked into it. But the operational answer was not the answer. The operational answer explained the how. It did not explain the why. It did not explain a file in a locked drawer that predated Cardinal by years, or an expression on Kessler's face when he looked at Cole's art history degree that was not calculation but something older, or a name spoken on a phone call to an Austrian contractor that should not have been known. The personal answer, the one that connected the Hodler painting to the locked drawer to the empty chair at the dinner table to the name Brannick, was still out there, somewhere east of Geneva, somewhere in the architecture of a life that Cole had not yet learned to read. The question sat in him. It would not resolve tonight. It would not resolve in this casino, beside this empty chair, in this room of black ceiling and pin lights and the mechanical whisper of the lucky 8 cylinders measuring time in 35-second intervals. The question was a thread, and the thread ran from Annecy to Geneva to wherever Kessler had gone, and Cole could feel its weight without being able to see its end. He pressed the button. The cylinder spun. Black 4. Another €2 lost. His balance read 14 euros. Cole raised his hand to the waiter who circulated through the room with a tray. Un kier, s'il vous plaît. The waiter nodded and returned 3 minutes later with a stemmed glass containing the pale amber liquid, white wine tinted with crème de cassis, the same drink Cole had ordered on the afternoon of the meeting. The napkin was folded into a standard rectangle and placed to the right of the glass. No signal, no equilateral triangle, no confirmation code. Just a drink, in a casino, on a Thursday evening in January, ordered by a man who was not waiting for anyone. Cole drank the kier. The cassis was sweet, and the wine was sharp, and the combination settled in his chest with a warmth that was partly alcohol and partly the bodily recognition of a gesture completed. He had ordered this drink 8 days ago as an operational act, a signal in a protocol designed by a man who did not exist for a meeting that was never meant to take place. He ordered it now as a personal act, a private ceremony conducted in a room that no one else in the building understood as ceremonial. The waiter did not know. The 6 other players did not know. The croupier at the traditional table, spinning his wheel, did not know. Only Cole knew what the kier meant, and what the empty chair meant, and what the rectangle of the napkin meant in contrast to the triangle that had been folded beside the first glass. The triangle had been a signal. The rectangle was its absence. The absence was the point. He finished the drink. He played 3 more spins. Lost, won, lost. His balance read €17.50. He pressed the cash out button, and the wiki station printed a Tito ticket. Ticket in, ticket out. The casino's automated assessment of his evening's worth. He took the ticket and stood. 8 days ago, he had cashed out with €14.50 from a €20 note. Tonight, he cashed out with $17.50. The house had won both times. The house always won. The difference was €5.50 and everything that had happened in the days between. Cole looked at the empty chair beside his station. It was pushed back, angled, waiting. He reached down and pushed it forward, sliding it under the console until it sat flush against the station's edge, squared and aligned, a chair at a desk with no one sitting in it. A small, deliberate gesture. The chair was not empty because someone had failed to arrive. The chair was empty because the person it had been built for had never existed, and acknowledging that non-existence, sitting beside it and playing and drinking and then pushing the chair neatly into place, was the only form of closure available. Not justice, which was partial, not truth, which was incomplete. Just the act of recognizing what was real and what was not, and arranging the furniture accordingly. He walked out of the salle de roulette électronique, through the main gaming floor, past the blackjack tables and the slot machines and the white upholstered chairs, past the security desk, where the officer nodded without looking up, through the lobby, where the hip bar was emptying and the concierge was reading something on his phone, through the glass doors and into the night. The Parc Charles Bosson was dark. The floodlights on the hotel facade cast long shadows across the frosted lawn, and the bare plane trees threw latticed patterns on the gravel paths. Cole walked through the park toward the lake. The air was cold and still, the temperature near zero, and his breath was visible in the light from the hotel windows. He could hear the lake before he saw it, the faint, rhythmic sound of water against the stone embankment, almost inaudible, present only in the absence of other sound. The lake was black, not the gunmetal or pewter of the daytime winter surface, but true black, the water absorbing the darkness of the sky and returning nothing. The mountains on the far shore were invisible, their mass detectable only as a deeper darkness against the dark sky, the absence of stars where rock and snow blocked the view. The jet d'eau in Geneva, 60 kilometers north, would be illuminated at this hour, rising in its bright plume above the lake's other end. Cole could not see it from here. He could not see anything except the dark water and the darker mountains and the few lights of Annecy-le-Vieux across the bay, faint and domestic, the windows of houses where people were doing ordinary things on a Thursday evening in winter. He walked along the embankment. The Tito ticket was in his pocket, 17 euros and 50 cents of unredeemed casino credit that he would never redeem. His hands were in the pockets of his navy sport coat, and the cold air moved against his face with the flat, clean pressure of a winter night at altitude. He was not reading surfaces. He was not authenticating anything. He was not running a surveillance detection route or assessing terrain or cataloging the operational features of the landscape. He was walking beside a lake in the dark, in the cold, in a town he had come to know through the particular intimacy of having been hunted through its streets. The hotel's lit facade receded behind him. The park ended and the lakeshore promenade began, the paved path that ran along the water toward the old town. He did not turn toward the old town. He walked along the lake, into the dark, into the cold, into the space where the investigation ended and whatever came after the investigation began. He did not look back. The lake was still. The air was cold. The mountains were there, even if he could not see them. He walked. Chapter 43. The View from Chexpress. The Para Palace Hotel occupied a position on Mesrutiyet Kadesi in the Beyoğlu district of Istanbul that was, in its way, a statement about the relationship between architecture and memory. The building had been constructed in 1892 to receive passengers from the Orient Express, and its facade, a composition of neoclassical columns and wrought iron balconies, still carried the confidence of an era when a train ride from Paris to Constantinople was an event worthy of architectural commemoration. Agatha Christie had written part of Murder on the Orient Express in room 4111. Ataturk had kept a suite on the second floor. The hotel understood that buildings are not merely structures, but arguments. And the argument of the Para Palace was that the past is not behind you, but beneath you. Structural, load-bearing, invisible from the surface, but essential to everything above it. Stefan Kessler had been in Istanbul 3 days. He occupied a suite on the 4th floor with a view of the Golden Horn, booked under the name Marcus Huber, a retired Swiss financial consultant traveling for pleasure. The passport was genuine, issued by the canton of Zug 18 months ago as part of an exit architecture that Kessler had been building, with the patient precision he brought to all construction, since the year he founded Vector Consulting, AG. The suite was large, well-appointed, and decorated in the Ottoman Revival style that the hotel had adopted during its renovation. Carved wooden screens, silk upholstery in muted blues and golds, a writing desk positioned beneath the window where the morning light fell across the inlaid surface. The room was comfortable. It was not home. He had established a routine, because routine was the only reliable defense against formlessness. Tea at 6:30, Turkish, not the Darjeeling he preferred, but acceptable. A walk to a cafe on Istiklal Caddesi for a simit and the Financial Times. 2 hours through the Galata district or along the Bosphorus promenade, where the noise of 16 million people provided the particular anonymity that only density can offer. Afternoons in the hotel's courtyard garden, drinking tea beneath the bare branches of a plane tree. To the other guests, he was a retired Swiss businessman enjoying a holiday in Istanbul. He was polite when addressed, multilingual when required. Turkish was not among his languages, but French and English served, and he had acquired enough conversational phrases to order food and direct a taxi, and forgettable by design. He tipped appropriately. He dressed in pressed trousers and wool sweaters, no tie, no brioni. The suits were in Geneva, in the apartment on the Quai du Mont Blanc, in a closet he would not open again. Marcus Huber dressed for retirement. Stefan Kessler was retired, in a sense that the word's conventional meaning could not contain. He had not yet decided where he would go next. Several options had been prepared, each with its infrastructure, each with its advantages. Kessler was in no hurry to choose. Haste was a form of disorder. On the 4th morning, a Friday, Kessler returned from his walk along the Bosphorus promenade and locked the suite door behind him. He removed his coat and hung it in the wardrobe. He brewed tea. He sat in the armchair and drank half the cup. Then he set the cup on the side table and went to the writing desk, where his leather portfolio contained the few documents he had brought from Geneva. He opened the portfolio and removed a small paper rectangle, approximately 30 by 20 centimeters, printed on thin cardstock with a matte finish. He had purchased it 2 days ago from a stall in the Grand Bazaar's Sahaflar Karsisi, the bookseller's quarter, where prints and reproductions of Ottoman miniatures and European landscapes were sold to tourists alongside second-hand novels and antique maps. Kessler had found it near the back of a wire rack, behind a Monet water lily and a Van Gogh sunflower. A landscape. Mountains in the background. A lake in the middle distance. Wildflowers in the foreground. The composition organized in flat horizontal bands of color that moved from green to blue to the luminous white of a Swiss sky. Ferdinand Hodler, Lake Geneva from Shexpress. A reproduction so crude that the flat bands, which in the original possessed a depth and resonance that made the viewer feel the specific quality of light above the Lavaux terraces, were here reduced to stripes of undifferentiated color printed on cardstock that curled at the edges. The wildflowers were green smudges. The lake was a uniform blue that bore no relation to the blue-green of Lehman. The mountains were shapes, approximate, without the geological specificity that Hodler had rendered with such care. The reproduction was worth perhaps 20 Turkish lira. It was worth nothing. Kessler carried it to the wall opposite the armchair. He had identified the position 2 days ago, a nail hole left by a previous guest, at approximately the correct height relative to the chair's sightline. The position was approximate. In the Geneva apartment, the painting had been hung by someone who knew exactly where it should go and would not compromise, and Kessler had never adjusted the placement. Not once. Not by a centimeter. He pressed the reproduction against the wall and held it in place with a strip of adhesive tape from the writing desk's drawer. The cardstock buckled slightly under the tape. The colors were wrong. The proportions were wrong. The paper had a sheen that oil paint does not possess, and the printed surface was flat in a way that a painted surface, with its texture and its layers and the physical evidence of the brush's passage, could never be. The reproduction was, by every standard of authentication that the man in Annecy would have applied, a failure. It communicated nothing about the original except its general subject and approximate composition. It was the ghost of a painting, the memory of a memory. Kessler sat in the armchair. He looked at the reproduction and saw, of course, the original. The flat horizontal bands. The view from Shexbres, a village above the Lavaux vineyards on the northern shore of Lake Geneva, where the terraced slopes descended to the water in a geometry that had been cultivated for 1,000 years. The wildflowers in the foreground that Hodler had painted with a specificity that was both botanical and emotional, each bloom a note in a chord that the viewer heard without being able to name the key. The lake, which Hodler had rendered not as a single blue but as a gradation of blues and greens that contained, in their transitions, the specific quality of light at a specific hour on a specific afternoon in 1905. The Savoy Alps in the background, their peaks white with snow, their ridges sharp against a sky that Hodler had painted in bands of white and pale blue that suggested not merely atmosphere but the boundary between the visible world and whatever lay beyond it. The light at 4 in the afternoon in the Geneva apartment, falling through the west-facing window, crossing the parquet floor, reaching the wall where the painting hung, and illuminating the canvas with a warmth that made the painted light and the actual light indistinguishable for a few minutes each day. The way the light fell across the face of the person who had hung it. Kessler's eyes were wet. It had not happened before. In the office on the Rue de Rhône, reading operational reports with the detached satisfaction of a craftsman examining his work, composed. At the dining table, eating his single portion of guinea fowl, at a table set for 6, controlled. Before the painting on the last night, speaking one sentence in German to no one, restrained. The composure had been architectural. The control had been habitual. The restraint had been the practice of a man who had spent years training himself to carry weight without showing the effort. The training failed. He sat in the armchair in a hotel room in Istanbul and looked at a crude reproduction of a painting he had left behind in an empty apartment in Geneva, and his eyes were wet, and the wetness was a response to something older than the operation, older than Vector, older than the carefully constructed life in Geneva. Something the Hodler painting had held for him in its flat bands of color and its specific light. Not the life, but the evidence that the life had existed. One moment. Then the hands steadied. The breathing slowed. The expression, which had opened into something raw and unguarded and human, composed itself into the familiar architecture of control. Kessler was, in the taxonomy of men who manage other people's problems, a professional. Professionals do not remain unguarded. The moment of exposure was permitted, acknowledged, and closed, a protective varnish applied over cleaned paint. The original was visible, briefly, and then the surface was sealed again. He stood. He crossed to the wall and removed the reproduction. He folded it once, carefully, along the horizontal axis, and then once more, reducing it to a rectangle the size of a passport. He carried it to the room's safe, which was mounted in the wardrobe's interior, and opened the combination lock. Inside the safe, the file on Cole Brannick. The file was the one object Kessler had transferred from the locked drawer of his desk in the Geneva apartment to his inside jacket pocket before leaving. Not the money, which was distributed across accounts in Singapore, Liechtenstein, the Cayman Islands, and Dubai, and which had been restructured into instruments that no single jurisdiction's seizure order could reach. Not the network's operational records, which had been destroyed or delegated. Not the passport portfolio, which was in the portfolio on the writing desk. The file, a manila folder, thick, some pages yellowed, the earliest document dated 14 years before the present, containing information about a man named Cole Brannick that was not operational in origin and not institutional in character and not explicable by the architecture of intelligence tradecraft. Kessler placed the folded reproduction inside the file, between the last page and the back cover, and closed the folder. He returned it to the safe. He locked the combination. The file and the reproduction. The two things he carried from one life to the next. The provenance of a man he had targeted and the ghost of a painting he had left behind. Both were forms of documentation. Both recorded something that could not be recovered, only referenced. He closed the wardrobe. In the afternoon, Kessler sat in the courtyard garden with his tablet and a glass of Turkish tea and read the news. The Financial Times had the story on page 3 of the Companies and Markets section, beneath an article about a Swiss pharmaceutical merger and above a brief item about Chinese rare earth export controls. Vector Consulting faces Swiss probe amid French Arms network allegations. The article was concise and carefully sourced, citing people familiar with the investigation and documents reviewed by the Financial Times. The founding director, Stefan Kessler, was described as unavailable for comment and was reported to have left Switzerland in recent days. The remaining partners were cooperating with the Swiss Attorney General's office. A French intelligence officer, identified only as a commandant in the counter-proliferation section, was in custody in Paris. A Belgian security consultant was cooperating with his country's military intelligence service. The procurement network, which had facilitated the movement of dual-use technology components from French manufacturers to intermediaries in the Gulf, was described as having operated for at least a decade. The article noted that the Swiss Financial Market Supervisory Authority had frozen accounts at 3 Geneva private banks pending investigation. Kessler read the article with the detachment of a man reading about a building he had designed being demolished. The building had served its purpose. The architects had moved on. The demolition was proceeding according to the laws of institutional physics, slowly, bureaucratically, with press releases and frozen accounts and the grinding machinery of prosecutorial cooperation across 4 jurisdictions. The process would take years. Some money would be recovered. Most would not. Some people would go to prison. The people at the top rarely did. Kessler was at the top. Le Monde had a longer piece, less restrained, with a photograph of the Vector offices taken from the sidewalk. The brass nameplate was visible beside the door. Kessler looked at the photograph for a moment. The office he had occupied for 20 years, reduced to evidence. The director had departed. He put the tablet aside. The courtyard garden was quiet. A plane tree spread its bare branches above the stone paving, and 2 sparrows hopped along the rim of a fountain that was not running. The air was cool, but not cold. Istanbul's winter milder than Geneva's, the Bosphorus moderating the temperature the way Lake Geneva moderated the temperature of the Lavaux, though the comparison was imprecise, and Kessler, who valued precision, noted the imprecision and let it stand. A waiter brought a second glass of tea without being asked. Kessler thanked him in the Turkish he had acquired. He thought about Annecy. Not the operation, the place, the lake in its mountain setting, smaller than Lehman, bluer in summer, grayer in winter. The old town with its medieval arcades and its canals, and the Palais de Lille sitting in the Tew with the obstinate permanence of a building that had been prison and courthouse and museum, and would be something else when the current century was finished with it. The bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire, where Cole had met the Frenchwoman, the former DGSE analyst whose name was Margot Vidal, and whose resignation from the counter-proliferation section 7 years ago had been, in Farge's assessment, an act of principle rather than an act of strategy. Kessler had never met Vidal. He respected the resignation. Principled departures from institutions were rare enough to merit respect, even from a man who had spent his career constructing the institutions that principled people departed from. He had last been to Annecy 14 years ago, in a different season, for a different reason, with someone who was no longer alive. The sentence formed in his mind with the weight of a fact long carried and rarely examined. He did not pursue it. He did not open the door behind it, the way he did not open the door in the hallway of the Geneva apartment, the way he did not move the chair at the head of the dining table, the way he did not adjust the position of the Hodler painting. Some architectures are maintained by what is not touched. Some rooms are preserved by remaining closed. The sparrows departed the fountain. The waiter cleared a table across the courtyard. From somewhere beyond the hotel's walls, the sound of traffic on Mesrutiet Kadesi reached the garden in a muted, continuous register, the sound of a city that had been the capital of 3 empires and was now the capital of nothing except itself, which was enough. Kessler took out his phone. He opened the Contacts application and scrolled to a name he had not deleted. Brannick, Cole. Below it, in parentheses, Keller, David. The entry had been created 11 months ago, when Kessler had begun building the operational file on the DIA officer whose authentication report on a Calami landscape at Galerie Rhône had touched a vector shell company and set in motion the sequence of events that led, through 6 months of fabricated correspondence and 1 empty hotel room and 8 days of investigation, to this courtyard in Istanbul. The phone number was Cole's secure line, which was useless now. The entry was not a communication channel. It was a record, a form of provenance. Kessler looked at the name for a long time. He did not delete it. He put the phone away and picked up his tea. The glass was warm in his hands. The afternoon light was shifting, the sun descending toward the European shore of the Bosphorus, and the Golden Horn was beginning to take on the particular quality of late afternoon illumination that Kessler associated with the light in the Geneva apartment at 4 o'clock. When the sun came through the west-facing window and reached the wall where the painting hung and made the painted light and the actual light indistinguishable, the light in Istanbul was different. The latitude was different. The atmosphere was different. The quality of refraction above the Bosphorus was not the quality of refraction above Lehman, but light is light, and the eye that has been trained to see it will find it everywhere, in every city, on every body of water, at every hour when the angle is close enough to the angle that matters. From across the water, the call to prayer began. The muezzin's voice rose from a mosque on the Asian shore, amplified and transmitted, and was joined within seconds by a second voice from the south and a third from the north, the calls overlapping and interweaving in a polyphony that was both ancient and electronic, human voices and loudspeakers, devotion and technology. Kessler listened. He was not a religious man. He had not been raised in any faith, and the years of constructing financial architectures had not instilled in him the conviction that there existed, beneath the constructed surfaces of the world, a surface that was not constructed. But the call to prayer moved through the courtyard garden with an authority that did not require his belief, and he sat with it, and the sound filled the space around him, and for a moment the space was not empty. The call ended. The courtyard was quiet again. The sparrows returned. Kessler finished his tea. He set the glass on the table. He stood and walked inside, through the hotel's corridor with its Ottoman arches and its potted palms and its brass light fixtures, to the elevator. He rode to the 4th floor. He entered his suite. He locked the door. He stood at the window. The Bosphorus moved below him. On the European side, the world he had left, the offices and apartments and the painting on the wall in the dark. On the Asian side, the world he was entering, undefined, a geography that existed only as potential. Between them, the water, which divided nothing and connected everything. In the wardrobe, in the safe, the file and the reproduction waited. The file was the thread. The thread connected a man in Annecy who authenticated surfaces to a man in Istanbul who constructed them. The thread was 14 years long and ran through 2 countries and a death and a painting and a name spoken on a phone call that should not have been spoken. The thread would hold. Threads, in Kessler's experience, always held. It was the architectures built around them that collapsed. Some things cannot be authenticated. Some things can only be believed. Kessler stood at the window and watched the ships. He kept somewhere deep in the architecture of a man who had spent a lifetime building walls, a room that was not locked, a room where someone used to be. He waited for whatever came next. Chapter 44. The Institutional Aftermath. Aldridge began with the Princeton prints. There were 2 of them, framed in dark walnut, hung on the wall behind his desk since the day he had arrived at the Brussels station 26 years ago. Nassau Hall in autumn, the elms in full color, the limestone facade glowing in that particular quality of New Jersey light that Aldridge had never found anywhere else in the world. And Blair Arch, photographed from the courtyard, the Gothic stonework sharp against a cloudless sky. He had bought them at the university store on his last visit to campus, 15 years ago, for a reunion he had attended alone because his wife had already left and his daughter had not yet forgiven him for reasons that were not entirely his fault and not entirely hers. The prints had hung in 3 offices across 2 continents. Brussels was their last posting. He lifted them from the wall. The plaster behind was slightly lighter than the surrounding surface, 2 pale rectangles where the paint had been shielded from the fluorescent lights and the slow accumulation of institutional air. 26 years of presence, reduced to 2 clean patches on a government wall. He wrapped the prints in the brown paper his secretary had left on the desk and placed them in the box. The Dartmouth mug went next. It was not his. It had belonged to David Chen, a case officer who had worked the Baltic desk in the early years and who had died of a heart attack in Tallinn at the age of 43, leaving behind a wife in Falls Church and a ceramic mug with a chipped handle that no one had claimed. Aldridge had kept it because David had been a good officer and because the mug held exactly the right amount of coffee and because, in the quiet economy of intelligence stations, the possessions of the dead acquired a kind of institutional sanctity that made discarding them feel like a second loss. He placed the mug in the box beside the prints. The desk drawers yielded the archaeology of a career. Interagency memoranda from administrations that no longer existed. A letter of commendation from a DIA director who had been dead for 4 years. Business cards from liaison officers in 12 countries, most of whom had retired or been reassigned or, in 2 cases, arrested. A Swiss Army knife that his daughter had given him for Christmas when she was 9, before the divorce, before the silence that had lasted 3 years and been replaced by a politeness that was worse. A tin of Altoids, half empty, the lid dented. A photograph. The photograph stopped him. It was 8 years old, taken at a NATO reception in the residence palace on Rue de la Loi. Aldridge stood on the left, silver-haired, blue-eyed, wearing the charcoal suit from his London tailor and a pocket square that his staff would have found characteristically patrician. Beside him, a younger man, brown hair not yet graying, an unremarkable face arranged in an expression of cautious amusement, a navy sport coat that fit well but did not announce itself. Cole Brannick, 3 months into his European posting, still learning the geography of his cover and the weight of his legend. Aldridge had recruited him personally, had seen something in the young officer that reminded him of his own early years, before institutional survival had replaced institutional purpose as the organizing principle of his career. They were both smiling. The smiles were genuine. Aldridge placed the photograph in the box, face up, on top of the wrapped prints. Deputy Reeves knocked and entered without waiting, which was her habit and which Aldridge had spent 6 years failing to correct. She was 44, compact, efficient, a Georgetown graduate who had come up through the analytical side and crossed to clandestine services with the methodical competence that Aldridge associated with people who had never doubted their own capabilities. She would run the station well. She would run it differently. Collins's team is set up in the conference room, she said. They'd like access to the Cardinal correspondence file by end of day. They have it. Everything is in the shared drive. And the Brussels liaison contacts? Bertrand? The SGRS channels? I've prepared a transition memorandum. It's on your desk. Reeves stood in the doorway and looked at the box on Aldridge's desk and at the pale rectangles on the wall where the Princeton prints had hung. She was not a sentimental woman, but she had worked for Aldridge for 6 years, and the sight of his career in a cardboard box produced in her something that was visible only in the way she held herself very still for a moment before speaking against Quine. The official designation is reassignment pending review, she said. I know what the official designation is. Full pension. Benefits. The director's office made that clear. They were very kind. Aldridge placed the Swiss Army knife in the box. Kind is the word they use when they mean something else. Reeves did not smile. She was not the smiling type, but her eyes held something that Aldridge chose to interpret as respect, which was the interpretation that cost him the least. I'll handle Collins's team, she said. I know you will. She left. The door closed. Aldridge sat in the chair that would be her chair by Monday and looked at the office that had been his office for 11 years. The secure phone on the credenza, the map of Europe on the far wall, bristling with colored pins that tracked liaison relationships and operational equities, and the SLAI, Samurur, of maintaining intelligence partnerships across a continent that could not agree on the definition of a threat. The view through the reinforced window, Boulevard du Régent, gray in the afternoon light, the bare trees along the median, the Belgian flag hanging limp on the building opposite. The office of a man who had spent 26 years in rooms like this, making decisions in rooms like this, trusting the architecture of rooms like this to produce outcomes that justified the architecture. The architecture had not failed. The architecture had performed exactly as designed. It had processed intelligence, maintained liaison relationships, produced reports, and delivered them to consumers who read them or did not read them and made decisions that were informed or uninformed and resulted in outcomes that were successful or catastrophic. And the architecture survived regardless, because the architecture was not designed to produce outcomes. It was designed to survive. He picked up the secure phone and dialed. Cole answered on the third ring. The connection was encrypted, routed through a satellite relay that added a half-second delay to every exchange and made conversation feel like speaking across a distance greater than geography. "How are you?" Aldridge asked. "Tired." A pause, the satellite filling it. "You?" "The same." Neither spoke for a moment. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two men who had spent a week operating at the limit of what their bodies and their institutions could sustain, and who now found themselves on the other side with nothing to sustain except the conversation itself. "Collins' team is here," Aldridge said. 3 officers, a forensic accountant, and a lawyer whose name I did not bother to learn. They are being very thorough. They would be. The Swiss Attorney General has opened a formal investigation into Vector Consulting AG. Mueller and Weber are cooperating. The corporate records are extensive. The financial architecture is, as you might expect, professionally constructed, which will make it professionally time-consuming to disassemble. And Farge? Provisional detention at the Santé, corruption, intelligence fraud, complicity in the Belkacem killing. The French courts are processing the case with what I'm told is unusual speed, which in the French judicial system means it will take 18 months rather than 3 years. Cole did not laugh. Aldridge had not expected him to. Castaigne? Belgian SGRS has him. Full cooperation. He's provided dates, amounts, communication methods, everything. The Dubai end? UAE review. The company's accounts are frozen. The shipment from Lyon has been impounded at Jebel Ali. The compliance frameworks are under examination, which means the banks are producing documents at a rate designed to demonstrate cooperation while concealing culpability. Standard. The network? Disrupted, not destroyed. Aldridge leaned back in the chair. The clients remain. The demand remains. The compliance architecture that enabled the network was not illegal. It was inadequate, which is a different thing. And the difference is where the next network will be built. Another silence. The satellite hummed. And Kessler? Gone. Aldridge studied the pale rectangles on the wall. The Swiss will investigate. Interpol has issued a red notice. The accounts in Singapore and Liechtenstein have been flagged, but Kessler's exit planning was, by all accounts, comprehensive. He had years to prepare for this contingency. The investigation will take years to produce results, if it produces results at all. He knew my name, James. Aldridge closed his eyes. He had been waiting for this. Brannick, Cole said. Before Castaigne could have given it to him, Castaigne didn't know my cover identity. He didn't know my true name. He introduced the cardinal chain to you. He never met me. He never knew who you assigned to the meeting. I know. Farge provided the DGSE templates. The templates identified a DIA operation, not a specific officer. There is no pathway from Castaigne or Farge to the name Brannick. I know that too. Then how did Kessler know my name? Aldridge opened his eyes. Through the reinforced window, Brussels continued its gray afternoon. A tram moved along the median of Boulevard du Régent, its pantograph sparking against the overhead wire. A woman in a dark coat walked a small dog past the embassy entrance. The Belgian flag stirred in a gust of wind and settled. That's in the file, Aldridge said. Collins's team is looking at it. And? And nothing. Yet. The words sat between them, carried by the satellite relay across whatever distance separated Brussels from wherever Cole was calling from. Aldridge did not ask where Cole was. Cole did not offer. The discipline of their profession held, even now, even at the end. The file on me, Cole said. The one Kessler kept. Brenner said it was thick. Old. Collins is aware. Is that enough? It's a start. It means the question is in the system. It means someone will look. Someone. Someone with the clearance and the institutional mandate and the resources to trace a 14-year connection between a Swiss financial architect and a DIA case officer who, as far as official records are concerned, had no prior relationship. Cole was quiet for a long time. Thank you, James. For what? For coming to Annecy. I should have come sooner. You came. That's what counts. Aldridge wanted to say something more. He wanted to say that the 5 days in Annecy had been the most consequential of his career, more consequential than any of the 26 years of careful, cautious, institutional service that had preceded them. He wanted to say that he'd spent a quarter-century learning to trust the architecture, and that trusting the architecture had made him blind to the architecture's limitations, and that Cole's stubbornness, Cole's refusal to leave, Cole's insistence on reading surfaces when protocol demanded he look away, had been the thing that saved them both. He wanted to say these things. He said, "Take care of yourself." You too. The line went dead. The satellite relay clicked off. The office was quiet. The parking garage beneath the embassy was cold and poorly lit, the concrete stained with oil and the mineral residue of Belgian winters. Aldridge's car, a dark blue Volvo Estate that he had driven for 9 years and that smelled, permanently, of coffee and wool and the particular staleness of a vehicle that spent too many hours in underground garages, sat in its assigned space. The space beside it, marked Deputy Chief of Station, was empty. By Monday, it would be Reeves's space, and Aldridge's space would be reassigned to whoever Collins's team decided should occupy it. He placed the box in the back seat. The Princeton prints, the Dartmouth mug, the Swiss Army knife, the Altoids, the letter of commendation, the business cards, the photograph, the sum of a career. It weighed less than he expected. He sat in the driver's seat and did not start the engine. The photograph. He reached into the box and retrieved it. Aldridge and Cole, 8 years ago, at the Residence Palace, both smiling, Two men who believed in the work. Two men who trusted the system that employed them and the institutions that shaped them and the chain of command that connected them to something larger than their own judgment. Aldridge had trusted the system because the system was what he knew. Cole had trusted Aldridge because Aldridge was the system, the human face of the institutional machinery that gave orders and provided cover and promised, implicitly, that the architecture would hold. The architecture had not held. It had been penetrated by a man in Geneva who understood that architecture was only as strong as the people who maintained it, and that people could be bought, gradually, pleasantly, through consulting fees that escalated from legitimate to compromising so slowly that the man being bought never saw himself cross the line. Henri Castaing, setting the photograph face down on his shelf. Aldridge, setting it face up in a box. Two photographs of the same friendship, one taken by the traitor and one by the man who had been betrayed. And neither photograph told the whole truth because photographs, Aldridge reflected, were surfaces, and surfaces were what Cole authenticated, and Cole had been right about everything. He placed the photograph back in the box. He started the engine. The Volvo coughed and settled into its familiar idle, the sound of a machine that had been reliable for 9 years and would be reliable for 9 more, because Swedish engineering, unlike intelligence architecture, was designed to function under all conditions without reference to the moral character of the operator. The garage door opened onto Avenue de Kortenberg. Brussels. Gray. Wet. The rain had been falling since morning, the kind of steady, persistent, windless rain that Belgium produced with the regularity and enthusiasm of a country that had made precipitation a national characteristic. The avenue was lined with the glass and limestone headquarters of European institutions, the European Commission, the Council building, the permanent representations of countries that spent their days negotiating frameworks and their evenings wondering whether the frameworks meant anything. The Belgian flag hung wet against its pole. The traffic moved at the pace. Traffic always moved in Brussels, which was the pace of bureaucracy itself, deliberate, unhurried, and impervious to the urgency of any individual within it. Aldridge pulled into the flow of cars. The windshield wipers beat. The rain streamed. He drove past the Schumann roundabout, past the Berlaymont building where lights burned on every floor despite the hour, past the small park where he had eaten lunch on summer days when summer days existed and lunch was something that did not carry the weight of institutional reckoning. He drove, and the wipers beat, and the rain fell, and Brussels arranged itself around him in its familiar geometry of gray stone and wet pavement, and the constitutional patience of a city that had been the capital of other people's empires for 600 years and had learned that empires ended, but the city continued. Tomorrow, he would be a private citizen. He would wake in the apartment in Etterbeek, the apartment that had been too large for one person since his wife had left and that he had kept because moving required a kind of energy that intelligence work consumed entirely, leaving nothing for the domestic architecture of a life. He would make coffee. He would read the paper. He would not drive to the embassy. He would not sit in the chair. He would not pick up the secure phone. The days would require a new structure, and the new structure would require him to confront what the old structure had concealed, which was the question of what James Aldridge was when James Aldridge was not the Brussels station chief. He did not know the answer. But tonight, in the rain, driving west on Avenue de Kortenberg through the gray institutional heart of a gray institutional city, Aldridge allowed himself one moment. Not regret. Regret implied he would have chosen differently, and he was not certain he would have. Not relief. Relief implied the weight was lifted, and the weight was not lifted. It was redistributed, from the institutional to the personal, from the station to the apartment, from the secure phone to the silence. The moment was something else, something that did not have a name in the vocabulary of intelligence or diplomacy or the institutional language that Aldridge had spoken for 26 years. It was the complicated, unresolvable feeling of a man who had done the wrong thing for 26 years and the right thing for 5 days, and who was driving through rain in a city he had served but never loved, and who hoped, without confidence, without evidence, without the institutional validation that had been the foundation of every judgment he had ever made, that the 5 days counted for more. The wipers beat. The rain fell. Brussels continued. Aldridge drove. Chapter 45. Epilogue. Provenance. The back room of Gallery Rhone had not changed. The same adjustable raking light on its articulated arm. The same faint smell of linseed oil and old varnish, the smell Cole had known since his first semester at William and Mary, when he had wandered into a conservation lab and understood that paintings were physical objects with histories written into their surfaces. The same narrow walls, the same climate control humming at a frequency just below audible. 3 weeks had passed since the arrests, since the institutional machinery had begun its slow, grinding work of processing what had happened in Annecy and Geneva and Paris, and the back room of Gallery Rhone remained exactly as he had left it, which was the nature of rooms that existed outside the reach of operations and their consequences. The painting on the easel was new. It was small, perhaps 30 centimeters across, and it depicted a valley in the Vaud Canton in the flat, unhurried light of an autumn afternoon. The brushwork was competent but unremarkable. The composition was conventional: foreground meadow, middle ground trees, background mountains rendered in the blue-gray haze that Swiss romantic painters had borrowed from the Italians and never quite made their own. The signature in the lower right was legible but unfamiliar. A name Cole did not recognize, attached to an artist who had never appeared in any auction catalog or museum inventory he had consulted. The painting had been seized 3 days ago from a storage facility in the Eau Vive district of Geneva, part of the Swiss Attorney General's investigation into Vector Consulting AG, and its provenance listed a single prior owner, Fondation Bellerive. Cole leaned closer and studied the varnish layer under the raking light. No patches of restoration. No overpainting. No pentimento visible beneath the surface. No compositional adjustments. No second thoughts. The artist had looked at a valley and painted what was there. The varnish had yellowed with age in a pattern consistent with the frame's construction and the canvas weave. The pigments were hand-ground, the brush strokes unhurried, the surface honest in the way that only surfaces free of deception can be honest. It was not a great painting. It was not even a good painting, but it was genuine. Sophie Renard stood in the doorway. She wore a gray silk scarf and held a cup of coffee in both hands, and she regarded Cole with an expression he had not seen from her before. Not the cheerful curiosity of a colleague asking about weekend plans. Something more careful. Something recalibrated by the knowledge that David Keller had been something other than David Keller. A knowledge that had arrived through discreet channels and institutional whispers, and that Sophie, being Sophie, had absorbed with the composure of a woman who had spent 2 decades in the art market and understood that surfaces were rarely the whole story. "Were you really authenticating paintings?" she asked. Cole straightened from the easel. That part was real. The Kalam, the D-Day, the Men oil sketch. All real. Sophie considered this. She took a sip of her coffee. Through the wall, the muted sounds of the Rue de Grand Chêne carried on as they always had, the quiet commercial hum of Geneva's old town, indifferent to the things that happened in back rooms and border towns and mountain passes 35 minutes to the south. "This one," Sophie said, nodding toward the easel. "The investigators want an authentication report before they can process the seizure. It came with Fondation Bellerive paperwork, but the foundation is dissolved, and the provenance chain is, according to the lawyers, legally contaminated." "The provenance is contaminated," Cole said. "The painting is not." He looked at it again. The valley, the autumn light, the mountains in their blue-gray haze. Someone had stood in that valley, years ago, with a canvas and a set of hand-ground pigments, and had tried to record what they saw. No agenda, no fabrication, no intelligence product designed to show a handler exactly what he wanted to see. Just a person looking at mountains and putting paint on canvas, and the result was not beautiful and not important, and not worth anything that a dealer on the Rue de Rhône would recognize as value. But it was the thing itself. It was what it claimed to be. "Is it genuine?" Sophie asked. "Yes," Cole said. "It's genuine." Crrr. He reached up and turned off the raking light. The painting settled into the room's ordinary illumination. The scrutiny lifted, the surface allowed to be simply a surface. He picked up the leather folio from the table. The loupe was inside, and the UV pen light, and the cotton gloves he still never wore. He closed the folio and placed it in his shoulder bag. "Safe travels, Cole," Sophie said. It was the first time she had used his real name. He nodded and walked through the gallery, past the canvases on the walls and the quiet hum of the dehumidifiers and the winter light falling through the tall windows onto the parquet floor. He did not look back at the painting on the easel. He did not need to. He had authenticated it, and the authentication was complete, and the painting would remain what it was regardless of who looked at it or how. The front door closed behind him. The Rue de Grand Chêne was cold and bright, the limestone buildings sharp in the winter sun, and Cole walked to his car and drove south on the A41 toward Annecy. The bookshop on Rue Sainte-Claire was open. Cole could see this from the end of the street, where the covered arcades began and the cobblestones narrowed and the medieval buildings pressed close on either side, their facades washed in the pale colors of old plaster. The door was propped open despite the cold, because Margot kept it open on Saturday mornings to let the street in, a habit Cole had noticed on his second visit and understood on his third. The door was an invitation, not to customers, though customers came. To the town itself, to the morning sounds of the old quarter going about its business, the cheese seller setting up across the way, the cafe chairs scraping on stone, a church bell marking the hour somewhere above the rooftops. He entered. The shop was warm, the warmth of old paper and coffee and a space that had been heated since early morning by the cast-iron radiator under the window where Minou slept. Books rose from floor to ceiling on shelves that had been built by hand and bore the marks of it. Uneven spacing, visible saw cuts, a carpenter's honest imperfection. The art section was on the left wall, near the counter, and it was better curated than any bookshop of this size had a right to be. Margot was behind the counter, reading. She wore a dark wool sweater and her hair was short and her brown eyes, when she raised them from the page, held the expression of a woman who had been waiting without admitting she was waiting. "You came back," she said. "I said I would." "You didn't, actually." Cole stood in the doorway with the cold at his back and the warmth of the shop settling around him. She was right. He had not said it. He had left 3 weeks ago with the institutional machinery still grinding, with phone calls to make and reports to file and a conversation with Claire that had been strained and honest and had ended with Lily's voice in the background asking who was on the phone. He had not promised Margot anything. He had finished his coffee in silence and walked into the evening and not said he would return, because Cole Brannick did not make promises he was not certain he could keep, and certainty was not a quality his profession encouraged. "No," he said, "but I'm here." Margot studied him for a moment. Then she closed the book and set it on the counter and walked to the small table where she kept the Bialetti mocha pot that she had carried home from a posting in Rome years ago, and she made 2 coffees without asking whether he wanted one, because some questions answer themselves. Cole took the stool by the counter. It was a wooden stool, worn smooth, positioned at an angle that gave a view of the door and the street beyond it, and he recognized this as a placement that Margot had chosen for the same reasons he would have chosen it. Old habits. The view through the propped door showed the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire, the cobblestones dark with morning damp, and beyond the rooftops, the mountains, white with fresh snow that had fallen overnight and caught the morning sun and held it. Margot set the coffee beside him. She took her own cup and leaned against the shelf behind the counter, and for a while neither of them spoke. The coffee was strong and good. Minou shifted in the window, resettled, and resumed the steady breathing of a cat who had solved the problem of existence by reducing it to warmth and sleep. The church bell struck the half-hour. A woman passed the open door carrying a baguette, and a child's voice rose from somewhere down the arcade, bright and unintelligible, and faded. Cole reached into his bag and placed a book on the counter. It was a Hodler monograph, heavier and better printed than the Taschen volume he had bought here on his second visit, with color plates that reproduced the landscapes in the saturated palette that Hodler had intended and that reproduction so often failed to capture. Lake Geneva from Chexpress was on page 94. Cole had looked at it for a long time before writing what he wrote. Margot picked up the book and opened it to the title page. In pencil, in Cole's careful hand, a single word, merci. She looked at the word. She closed the book and placed it on the counter beside her coffee, and she did not say anything, because Margot Vidal understood that some gratitudes are diminished by acknowledgement and enlarged by silence. The bookshop was warm. The coffee was good. Somewhere in Istanbul, a man with rimless glasses sat in a room at the Para Palace Hotel with a file and a cheap reproduction of a painting and the patience of an exile who had planned for every contingency except the one that mattered. Somewhere in Brussels, a man who had been a station chief for 26 years was learning to make coffee in an apartment that was too large for one person. Somewhere in a cell at La Santé prison in Paris, a commandant who had signed an authorization 9 years ago was discovering that institutional loyalty did not survive institutional exposure. And somewhere in Virginia, a girl with dark eyes was eating breakfast and did not know that her father was sitting in a bookshop in the French Alps, drinking coffee, and thinking about calling her. Cole would call today, not from obligation or guilt, though both were present and permanent, but because Lily's voice was the one sound in his life that required no authentication. It was genuine every time. But first, the bookshop, the coffee, the Saturday morning in Annecy, where the mountains held fresh snow and the old town went about its business and the covered arcades of Rue Sainte-Claire sheltered the ordinary commerce of bread and cheese and conversation, Cole sat on the stool by the counter and felt the absence of urgency for the first time in weeks. The operation was over. The professionals were gone. The institutional machinery ground on in Brussels and Geneva and Paris, processing evidence and filing reports and producing outcomes that would be classified and archived and forgotten by everyone except the people whose lives they had consumed. But the question remained. Why me? Not the operational answer. The operational answer was a sequence of causes and effects, logical, traceable, institutional. The operational answer explained how. It did not explain why. The personal answer was in a file in a hotel's safe in Istanbul, in a painting left behind in an empty Geneva apartment, in a name spoken by a man who should not have known it. 14 years of connection that Cole could not see and Kessler had not explained. The thread was there. It connected Geneva to Annecy to Istanbul, to a history he did not know he had, and it would not release him, because Cole Brannick was a man who authenticated things, and there was something here that had not yet been authenticated. But that was later. Now, the bookshop, the coffee, the stool by the counter, the mountains through the door, white and still, Margot reading, Minou in the window, the smell of old paper and strong coffee and the faint, mineral trace of winter air coming in through the open door. In this room, every chair was occupied. The empty chair was somewhere else now. End.